Discovery, go and throttle up. Hey, what's up? Gosh, darn it, that song makes me so happy.
Oh,
Again? 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 Alright. Okay. I mean,
with the Call of Duty trailer.
that was funny, dude. Alright, alright. Okay. Okay. Now I gotta sync it better. Ready?
I spin in circles, I scream to the void. I'm born in oasis, my rage is employed. A storm in my chest, it burns and destroys. Death with the chaos, spin till you fall. It burns and screeches the end of it all. Round and round until we crawl. This is the inferno, the polka brawl. Your lies are balloons, they pop in my face. I'll stop on the floor, leave no empty space. A carnival riot, no room for disgrace. Buttons clicking, hearts are ticking. Heads are flying, skies are splitting. Dance with the chaos, spin till you fall. A bird and screeches the end of it all. Round and round until we crawl. This is the inferno, the polka brawl. The tuba's a demon, the snare drum's a beast. The accordion's fury will never be ceased. This is a battle of musical faith. The polka goes harder than hell's unleashed. Brawl!
You happy?
Oh,
Okay. It's even the same length. It is the same length, dude. Please make that its own short.
God, we should.
I gotta figure out how to do that.
Oh, God. Oh, it's so good.
Sean, I just want to say I appreciate you and your existence. Keep up the good work. Right back at you, man. I got you. So, guys, yeah, good thing. Rusty's still having a little bit of problems. We had a blue screen today. The blue screen was associated with the Elgato driver for the 4K Pro. It is a problem. We tried to roll back the firmware. Didn't want to do it. We got to do it in safe mode. I decided to go live instead. So it might crash. So this is going to be another no expectation stream. But I do think I figured out the other lockup problem. The other lockup problem has to do with secure boot. It basically, the short story is that it was, the other day we went around reconfiguring BIOS settings. For to enable UEFI and secure boot. And because secure boot is unsupported with this architecture, we enabled it in the BIOS, and it's looking for it, and it can't find it. Specifically when it goes to update the secure boot database, which is an idle process, right? Which happens basically in downtime when the computer's not doing anything crazy, which does correlate to our locking up stuff. So what I did was I disabled secure boot and I disabled all UEFI stuff in the BIOS, which it doesn't matter. This is all legacy stuff anyway. So if that made no sense to you, don't worry about it. That should fix the hard locking problem. But no guarantee. Yeah, exactly. No guarantees on the blue screen problem, you know? Have you tried running DDU on Rusty? No, not yet. Haven't done that yet. So, like I said, why do you guys need to hear this information? Well, I wanted to do an auto stream today, but obviously that didn't happen. I am frankly getting a little bit annoyed at myself for promising you guys stuff and then not being able to deliver. At first, it was because I was just having a terrible week, but now it's because of the hardware. It's not because I don't want to, right? So what I'm going to do here, guys, basically, I think the right move for the rest of the week would be just do these no expectation streams. I mean, I'm not doing Flame Trench this week because I have some events that I need to go to on Friday with family. So yeah, let's just for the rest of the week, guys, you know, I mean, we can still there's no structured schedule. Just send it and see where it goes, see where it takes us. Don't beat yourself up. Issues happen. I'm not. I'm just sick of promising stuff to you guys and not delivering. It's been basically a recurring theme for one reason or another throughout all of August. It pisses me off and I don't like doing it. We talked about accountability yesterday on stream, and if I can't guarantee that I'm going to say that I'm going to do what I say, you know, because of hardware problems, let's just have a no expectation stream. Let's play Kerbal and just try to break stuff there. Hopefully the thing doesn't crash. But, you know, the Rusty seems to have a problem with idling processes. So it locks up basically when it's idle, when it's not working. So as long as the excuse me, as long as the Elgato drivers hold up, should be fine. Have you been feeding Ernock well? Have I been feeding Ernock well?
I'm alive. Does that answer your question?
I mean, that doesn't sound like a yes, but whatever.
I've been eating quite well. Thank you.
Does that mean no GTA? Geek, I should be back for GTA racing at 9. Yeah, that shouldn't be an issue. So, yeah. Disable screensaver, disable sleep mode. That's all been done.
Yep. I went through and did that too. I made sure. I
disabled secure boot and made sure it wasn't even in the boot priority order. We disabled all sleep and idle processes, and then I reset factory defaults on for the BIOS. What will you do when BF6 comes out?
I think John might be confused. So the changes that he's doing is to Rusty, not to Canard.
Oh no, Canard is working just fine. It's just the encoding rig, dude. Yeah. What will I do when BF6 comes out? Oh, we're gonna play that. Oh, we're gonna play that.
Yeah. Other than
that's
play
what we're
the
doing.
Crap out of it. Yes, that's it.
Solution, run Boink.
Oh, Boink. Holy crap. I forgot about that.
Boink lets you help cutting-edge science research using your computer. The BOINC app running on your computer downloads scientific computing jobs and runs them invisibly in the background.
I used to make all of my computers do that back in the day.
Really?
That and SETI.
You get paid?
No.
Why would someone do this then?
Well, if you have a lot, if you're a nerd and you have a lot of computers and you don't use them all the time, you can put that on there and make it do stuff when it's on.
All right.
But yeah, one of the big projects I used to be part of was SETI at home. So I would help analyze SETI signals.
Cool. Yeah, that's what All Systems is saying too. You freaking nerds. Gosh dang nerds. Same with folding at home. Yeah, there you go. It was a big thing during COVID. I'd believe that. I hear that. All right, so let's get to it. So where we left off last night, we're bench testing KSP, and we've been learning a lot about what it's really going to take to slow this damn computer down. And the short answer to that is not a lot. We used to figure out the COVID proteins. Oh, that's cool. We're going to practice BF3 first, though, right? Tessa, we might end up having to play another shooter. BF3 support is not great. It's not great. I was talking with All Systems about it, dude. Probably do squad or something. Redbeard, you and your dad used to run SETI at home on our computers when that was a thing. Cool.
Yeah, I miss SETI at home. That was such a great thing. Then you'd have that as your screensaver to actually show you the signals that you're analyzing.
Oh, that's cool. Nice. Squad is another teamwork shooting game. Down to join if you ever need players. I mean, clearly you guys are jonesing for some community FPS stuff, so you know.
Squad-based community FPS.
PlanetSide 2. I'd do PlanetSide 2. PS2 is a good time. I wouldn't say no to Master Chief. PlanetSide 2 squads, let's go. Dude, I haven't played PlanetSide 2 in such a long time.
Me either.
That's a fun game, though.
Oh, it is. I love PlanetSide 2. It's just been ages.
Hey, Longballs, what's going on? There are semi-credible rumors for PlanetSide 3. Oh, sweet. Hey, we're wearing the same shirt today. All right. I love Vanu tanks in PlanetSide. Ew. Vanu. Gross. TR. Hey, Leon, what's going on? Vanu. What faction did you play? Good. Alright, let's turn that down a little bit. Cool. TR supremacy, indeed. Alright.
Nah, son.
I knew that would get you, Vanu hater. That's right. Bro, Vanu are like the epitome of cultural appropriation.
They really are.
You just culturally appropriated some alien technology that you didn't engineer yourself. It's disgusting behavior. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. It's like when China rolls out with a new rocket, and that rocket just looks exactly like, you know, everybody else's stuff. Weird. It's weird, man. What about Helldivers? They have a Halo collab coming out? Interesting. That was a joke about rockets, by the way. Please don't take that too seriously. Last, should we do PlanetSide 2 then? It's free and at least should work even on potatoes. I don't know, man. I'd prefer to do it on our own dedicated server if we really wanted to, but I mean, I wouldn't be against doing PlanetSide 2 with the community either, like, just as something to do on the weekends, you know? Or, like, on a Friday or whatever. Like, that takes pressure off of Max from us having to do racing all the time. Road closes for Starship have been posted 24th through the 26th. William, a lot of stuff to do, work very late today, but it's fine. Sometimes I like to stay a bit longer to get the store back in nice conditions. There you go, man. There you go. Yeah, Redbeard. First thing odds of this make you think something came unplugged from your PC. Methane, you're having a hard time with your Holly carburetor wanting to stall as soon as I give it throttle. Non-drive. What do you mean, non-drive? What does that mean? You talking about when it's idling, if you flick the carburetor, it stalls? Accelerator pump. It bogs as soon as I give it gas in gear, fine at idle and park. What happens when you thwack the thing when it's idling? Thank you for yesterday. Of course, Thick. No problem, dude. Is the motor to temperature, Methane? That's another thing. Do you let the thing get up to temp? If you let it get up to temp and do that, then it's your accelerator pump, I think. All right. So, yesterday we got this thing working, crazily enough. We got the large SSDO pad working, and it was absolutely insane. And with the exception of me botching the reentry completely, it all worked really, really well. Can Airnox say hi?
Hello.
Yeah, it is. Thanks. I'll check the linkage when I get home. So, Methane, if you thwack the throttle when it's just sitting there in park and it stalls, yeah, your accelerator pumps caca. If you do it well, if you thwack the thing when you're in drive, like you just punch the gas real quick and it stalls, check to make sure you don't have any vacuum leaks. What you need to do, take some brake clean or something and spray around the base of the carburetor, and if the revs go up, you got a leak. Yeah, do that, because if you have a vacuum leak, what happens is when you step on the gas, the motor's gonna pull more air and you're not delivering enough fuel because there's a leak, and it'll lean out and stall. We just dealt with that problem.
Yeah, that problem went away.
Yeah, that's the problem we were dealing with Bluefus. Bluefus has a freshly rebuilt carburetor, but until we did the work that we did last week, it would start up, it would idle just fine, and then if you put it in drive, fall right on its face. You couldn't even put it into drive without it stalling. It was a disgusting vacuum leak somewhere with the evap system, or not evap. It was the canisters and stuff. We just removed all that. It's emissions exempt anyway. I live to see the large SSDO do a takeoff and a safe landing. There you go, Kyron. Hell yeah. I just realized something that would be cool for you to do if you get in a high-powered rocketry, fully mechanical flight computer and control. I'd probably do that. That'd be fun. It ain't got no gas in it. That's right. That's right. It doesn't have any gas in it. We should make sure that that doesn't happen. 555. You're done. Bullion, I work in a liquid store. A liquid store. I don't know what that means.
Liquor?
No, you work at the package. All right. Yeah, liquor store. I got you. Cool. How many green men get hit by that vehicle a day playing this game? Let's not tell OSHA about that because I don't know, I've lost count. Space OSHA will come.
Sammy Sposha.
Sammy Sposha. Something I noticed is that on this pad, some of these tanks are unlocked, and they really shouldn't be. Cool. We call it Getrenmarket in Germany. You get stuff here like water, beer, lemonade, and hard alcohol. Okay, yeah, you run a package store. All right, cool. Nah, it's good. It's good.
Package store. Booze hut. That's
Yeah. Hey, Couchy, what's going on? All right. So we did get this dang thing working. It was pretty good, and I kind of want to give it another run today, but I kind of also want to do some modifications here.
Don't
To
forget
get this
build
work.
your maintains.
What's that?
Maintains. Don't forget to build them.
Oh, yeah. I think I did. Yeah. Specifically, the alignment and raising system seems to suck. It seems to suck. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Can you overclock the pistons? Well, the piston overclock was happening, Seacracken. Hold on. Give me 1 second. It was happening because there's fuel in the SSDO craft file. My suggestion is to clean sheet a new pad. Extra cal for random stuff. Yeah, and then this has no master controller on it, Mutter, either. Hang on. All right, so let's... Sorry, it just gets rid of the Z fighting because it's a pain in the butt to look at. What other games haven't you tested that bogged the old build? Satisfactory. Satisfactory didn't really bog the old build at all. That's the thing. I mean, Aqualux, I don't think that this pad necessarily, like the pad structure itself, I don't think that needs to be changed, like, at all. To be 100% honest with you, pad structure performed great yesterday, dude. Now the launch box, yeah, I think something that we just genuinely do need to work on is sorry, my mind went blank because I'm thinking about the computers. Crap. I've been in troubleshoot mode for the last couple of hours. Are you building a launchpad crawler? No, not a crawler, Jens. It's just a launchpad. So, Aqualux, I didn't really see any crazy weird habits. One thing that I would like to do is put the clevises in, but that would only pretty much be something that I would want for the two main hinges, right? Because if those move, you're screwed, right? But they're clipping on top of each other, so how would you do that? The payload integration structure for this would be a different thing. See, Kraken. I could make the payload integration structure for this. I'm not too worried about that. I mean, the thing is that, yeah, I could go through and we could retool all this to use the clevis, right? I have a hinge strengthening device. I call it the hinge clevis, that we made in Maya to basically prevent hinge drift. I feel like it could be vacuum related. It's either vacuum or accelerator pump, dude. There's really not many other things that it could be. Aqualux, what I would really like to redo is this positioning system. Like getting the SSDO kind of squared up, right? And then aligning it and then lifting it up into position. I'd really like to switch that from like using the landing gear and some air brakes to kind of just push up on the thing and bend the dang thing. But that would require messing with the hierarchy on the big SSTO to put hard points in. Not necessarily a big deal, but like I wouldn't mind doing that. And I wouldn't mind throwing in some upgrades here. But what I would need to see is how we did this. How did I do this with the Clevis design on the Hybrid Tech A pad? So this is the big SSTO. VentureStar is the LV5B, and the K33 is LV5A. It's just the naming convention that I had. So like, if we go into LV5A Launchpad revision 10. That's still using Kraken Tech. It's not using Hybrid Tech. Right, so, what vehicle will be put on this pad? Vic, it was the big version of that thing that you saw fly yesterday. If you really want to know that. How'd you feel about your margins in the big SSTO considering the launch yesterday? What's the rated cargo mass? I remember us being able to move a full orange tank into space with it, J-Speed. I distinctly remember that, actually, and having tons of margin left over. The re-entry profile needs to be not what it was. I put it on Collins's re-entry profile, and this thing, it may have been due to the mass, but this thing sails a long way, dude. And that may have been because of our extra fuel. We had 10,000 units of fuel, so it may have sailed a long way because of that. But, yeah. Hey, Nick, what's going on? At out of standards landing bird cost me 25,000 points. Sorry, man. This might be a more upgraded version, but I'm not sure what is changed. Revised baseline SSTO. See, this one is carrying a number 9 serial number. What time is the KSA event? 7 p.m.? That's the other thing why I'm just not really... have any expectations for the day. I think it's 7 p.m. Double check me, all systems. I'm pretty sure. There's a KSA town hall at 7 p.m., dude. So it looks like this is a version that I used for an operational mission because I put satellites in there. Interesting. Interdasting. Confirmed 7 p.m. Cool. Thanks, man. All right. Let's go over here. Go into Kerbal Space Program. Right? We'll go into the other saves. We'll go into the Mission Mode 2 save. Ships. SPH. Now let's go LV-5B. Right? And there's all the test articles. There's the bilobe tanks. Guys, when I tested this, when I built the SSTO, I tested every single individual system on the ground. Aero testing, mass testing. Every subcomponent was tested. It was actually crazy. Good. What's that?
Just making sure that you're...
Oh, I'm good. Cool, man.
Know where I'll be if you need.
All right, dude. Thank you. Ernox, go and work on the truck or something. This SSTO kind of followed Artemis testing architecture now that I'm thinking about it. I waterfall tested it, yes, absolutely. Every single system was sub-tested on the ground, as much as we could in mission mode. I built everything into individual craft files like it would come off, like it would be like come off the assembly line, so to speak. And then this craft file is the final integration of everything. Same failings as well, though. When did Ernok move in with EJ? I did not have Kerbal Wind Tunnel installed, James, but I should have. Everyone chant in unison, don't fall off the roof. Same failings as well, though. What do you mean, failings? The SSTO works, Seacracken. That was never the issue. It was the pad. But now that after what I saw yesterday, dude, I don't even think it's the pad. I think it's just too many parts. I think very much my I think very much my computer couldn't handle it. Because, dude, we used it yesterday and it worked amazing. It worked fine, and I had no idea what I was doing. Interestingly enough. Just food for thought, dude. Wait a minute. LV5B3 processing facilities. I made processing facilities for this thing. And then we have a B3 variant. I may have already done all this. Hold on. Saves, engineering mode, ships, SPH. Paste some of this stuff in here. Let's take a look. This might not have been the most updated version of the SSTO that I had. We know that the version that I had yesterday was the version that didn't Kraken strike when you touch down. That was the 5B1 variant. What's 5B3? What is this? Finalized payload bay. Oh. Man, that ain't no finalized payload bay. Do we have Longeron pin grip pads? Oh, come on, EJ. You can do better than that. Jeepers creepers. It has a Liberty Lab module in it that we're going to get rid of. I hate this glitch. I hate this glitch a lot. If you don't delete it, it's going to corrupt the save. I'm just going to reopen this. So it looks like this one had a more refined payload bay. I'm pretty sure LV5B3 Voyager serial number 9 was the one that popped. That was the one that popped on the pad. Ah, I got it. This was the old Longeron pin design. I came up with a better one for Collins. Like a much better one. So if you guys notice, the bilobe tanks are inside of fairings, so the tanks get occluded correctly. And drag gets induced at the back of the vehicle like it should. Get rid of that. All right. So let's load up B4. Let's just do that. Updated 8/20/25. All right, so we got to mess with this thing. I'm going to take the Voyager tag off because in lore, technically, that thing is exploded. Dash. Gonna change you. Need you to change that hull number to NCC 74656. Oh, jeez. How's the new rig treating you? Hydro, it's pretty good. All right, so the big thing with this is that we need integration points. We need... What the heck is underneath that thing? They're guide rails. They're guide rails for the transporter truck. That's what they are. All right. If people are wondering why there's two gear in the front, it's the leveling gear, dudes. And why is there no center gear deployed here? I guess I removed them. Why did I remove it? Why would I have done... Wait, are those tri-bogey gear? Oh, they are. I upgraded the gear. I don't remember doing that, but I upgraded the gear. It looks like this variant doesn't use the 2-bogey gear. It uses the 3-bogey gear, which are way stronger. I remember. I did that so we could drive the transport truck underneath this and have basically a rig to move the thing around. That was the last thing I designed before we went back into mission mode to do test flights. So the Jeb truck, that thing. Okay, that cow controller doesn't do anything. None of those do anything. How's the setup going? Hey, Bucket, nice beard. Thanks, man. I'm gonna get rid of it. It's getting too long. As it, yeah. Keeps, it's not gonna be hot for much longer, but. So what's OPF? Orbiter Processing Facility. John, I don't like beards, dude. This is about as long as I really want it. Actually, this is actually a little bit long. I mean, I could grow a beard. It's not a big deal. I just don't really like it. It just gets in the way when I'm trying to eat stuff. And then stuff gets stuck in it. Yeah, this is a hangar processing facility, so the truck, I see it. See the guide rails? The truck backs in with the SSTO on top of it, and it docks to the segment right there. And then payload trucks come in, and this thing can, we have a bridge crane. There's a gigantic gantry crane up there that you can pull, that can pick stuff up and drop it in. Now, what's the payload changeout facility? Okay. That just seems like an older version of it. So those are the optimizations that I was doing with this thing, with B3. B3 is when that was when we got all the optimizations working for the SSTO. The SSTO, we figured out all the problems. And it looks like I had a transport vehicle to move the thing around. That's based off of my shuttle transporter. I don't know how this thing's gonna move that dang thing around, but yeah, I'm gonna get rid of it, dudes. It's cool, it looks good, but just a pain in the butt. If it gets any longer, you gotta start taking care of it. It's like hair, dude. Like, you know, if your hair gets long, you gotta start taking care of it. It's just a big pain in the butt, dude. Just get rid of all of it. Yeah, the hinges are for rail alignment. That's what all this is. Those are alignment for the payload changeout room, or the processing facility, and those are the alignment tools that are for the docking port. Making a bed is such a hassle, just get a new bed. I wish I had your beard, mine's best to keep short and neat. Dude, the camera makes it look better than it is. Look at it from the side. The camera makes it look a lot nicer than it is. It's very unkempt. I don't like it. Yeah, of course, like, that's the thing. I don't want a beard. I don't want it. I don't want it. I'd prefer hair to be growing on my goddamn head. This part of my head, not this head. Not this part. Well, re-entry time. Yep. So OPFC, what's the changelog date for that? 11/16. And that's 11/16. What about just straight OPF? 11/15. I don't know why I just named it OPFC, but grab a hold of your lower lip and pull up real hard. I don't understand, but all right. That's a mass simulator test. And then there's fuel in here for some reason. How to get hair on your head. Oh, yeah. That's a good idea. Wait a minute, is the crane a different thing? The crane can move. Huh. Interesting. Okay. All right, so we have processing facilities. We have the transport truck. We have the jet truck. Let's go with B4. Let me take a look at this. And just close out the bearings here so they're not weaseling around. Damn, dude, we really did engineer this thing right. Holy crap. Man, you know, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but we did a freaking good job with this thing. And it's really, yesterday we did a test with it and it worked excellent. And it's really kind of sobering because that means my engineering analysis was right. It's just the computer couldn't take it. Because it worked. It worked good yesterday, man. Like, dude, I even engineered the center. Look, the center of the payload bay. Payload bay is 5 segments long. Center of the payload bay is on the center of mass perfectly. It's perfect. That's really annoying. That we engineered that like that and that it didn't do what we wanted. It's very frustrating. But hey, it is what it is. Is it just you or is the stream more crisp? Doom, I completely overhauled my stream setup over the past couple of weeks. Is the BTS cam gonna work today or? Oh, there it goes. It's working. Ish. It's what it's. It's what it is, yep. So part of that is due to chat gifting me that freaking thing, which is what I'm bench testing in KSP. It's quite good. And then I upgraded the whole setup. I refactored everything. Like if you took a picture in this spot a month ago, this would not look like this. Which is pretty cool. It's pretty good, man. That's a desk, not a bench. Whatever. Nice setup. Thanks, man. Telling me there's a chance of reviving this thing. Yeah. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Well, it's 652 parts, or 656 parts, 273 tons. And that's with, I hope there's no fuel in the damn tanks. See you last. NASA Crew 10 press conference. Oh, that's cool. It's a post-flight presser, though. Dude, I want to play KSP. Is that alright? Tended to dock with Space Station Freedom. Last, also sorry. Still work in progress, but check it. Oh, look. It's my setup. Oh, wait, no, that's not my setup. I thought it was for a second. What is... What's the difference in performance between 4K and 2K? What do you mean? Performance in what, Chillin? What is this? What are you doing? Is that all landing gear? It's a cockpit. I did that. Okay. Look, DOS is in the MBL. That's cool. All right. For this. All right. Cool. Okay. So, let's think. Is there a better way that we can do all this? Hmm. Yeah, word does. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Like, see, here's what I'm thinking, dudes. I don't want to go around modifying this too much because everything in here is the arrow shell is so ridiculously important for how it flies. If I start messing with this and I start tweaking the bottom a little bit, it could screw up my center of lift. It could screw up the center of lift to a point where it's going to be really hard to. What I basically want to do is just, if I could just take this piece, right, and just move it that way just a smidge, and move it that way. That gives me a place to put an integration point, but it also pokes a hole in the TPS. I'm thinking. Why do we have... Oh, that's the docking port for the truck. That's the docking port for the transporter erector. Or just the erector, not the transporter erector, sorry. Okay. Let's not save that. I just wanted to see... So, what I really want to do is see if we could put some, like, hybrid tech integration points for alignment. So, like, if I put, you know, like... couple of RCS balls on a jack, right? And we get pins on the underside of it, we can lift it up and it'll align it automatically. But that still doesn't solve us moving the thing back. Which is something that we're gonna have to, yeah, that's gonna be a little bit weird to get that right. What I want, the other thing I want to do is go back into MM2 and I want to see what the last version of the launch pad was, because we have LV5B2, right? The B2 revision of the launch pad, and that one has a hybrid tech designation, but it has no hybrid tech on it, which tells me that I wanted to do it and then I renamed the craft file and then something else happened. I decided not to. Let's find the launch pad, the LV5B launch pad file. Which one was the last one? GIF or DGIF? I don't know. What's LV5B1 pad amp adjusted. I don't know what that is. That's just a version of the launch pad. Okay. Why are you not with us right now at the big pool? I don't know. I've seen it, Nova. Yeah. Hey, Blueberry, 39-month resub. LV5B2 payload changeout device. What's that about? I made a PCD for this thing? Interesting. This is a payload changeout device. It's basically just a crane that will align. Would two erectors on either side be good or too much? No. I don't think we need to do that. So there's the LV5B2 pad, payload bay test, PCD. That is, let's see, is that the last variant of the pad? 10/28/21, October 28th. Does this one have a master controller on it? It doesn't. I never implemented a master controller for this. There's just the rotational debug controllers. Interdasting. Huh. Man, I could probably get this thing more reliable with the clevises, the hinge clevises. We wouldn't need 4 hinges, and you definitely wouldn't need all those struts there. Holy cow. Oh dear. This is the big boy one, Jax. I want to do more bench testing, and the good SSTO, the big SSTO is a good one to mess with. What I'm really trying to do, dudes, all right, here, that's what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, Aqualex, I got you. Let me give you guys an update. I'll show you where my mind's at, tell you what I'm doing. All right. I want to get the big SSTO operable, but it's not for the reasons that you might think. What I want to do with this is push it to make it operable. I don't know if we'll do anything with it. Maybe, maybe not. It doesn't seem like it's going to take much. It worked fine yesterday, right? What I want to do is... So look, okay, let me explain. I want to do another mission mode. I want to do another MM2 rules save. I would love to. Really want to. With wind tunnel and everything, we should be able to do some damage. Hopefully not to Jeb. I would like to do that. Now, with all that being said, it's very clear from the last SSTO program, or from the last mission mode save that we did, that I didn't know where the theoretical upper limits of the computer was. I was just building stuff and I was like, oh, that might be too many parts. And it's very clear that performance came back to bite me, especially after what we saw yesterday. I put the SSTO to work yesterday and it worked just fine. That leads me to believe that the other computer, Rusty, is missing physics ticks because of the high part count, because the processing architecture, the physical processing architecture on that 8700K cannot handle the simulation the way that obviously our 9950X3D can, right? So that tells me if we get a more high fidelity simulation with the 9950X3D, I need to figure out where its upper limits are before I go into a mission mode. Basically, I have to learn how physics works with this card and what makes it happy and what makes it not happy. Because yeah, it's very clear that depending on your hardware, stuff that was basically a dud previously works just fine. You mean with the new CPU? Yes, exactly. I kind of have to remanage my expectations about what you can do and scale of projects with this. And I think the big SSTO, basically right where we left off, is a good, I think that's a good way to what's the word? That's a good way to get a good bench test. Load Space Station Freedom. Oh yeah, you guys wanted to see that. Will this include modded launch structures? I like my hinge clevis, and that's about it. I could make more of those things for the hinge parts in KSP to prevent like hinge drift and stuff. Dude, see, Kraken, I was thinking about this the other day. I could even do a casing. We could do a casing for the hydraulics, right? You have a casing for it that makes it so the hydraulic doesn't bend, you know? Like you could do a casing mount for it. But like one part launch infrastructure, man, hell no. Kraken drives seem to behave about the same, Cyborg. Yeah, we tested that already. New cam looking like 10K. Yeah, I have a 4K capture card. And I redid my lighting again. And it's a lot smoother. You guys wanted to see Space Station Freedom loaded, so let's do that. That'd be cool. Make Prometheus heavy to test it to the max. Yeah, Pig's Egg, I was thinking build a launch pad for Prometheus, you know? I could probably do a transporter erector for that thing. I'm pretty sure I could. Yeah. I mean, Prometheus is not that many it's not that many parts. We could build a launch complex for that thing. It shouldn't be too hard. When mission mode? When I figure out the right benchmarks for this. What is the best time to visit Boston? Sometime in the summer is usually good. Nobody's here, because all the college kids aren't here. How many parts is Freedom right now? 923 parts. And how much is our Starliner, the Jebliner capsule? 200. What's our sim? Ready? 0, 1, 2, 50% sim, give or take. What is the Kerbal scale? 1/6. I mean, it depends on what scale you're talking about. Hang on, I just want to get Jebliner to the station. Hope they don't overheat. Yeah, Space Ghost, it works too. Is this the same station DOS was trying to dock to? I think this is the craft file that I gave him, yes. And that's why Jebliner is here. Hang on, we're just doing a spacecraft docking real quick. Consider this part of bench testing. It actually seems superbly stable, dude. Yeah, it was a good stream, dude. We should do more of that. I will say this, when Starliner's thrusters are working, it's very, very easy to control. The thruster architecture is good, it's just the analysis was doo-doo. Manual flying, baby. Pretty good at it from playing this game too much. And guys, I don't know if you guys noticed this, it's all manual. I don't have any heading holds active. I'm just flying it. It's totally manual. And that's what I mean about Starliner's thruster config. Quite good. It's a pretty damn good design. It's just, it needs to work. Design means nothing if it doesn't work. That's kind of important. That's why. That's why Starliner wasn't docked. It can't. It doesn't, that type of docking system with the, like, hinges don't make it so it doesn't work. I forgot about that. That's why the capsule's just sitting there. Anyway, this works. It works pretty well. And yes, people that were looking, this has an arm on it and the arm is operable. It does work. I delivered it with the space shuttle. I got an airlock module that we made out of a lunar lander with storage compartments. We have, I think these are science modules back here, HAB modules, 2 multi-axis nodes. I got the cupola down there. We have truss segments. S1 S1, S2, P1, P2, Z1. I didn't do it exactly like the ISS, but it's close. And obviously we don't have double solar panel arrays either. Missing the dual keel. I put in provisions to do it, dude, in case part count didn't come back to get us. But it is Space Station Freedom. It's the revised baseline configuration. But I could put you could put the keels on. I like I said, I put provisions in there to do it if you really wanted to. How to do a dual keel with the SSTO? No. How many missions to build it? 12 or 13 shuttle missions. Some of the modules I just sent up with a service module like Cygnus almost. Show the solar panels on the ISS actually move. They're on hinges. They actually can do this. You see how they're moved right now? Yeah. And then on top of that, you have they can do that's locked out. So the solar panels can do this, but they can also do like that. They can turn. So long story short, yes, absolutely. They have to because of the ISS is in a 51.6 degree inclination, so the Russians can get at it from Baikonur. And that requires your solar panels to move on 3 axes. So they need to be able to spin and they need to be able to rotate. They're motorized, yep. Mine are motorized, believe it or not. If you take a look at that fairing, look. And you take a look, there's a servo behind it. And if you take a look, the servo is rotating. It's on a Cal controller that's designed to loop, dudes. And it's matched to my station's orbital period. So it'll rotate. The solar panels basically face the sun. If you align it, it'll face the sun all the time and generate power like the ISS. My question is one specific way of an axis, but due to the language limitations, I am not able to convey the proper term. Okay. Long story short, yes. Yes, it can. Guys, we're getting pretty dang good sim here, considering 923 parts. What's your computer specs? Uh, 9950X3D, Ryzen, 96 gigs of RAM, and RTX 5080, 6 terabytes over 2 NVMe's. Did you send the save? I usually don't give my saves out, PC. Anyway, no, but you wanted to see that. We see that. Let's go back to messing with the SSTO. Cool, I followed. Right on. Yeah, there you go, Tough Show. Yeah. It's a pretty damn good computer. Not enough RAM for Control Z. Nope. Yeah, it doesn't have N-body simulation, Hellfish. My current KSP project is flat-pack Starlink-like satellites. Been really fun. Had to use some mods to scale some of the parts. Yeah. Yep. Yep. All right. There's no black holes in KSP. So I couldn't throw Jeb into one even if I wanted to. Mods. So hello, you I don't think anybody's ever made a black hole mod for KSP, dude. And I'm not sure why you would make that either. Yes, there is. Why are you guys encouraging this behavior? Why are you doing that? Interstellar. So if you knew the answer, then why'd you ask? Your comment wasn't, you were asking about something completely different. I know. Why do you think I was talking to you regarding Jeb throwing into a black hole? What does that have to do with your comment? You guys are confusing me. I don't... All right. Okay. All right, so we have this thing. We should figure out some integration points. I'm just trying to think about like what would be the right way to do it. Or, you know what? I'm gonna start dissecting the pad here. let's start doing that. We'll start there. Let's take this craft file and we will make a new one called LV5 Block 4 Launch Pad. All right, so I'm gonna use my docking clevis part. Hey, Terrence. €2 super chat. Thanks, man. All right, so what's our starting part count? Our start part count is 995 parts. I want to redo this whole mechanism first, and then see if that helps with our alignment mechanism. We should be able to redo this. This is a way that was rushed. I know I rushed that. I think it's because I was worried about the part count budget. All right, so let me think about this and how we should set it up. What the hell is this? Oh. Decouplers. Or bicouplers? But what? Why would I do that? Oh. Okay, I remember. That has to do with the hierarchy of the box. You can't look in the box, chat. Sorry. You should revisit Archean? Yeah. Maybe. All right. Let's think about this now. How are we going to set this up? What's in the box? Don't worry about it. You can't look in the launch box. I'm just trying to see how I put this all together. So oh my goodness. I mean, it's kind of beautiful there, dude. Look at all that fun. That's great. Okay, so the two on the left have the two sets of beams that go up, and the two on the right have the two sets of beams that go down. Oh my goodness. What the heck was I doing? Now, the only thing, dudes, the only thing here is how do we... Okay, that's where I left off. With the clevis design, you can't do two hinges clipped into one like that, or at least I don't think you can. I did the smaller pad, I figured out a way to do it. And I'm not sure what I ended up going with, but we'll find out now. So let's go into the smaller SSTO launch pad. R10B is the one that we wanted. Ready? This one, what did we do? I think I put one... that's pretty smart. Thank you, Past DJ. That's directly connected to those two over there. I put 2 on the outside, and then for the transporter erector, there's 2 clevises on the inside. All right, cool. That's how I solved that problem last time. Excellent. 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 Hey, Wookie Skill, what's up, dude? Are you lucky to... Dude, long time no see. Are you lucky enough for all to be bound to action groups? No. I mean, it's Cal controllers mostly, dude. This song is depressing. It's mostly Cal controllers. Yeah, but I remember, like, dude, I got a pretty good memory. I remember how I put all this stuff together, like, and I remember the checklists too. I don't know why. I just, when you engineer it, you have it kind of memorized. It's a little peculiar, but what are you gonna do? I mean, dude, this was crazy. Are you saying Clovis? No, Clevis. Clevis. This piece right here. So I have a part that we made. I made this. This is my piece. I built this thing myself. So in Maya. So check this out. What this piece does is if you take a hinge, a G11 hinge, right? And you attach the G11 hinge to the bottom of this thing. And then you take the upper part, right? And you attach the upper piece to the top. It makes an armored hinge, basically. Now, if you take these parts and you hit same vehicle interaction, it's going to be using vessel collision now. It's going to use vessel collision to make sure that hinge doesn't bend. Ever. Ever. Because it's using gliders. It's a clevis. It's a clevis and a hinge. And that strengthens the hinge. And I tried to make it look stock alike. I tried to make it look like, you know, the hinges. I'm not as good as at texturing as Rover Dude is, but you get the idea. I want to implement this system in this design. So how do we do it? Well, first thing we got to do is get rid of those and then get rid of those. Second thing we got to do is that we don't really need these struts down here because the hybrid tech is going to be holding this in place. So now what we do is we take 2 of these bottom pieces, put them in 2 times symmetry, right? And then take another one, put it in singular symmetry. I remember how I spaced these out. And we got to make sure that the square hole, the circle hole is lined up. So that's lined up on the hinge. So that means these ones, in order for this to look good, they need to go right there. That's fine. Okay, fine. Get rid of that. Now what we can do is attach to instead of attaching it to the top of the hinge, we can attach it to the SRB instead. And then we take these bad boys, right? And we align them. Now, if we do same vessel interaction, now she ain't gonna move. The other thing that we could do, if we really wanted to get super fancy, is attach this to the top of the hinge. And if we attached it to the top of the hinge and then strutted it to the SRB, oh man, this thing's gonna be really strong. You know what? I'd prefer the SRB, actually, now that I'm looking at this. It helps us with alignment. Is this bench testing or just looking at old rockets? I'm... No, we're gonna be testing stuff. Don't worry. You're fine with both, though? Okay. I'm just building the reinforcement back in here with the struts. And just click that guy back into place. Cool. This right here is way stronger. It is way stronger than the design that was just there a second ago because it uses same vessel collision. These pieces actually collide. They collide with the parts that they're attached to. So that should reinforce that something fierce. It should be really, really strong. Now, the other thing is the bars to this are going in different directions, and that's going to be a little bit of a weird thing to replicate. Hey AJ, will you cover Flight 10 with NSF? So, Levin, guys, I'll be honest with you. I haven't been talking to NSF about doing much stuff lately. And the reason why is my spotty setup. That's the reason. The spotty setup. I don't want to commit to something for NSF and then have the setup go. If this computer craps out, I don't want it to screw up NSF. I want it to be my fault and my fault alone. So I'm not gonna do Flame Trench this Friday. That's not because of computer specs. That is absolutely because of I have some other things that I have to get done that Friday afternoon. I will be back for GTA Racing, guys, if you want. But yeah, Lev. It's most likely going to be just me. Yeah. So they understand it's just teething problems with the new setup. Yeah. I showed them that the motherboard caught on fire. Like, they know about that, dude, for sure. I actually don't think, except for Jack, because he was here the other day, I don't think many of them know that I, like, overhauled my entire setup. We should probably tell them that. You know? Like... Oh, yeah, Sawyer and Das know. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, they know, dude. We good. Yeah, Sawyer was here when Kennard was delivered, because he's my boy. Alright. So now the next thing that we need to do is we got to figure out what these are attached to. That's attached to the beam, and that one is attached... Okay. They're both attached to the beam. What the hell? They're both attached to the beams, but one of these beams is coming from the launch box, and where's the other one coming from? What is this attached to? Dang it. The center beam? What? Wow, dude, this thing is a spider web of freaking auto struts. You guys want to see something nuts? Right. You remember that scene in The Matrix where, you know, Cypher's looking at the Matrix and Neo's behind him. Neo, you scared the bejesus out of me. I don't even see the code anymore. All I see is blonde, brunette, redhead. So I'm looking at hierarchically how this was placed together. I weaved this into a web of auto struts. Watch this. Ready? Look at the damn launch box. It's all designed to be woven together like a quilt almost. Holy crap. Dude, look at it. That's actually beautiful. Look at that. Damn. As the kids would say, EJ was cooking on this one. Well, you're gonna get solo coverage whenever Starship decides to go, Nader. All good. Love seeing now EJ look at past EJ and say we can do better. Well, I can do better because I made the part. I made a part that could do better. And guys, you know what's crazy? This was before we figured out hybrid tech. I'm amazed we even made an SSTO work with no hybrid tech. So hybrid tech, guys, uses part collisions. In Kerbal, there's a feature here called same vehicle interaction or same vessel interaction, or SVI for short. SVI allows two parts that are part of the same vehicle to collide with each other. They can hit each other. In Kerbal, parts on another vehicle won't generally interact with other parts. So like if you have a vehicle and you didn't strut the wings and the wing does like this and it starts flailing around, right? And it goes through the fuselage of the plane that you're flying while you're spinning out of control, it's not gonna hit itself and blow up unless you tell it to. Believe it or not, same vehicle interaction is in the game because of me. Because I told Repo, the lead developer for KSP in like 2018, I told him and Maximal, the lead designer, that Unity could not make same vehicle interaction. I don't think you can do it. I don't think it's possible. And to spite me, in the next patch, they made it possible. I'm serious. Same vehicle interaction is in Kerbal because of me, along with colored lights. Yeah, RGB sliders on the lights, that was my idea. I gave C7 the idea for that, like, in 2013. Rebo's like, all right, man, wait till the next patch. I'm like, so, same vehicle interaction allows you to basically build hinges, right? I can make mechanical parts in Kerbal, and they can all be on one vehicle. How I did it in the past was to get same vehicle interaction. Like if I was making an excavator or something in Kerbal, which we did. If I was making an excavator, the wrist and the elbow would need to be different vehicles. And then I would need an air brake to push on them back and forth to get them to move. That was an idea that my buddy Jason Lee came up with, who still is around in the community. He doesn't stream KSP as much as he used to. I don't know, I haven't talked to Jason in a long time, but that doesn't matter. So that's how you used to do it. You have to undock it. I made robotic arms in stock KSP in like 2015, 2016, using the Stay Putnik and SAS on the arm to basically be able to maneuver the arm into position. And I built a space station with Kraken tech. We called it Crippen Station because it was cool. Because we like Bob Crippen, right? Now, fast forward to, when same vehicle interaction came in. When SVI got put into the game, that made it so you didn't have to undock something. You can just make hinges. So that's what we did. We have this thing called the spectro bearing, right? Which is a bunch of the fluid spectrometers, right? And that's basically a journal. And then you can use RCS balls as your hinge. You take a bunch of RCS balls and put them in a line. It makes an axle shaft so you can make hinges, right? We have that, and we have thermo bearings. They're all in my sub-assemblies over here. So there's your thermo bearing. Your thermo bearing is just thermometers. making a hinge. And if you attach this on one side of a robotic part and you attach the hinge on the other side past the pivot point on a robotic piece, and you tell them same vehicle interaction, well, guess what? You're going to make a hinge that is ridiculously strong because it's relying on vessel collisions instead of just the phys-x joint that the robotic part uses. Much, much stronger. So what I did was I made a specialized piece. That's why we made the clevis, because it uses what we call hybrid tech. The reason why it's called hybrid tech and not Kraken tech is because Kraken tech is the thing when it becomes two separate vehicles and they undock from each other. Hybrid tech utilizes same vehicle interaction. And the other thing is with hybrid tech, we figured out that you can have physics-less parts collide with each other. RCS balls, there's usually no way to get them, there's no way to get the reaction control system balls to collide with each other. Like if you right click, you don't have the same vessel interaction, right? If you bind it from an action group though, you can enable same vehicle interaction. There you go. And that makes all this basically jive together a lot easier. And then I made a specialized piece. These parts will allow you to be able to pick up stuff and not have the joint basically dislocate on your robotic parts, right? Got any more of those fancy mods? I would totally use a bunch of pins and dowels and guide rods. I mean, Wookiee, yeah, dude. Well, I only have the clevis piece. This is the only piece I ever made. I would model more pieces for you guys. I need a texturer. Seriously. I'll UV it, no problem. I need somebody to texture these pieces in stock alike. If you want to do it, dude, shoot me a message. And then I'll model you more pieces. Yeah, there you go, Kyron, right? Were you the reason we got fireworks launchers? No, that wasn't me. My two big contributions are same vehicle interaction and RGB sliders on the lights. Could make it a stream showcase to see what art style the stream likes. I want stock alike. I want it to look like it belongs. So I remade stock alike textures from scratch. That was me, but I hate texturing. I can't stand it. That is arguably why I failed as a 3D modeler. I hate texturing. It's such a pain in the butt. If you don't have Photoshop, it sucks. And because I know Photoshop. I don't like GIMP. I really don't. Everyone's gonna say, oh, GIMP isn't too bad. No, it sucks. It's terrible. The controls are horribly counterintuitive. No, I will die on this hill, and if you disagree, well, that's fine, but you're wrong. You disagree, well, that's all fine and dandy, but you are incorrect. GIMP was fine once I learned how to remap the controls to match Photoshop. Wait, you can do that? I retract my previous statement. Yeah, of course, Nova. Anyway, I would prefer to just find somebody to texture the parts. Well, that's cool. That's good to know, but I would prefer to find a texturer, guys. The amount of time it would take for me to sit there and remap everything to what I think is intuitive that would take a while. Again, you could try no guarantees, though. Yeah, I don't want no guarantees, Flykin, to be honest with you. I agree, it's annoying out of the box. Yeah. I think you can download a config that remaps everything to Photoshop. Okay, well that's good to know. Okay, Red 8, there are clearly other options, so maybe we'll revisit doing that sometime, okay?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Just got here. What we doing? I don't know. What the dog doing? No, you were here before. I know because I badmouthed you when the stream started up. Or was that yesterday? That may have been yesterday. Anyway, how's your mother? Hey, Liliana, what's going on? Tier 2 74-month resub. Where have you been? Okay, Nuclear. We'll see. Getting out of the military. Cool. Your last day is tomorrow. Well, there you go. One chapter closes, another opens. Good stuff. All right, how are we going to do this? Justin busy. Back to school for me. I start next fall for comp sci in NetSec. Cool. All right. Good job. That's cool. Great. Stay in school. You know how it be. That's what I always say. My mission mode 2 rules have not a refocus, not a changed around focus tree, but I forced unlocked some parts, John, for the mission mode saves. Because, like, why are rocket engines before a freaking I-beam in the tech tree? Right? So I mission mode 2 technically had a reworked tree, if you really wanted to know. You're going to go to Kitten Space Program. Am I going to go to it? I don't know. Maybe? Probably? Yeah? Really depends, man. I mean, probably yes. That's... I would say that's more likely than not. What is the KSA Town Hall? About an hour and a half. Are we crashing the PC yet? I haven't, dude, we haven't even broken a sweat with this thing, to be honest with you. This thing doesn't care. What I'm trying to do is bring back some of my old designs and then stress test the game. That one's actually in the right spot. Okay, so just doing some revamps to get this thing, the pad, a little bit more reliable. And yeah, then we go. This shouldn't take very long, guys, to be real. Like, it really shouldn't. So many games I must revisit. Kyron, it's not even that. It's the freaking projects so many projects that I have in KSP that I'm gonna, like, basically redo. Like, how many, so like the SSTO, we basically proved yesterday that this project, this design, all the analysis work that I did over a month was right. It was correct. What screwed us wasn't the fact that Kerbal can't hold up a 2,400 ton SSTO. What screwed us is that the physics simulation couldn't keep up with that part count. Your fidelity of simulation goes down with higher part count. That's something that this computer is teaching me. Something I didn't know when I originally upgraded from the Firebox computer to Rusty for doing Kerbal simulations, right? Actually, that was the name for it back in the day. So, Kyron, I want to visit a bunch of freaking projects because, dude, how many of my failed projects had good analysis, right? And failed because the computer couldn't handle it. Dude, we filled this thing up yesterday, no problem. It was easy. It was a joke. Like, how much of that is happening because of the, man. I had 2,600 parts in the scene yesterday, public servant at about 50% simulation. What specs do you got now? It's the pinned comment if somebody wants a more detailed thing, but I have a Ryzen 9950X 3D, 96 gigs of RAM, and an RTX 5080 graphics card. So how many of my damn projects didn't work? How many of the all those cool things that we did, how many of them didn't work because the physics was actually changing? Every time we went to do something like this. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. It's so frustrating. '24th is back on the table. Okay. Like, how many projects failed because of that? Mint chip, I bet you that one had something to do with it. The SSTO, Condor 9 pet. That's on me for not knowing the limitations of my hardware. But can it run Crysis? It can't run Crysis at Tal. It's too old. It's ridiculous. I have to say no every time. I can't watch Crysis. I tried. We tried to benchmark it the other day. What gets you the most of the new PC is the debris cloud simulation resulting from the breakups. Yeah. When will you learn? Baron, you need a suggestion. How do you rescue a Kerbal from Eve? A big rocket. Can it play Doom? Maybe. So basically you thought I'm dumb, but it wasn't even your fault. I'm dumb for not having the wherewithal of thinking that the physics simulation would slow down at 1500 parts versus 800 with the processor like that. Nice, Baron. I can't run Crysis, Keenbop. No, it's too old. You'd have to get some emulator or something for it, or something. I don't know. Hey, Pat, what's going on? YouTube Memby, check it in. There you go. Andrew Das was at the MBL today. Oh, I know. I talked to him this morning. Tomorrow, Axiom will be conducting suit testing in the MBL. Cool. Yeah, Baron, you said this before. Side note about Battlefield and Call of Duty, the Battlefield and Call of Duty fiasco. So Vince Zampella, all right, good name, is the head dev for Battlefield 6. He was the lead engineer on Modern Warfare 1 and 2 back in the day. Oh. Infinity Ward fired him in 2010 alongside other engineers because they didn't want to pay them royalties of Modern Warfare 2. EA hired him after the fiasco of 2042, so Battlefield 6 is basically a child of pure hatred. That's pretty funny, dude. That's how. What's up, man? I heard you talking about BF6. I was going crazy because the FPS was stuttering. Turns out I and many others had to turn on the EA app overlay and it doubled your frame rate. All right. That's very interesting, Etel. But all I'm gonna say is EA gonna EA, dude. That, yeah, yep. Geek, that's why the game is so good. Modern Warfare 1. COD 4 Modern Warfare is pinnacle. That game was so good, dude. Wookie, what's up, man? How do you get the panels to join the way you want? I always have issues trying to get the panels to join on the center of the edges and not on the corners. Sure, man. Yeah, here, check this out. Look. So you're doing something like this, right? And then, you know, oh, how do I... Okay. I attached it there. Is that right? Yeah, that'll work. Another thing you could do is if you hold left alt, you attach it to the node, then you know it's straight, then you could move it up. But, you know, how do you know you're going to get the spacing right between all your panels? You know, you're not going to make something like this. The key is absolute snap. So watch this. If I take a panel and I put it there, obviously it's crooked. So make sure you have gizmos enabled, right? Use the move tool, hit F, right? Hit snap, which is C, and then hold left shift, and it locks into place for you, dude. Look, I'm gonna do another one, watch. Absolute. If you gizmo with absolute offset on, it snaps to grid. It snaps to the 3D invisible grid inside Kerbal's editors. And the invisible grid moves on a 10 centimeter increment. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 1 meter right there. And guess what? It works with the other panel as well because they're well-made parts. I'm sure you keep getting asked this. Are you open to the idea of using visual mods like Firefly? I have visual mods already, Sawyer. I have, like, do you notice all the palm trees and stuff that are around KSC? Of course I'm open to them. I honestly haven't had time to install any of them because my computer keeps kicking the bucket, dude. How did you remove the edge joint balls? Those are the panels with the X's on them. The panels with the X's on them. The making history panels don't work as well. I do not believe they snap on absolute increments like the other panels do. Yeah, they don't. So with these ones, you got to snap it down and then you have a little bit of overlap. With the other panels, you don't. And that's just good. The other panels show good parts, like good part building versus it's not that this is bad. This works just fine. But I always like these panels more than those ones. I was gonna say, Sawyer, like, dude, of course. My encoding PC is not happy. But I think I've gotten the... You know what? I'm not going to say that out loud. It's working right now. Okay? So this is the pushing part of the hinge. This is the part that's going to need to be strong, because this is where the hydraulics are going to push the box forward and back. I was thinking about shuttle pads for you, and I think you should make the Dorito shuttle. Nah, I hate that thing. That thing sucks. I don't like that thing at all. Wow, okay. Are you talking about the one that wears the external tank as a mustache? It's cool. I just think it's so goofy looking, RJ. I can't. I hate it. I hate it a lot. Come on now. Sure these are absolutes now? Oh, I know I know what's wrong. Yeah, that's fine. Or you could snap these back up into position. What's up, man? Oh. Oh. Oh, seems we have gifts. One new mission mode on this PC. Let me figure out where the upper fidelity limits of the simulation are, and then I'll get the. Oh.
Logistics, Oh, and these are all super.
Is this steak and cheese with onions, peppers, and bacon? You have enough there for everybody? I mean, yeah, I do, but I'm going to gonna eat all of this.
Well, I seem to remember being told that we're on our own as for dinner, so I was like, "Hey, Brimo, what does EJ usually get?"
Guys, I might take 5 to
Enjoy some sandwich.
enjoy the sandwich. Where's it from? It's a Jersey Mike's. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. You still have fake EJ? No, I updated the displays. So that's like a half pound of meat. Yeah. If you can you guys just like give me 5 minutes? I'll just real quick break. Real quick break. You know, I'll be back in a moment. Okay. I'll just give me a second. Yep. Oh, I'm back. Hey, my, how you doing? I'm good. I'm good. Feel better? Oh. That I probably shouldn't have eaten that whole thing. That was not a wise thing to do. Speaking of not wise things to do, check this out. I was made aware of this while I was taking a break. You get the whole thing? Oh, food come on the way. You said it, brother. Brother! I'm alright. It was a huge grind, it, dude. I'm not gonna read any more into that. UK Space Agency. All right, I'll read it. The UK Space Agency will cease to exist as an independent entity to cut the cost of bureaucracy.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It will be absorbed by the Department of Science, Innovation, and Technology in April 2026. Government says this will save money. Save money. Pretty good. That's pretty good. I like that. It will save money, cut duplication, and ensure ministerial oversight. Those words, I don't think those words mean what you think they mean. The UK Space Agency will seek to cut the cost of bureaucracy, but also ensure ministerial oversight. I'm pretty sure they got a word for ensuring ministerial oversight. You know what it's called? The thing that they said decided these people are stupid. These people are not smart. Bro, it hurts to live in a stupid country.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Hey EJ, we used our new burp tasting technology to tell you just ingested one of our subs. Feel free to leave us a review or burp again to compliment your local Jersey Mike sub sculptor.
Okay, will do. In other news, I overheard something. There's some work being done in Baikonur. Tip show, when is Biturek coming back, dude? That's what you guys should be working on. Straight up. Where's Biturek? Ryan, what are you saying? This is the same government that wants to put the age of verification on VPNs because they didn't realize VPNs can get around their adult content moderation law. Dude, Ryan, just move here. Just move here. New England is kind of like England. It's similar-ish. Just move here, dude. You can live with me. It's fine. It'd be easier to get to Starbase. Just saying. Us, buddy. I'm in the Balkans. We are discovering the wheel. Oh, okay. Tipshot. Never mind. They need to build out Biturek if the Russians want to be taken seriously. Biturek is their new Soyuz 5 rocket. The Soyuz 5 rocket is all in-house, friction stir welded, ortho grid, RD171 MV. Pretty good, man. You know, it's good stuff if it's, you know, with that 2009. You know, hey, Russia, what do you want? States are passing around brain dead age verification junk. I don't think we're much better. You know, yeah, I don't know, dude. I just these people. One leading space scientist said the move would lead to disruption in the short term and the UK losing ground to its international competitors. Come again? Losing ground. Hey, Tim Peake. If you have competitors, you have to be competing. The agency, its budget and activities will now be absorbed into DCIT. It follows a commitment from Prime Minister Keir Starmer to reduce costs and cut the number of arm's-length government bodies known as Quangos. That's an acronym. Quasi-autonomous non-governmental organization. What the hell are you guys doing over there? What does that even mean? Starting with the abolition of NHS England. What? Nope. Nope. I'm pulling the ripcord. I'm done with it. We're not reading any more of that article. Holy crap. Dude. Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. They canned NHS England? Oh my goodness. NHS. NHS is their public health care. Nuker Noah. Okay, nuking the NHS would be like the abolition of NHS would be like getting rid of Obamacare over here, dude. Now, some people want that, some people don't. I'll let you guys decide. I'm not weighing in on this. That's bad for them. I just read they want to privatize the NHS. Works for us, ish. Bringing things in-house means we can bring much greater integration and focus to everything we are doing while maintaining scientific expertise and the immense ambition of the sector. Yeah, ambition. You see, you got a lot of that. Does it? Does it? I mean, I was kind of making a joke, but kind of not. But I kind of was, but I kind of wasn't. Like, Jersey Mike's a really good sub, though. I can confirm. I just had one. Isn't that great? It's good. It's good. All right, frick this article. You guys are a train wreck. Fix it, please. Okay. We don't even have Jersey Mike's. The best we have is bloody Subway. That sucks. And that's terrible too. Sorry. We don't even have that. We have Subway, and it's terrible. A Quango is basically a committee of people who know nothing about subject matter. Yeah, okay. All right. It sounds like oversight committees here. But then again, sometimes oversight committees, sometimes people know. And then again, sometimes oversight committees bring AI slop, like what Ted Cruz did during his confirmation. One of his confirmation meetings. You guys remember that AI slop? I'm sorry, Snivels. That's pretty funny. We don't even have that. We have Subway, and it's terrible. I don't know why that made me laugh so much. New Chinese project. It looks familiar. Not fun if you just copy it the whole time. This isn't fun. This is terrible. It's not fun. Make your own stuff. Damn it. It's not even funny. Like, just make your own, damn it. Anyway, I mean, it's a little funny. Wait a minute, it's got a T-tail and not a V-tail. Hey, brother, can I copy your homework? I forgot to do it. Yeah, sure, man. Just, change it up a little bit so it doesn't look like it. The last pulls. It did a test flight, by the way. It looks like they just crudely pasted a tilt rotor mechanism onto a helicopter. To be fair, tilt rotors are very safe and reliable technology, and you should just get rid of all your other stuff and just keep making those. They're super safe, super reliable. That's why we make them. Yeah, they should just keep making those. Yeah, just keep making them. They're so safe, so reliable. Such a great piece of equipment. Yeah, they should just make everything a tilt rotor. Yeah, so much better. It can go up and then go forward. Yeah, you should just do that. It's a really good idea. Yeah, right. Like, yeah, they should just do that. All their stuff should be like that. Yeah, no accidents. No, the front never falls off, dude. No, doesn't even need to be removed from the environment. Yeah, it should just keep making those. Yeah, just make more or something. Yeah, no, you should just keep doing that. Or, it's such low maintenance. Yeah, you never have to maintain it. It's like an M16A1. You just never have to maintain it. You don't need to clean it. It's fine. Just put it in mud and don't clean it. Hey Apollo, what's up, dude? You got a parts list for your new PC? Ryzen 9950 X3D, 96 gigs of RAM. I think it's DDR7. I didn't even know that was a thing. It's got 2 NVMe hard drives on it, NVMe solid states, one 2 terabyte and one 4 terabyte. And then we got, heading up the graphics card department, we have a PNY GeForce RTX 5080. Is it 5? DDR5 for RAM. DDR7 is in the GPU. There you go. It's got 16 gigs of GDDR7 RAM. That's what it is. Thank you. I didn't know that that was a thing. But yeah, that's the specs, dude. It's, dude, it's a monster. It is a monster freaking computer. It's pretty good. And, you know, to top it all off, you know, wait, where is it? We have polka music.
EJ in his rocket chair, blasting curveballs through the air. Space tape, duct tape, pull the tight, orbital mechanics all night. Wrench in hand, he'll fix a ride. 1995, finish pride, rusting balls, car reborn, screaming engines greet the moon. Orbit King, he's on the screen. Polka beats the punk machine, welding dreams and cosmic streams. EJ's flying through the sea. Vacuum suits and space news chatter. Satellite, they climb the ladder. Black hole, Morse code, and solar flare. He's the captain of these cosmic affairs. Restoration streams at dawn, turning trash to treasure strong. A hubcap here, a piston there. He's the Twitch king with the space age flair. Jebediah, don't you cry. EJ's here to touch the sky. From Kerbin's orbit to deep space flight, he'll build it wrong, but he'll get it right. We'll get it right. Don't get away. I spin in circles, I scream to the void. Afforded away.
This one's awesome. The other one's pretty good. I love this one.
It burns and destroys. Dance with the chaos spin till you fall. It burns and screeches the end of it all. Round and round until we crawl. This is the inferno, the polka brawl.
Song's so good, dude.
Your lies are balloons, they pop in my
No, I haven't.
top on the
RJ.
floor, leave no empty space.
It is pretty funny, Tessa, right? Let's get back to work, though.
Buttons clicking, hearts are ticking, heads are flying, skies are splitting. Dance with the chaos, spin till you fall. A bird and screeches the end of it all.
Are you covering the KSA town hall in 30 minutes? Yeah, as much as we can.
This is the inferno, the polka brawl. The tuba's a demon, the snare drum's a beast. The accordion's fury will never be ceased. This is a battle of musical faith. The polka goes harder than hell's unleashed.
It's Polkasonic metal propulsion. Sorry. That song is so good, man. It's so funny. Round and round until we crawl. EJ, have you been lifting weights? Why do you ask? Why do you ask? Yeah. Yeah. I like the little guy, but the big boy is your favorite. Well, I've got a good amount of parts out of the design here. And I'm working on the integration mechanisms. And I actually, King, I actually went and digging, and I found a lot of the, basically the last iterations and the last things that I upgraded with the SSTO before I figured out that slamming my head against a brick wall probably would produce more favorable results at the time. So check this out. I have the B4 revision. I went and found the most updated version of the SSTO. It turns out we were using the Mark III or the Mark II version yesterday. The Mark III version is even better. No, you don't. That one's better. So I started a Mark IV version, and we're working on the Mark IV launchpad, which uses the hybrid tech, my hinge. But I also found, I forgot about this, to be honest with you. I made a transport vehicle for this thing. So this thing could go and dock itself to the SSTO, right? And it could transport it around. It's an SPMT, basically. It's not an SPMT, but it basically is for the SSTO. And then I made it so the transport truck, right? Sorry, excuse me. That was the part of the sub coming back up. Thought that thing broke all the time. Honestly, I don't really remember. I used this to move the space shuttle around, which I could probably do that better. And then check this out. The shuttle the transporter goes into here, the payload changeout facility, PCR, orbiter processing facility. I actually engineered an entire hangar mechanism for this dang thing. I don't remember making this, but I did. I thought I never had one. Dude, me too. I made it. I know I made it. It has all my signature. It has all my signatures on it, like, processing facility, the update, cool stuff, like a to-do list. This was definitely me. I definitely built it. I have apparently we did it on November 16th, 2021. I don't remember that. You should fairing edit your gantry grain so the fairing the crate slides on are perfect. Yeah, they won't get hung up as much, yeah. This looks like a lot of CPU power. Well, Tepsho, the whole project was abandoned because the computer couldn't take it. Well, it was abandoned because I thought my design was bad. The reality of the situation is that I engineered an entire SSTO and the only thing I actually screwed up was the stupid landing gear. See, that's your problem. 2020 to 2023 doesn't exist. Yeah. It was late enough that it got erased by hate. Pretty much. So I'm working on eliminating, toning down the part count. Almost said that. Toning down the part count and building out a just frankly more robust and reliable launch complex. I thought the pad had issues with the recovery rocket reliably and meant to be recovered after X amount of flights. With these, RJ, it won't. It won't drift with these things. Yeah, it won't do it, which is quite nice. So we cut 50 parts out of the design. We were at 995 and now we're at 943. So what is that? 52 parts? Yeah, cut 52 parts out of the design. This design is going to be stronger. Can I have the parts, please? Maybe. Is this too much wing? Nah. Nah, it's fine. How come your clipped parts look good and mine look terrible? Absolute Snap gets them perfectly aligned. Weird questions. The past week I'm doing some design verifications at work, so I spend 7 to 8 hours in my chair. Then I come back home and sit at my desk watching you and playing games for another 4. My back is now killing me. Can you share with me how you survive the 10-hour streams? Also, knock on wood, bless your back. I'm moving my feet around, dude, and I sit up straight. I sit up straight, you know, and if I'm hunched over, so like, oh, hold on. Camera doesn't want to work today. Give me one sec. BTS cam, come on. There we go. So if I'm leaning in, right, like this, I push my back forward. Because if you're doing this, if you're hunching over at your desk like that, like this, you will destroy your back. Ask me how I know. So you gotta sit here, and then you have to have a good chair with good lumbar support. I always have my lower back getting pushed forward, or I'm pushing it forward myself. And then I always move around, move back like this. I move my feet around like that. I play the double bass during streams sometimes. You know what I'm talking about. All right. What a battle station. It's pretty good, right? It's pretty good. It's pretty good, dude. BTS cam's fire, dude. I love that thing. It's actually super handy to be able to like talk to you and not like be like just on the main camera there. What I play Kerbal with, dude. Yeah, chat did it, Baron. I had nothing to do with it. I mean, having that extra screen real estate is super useful, dude. I have all the music and then the specs for the encoding PC up there. So I have cam running, music is there, OBS is there, Twitch, game, YouTube chat. Discord's over there on the far left, and then I have Starbase Live and NZXT Cam for this computer up there. It's empty. Have you tested the guitar with the new setup? No. No, I really haven't. BTS should be a nice view for Friday night racing. Maybe. Proper mission control, of course. Don't make me tap the sign. How are the temps in the room? It's 73C right now, Baron. So what's 73 or 73C? No, I'd be dead. 73 Fahrenheit. So what is that in C? 23 Celsius. Looks like an actual mission control station. That's what I was going for, dude. I don't have the sign just because it makes me feel better. Did you fix the cooling issues in the garage? Not really. No. Do you think we will see like a Flight 1 repeat with the first Block 3 flight? No, I think Block 3 is going to work, dude. Garage cooling issue fixed. Wait for fall. Basically, that's where we're at, yes. Roof vent help with garage heat. Didn't you think that Block 2 was going to work? Block 2 does work? Oh, force yes and no. Probably, but I don't feel like going up there. Do you feel like going up there? Ernock is still here. What are the specs of the monitors? So these are Samsung 27-inch curved, 1, 2, and 3. That's an old Asus monitor. Is it a 24-inch or something? And then I got a 4K Acer monitor here. Did you build your Lego space sets or are you keeping them sealed? I built them. Yeah, all right. Okay. I'm curious to see how this pad works now. Just to see if I remembered everything. We should put the Master Cal controller in there, yeah. Thank you, Hibbit. The other thing I really want to work on is this, but yeah, we cut 50 parts out of the design using the strengthening hinges. That's pretty good. There we go. All right, let's put this out. I plan to move my setup out to the garage once I insulate the garage door and install a mini split, but here it is before we moved cross country. More or less the same now, but with an added custom cable management board. Whoa. Dude!
Discovery, going
Scott
on.
Park! Thanks for the prime sub, dude. That's... Zonku, that's awesome, man. That's fantastic. Hey, why are you not watching me? What the hell is this? You're cheating on me? Dude, that is a freaking vibe, though, for real. That's awesome.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What's this? How many screens do you need? Yes. Huh. Is that Allison? It's Allison. I know her. She's cool. He's watching your bald twin. It's pretty sick. Pretty sick, dude. Yeah, it's a pretty cool room, just saying. I mean, that's the same room circa, this is the same room circa like 2007. Apply? Apply? Opening media accreditation for multi-day events to introduce America's newest astronaut class. I'll just watch it with you guys, dude. You could spend 72 hours in a fictional universe, for example, like Star Trek or Doctor Who or Knight Rider. What universe would it be and why? Why does it speak to you? Thinking. Poison, that's really what I'm kind of turning over in my head. Do I choose, like, I was gonna say like Fallout, but you sure about that? You sure about that? You know, like, that's a good idea. I don't think that's a wise decision. Your father kind of sucks. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, perdongadonks. I'd kill for Night City and Trauma Team Insurance. For All Mankind, maybe. I was about to say Star Wars. What's your new configuration? What's up, Marlboro? I redid my entire setup, dude. The new configuration is that thing. Chat, my moderators ganged up on me and built that freaking thing for the streams. Got a Ryzen 9950X 3D, 96 gigs of RAM, and a 5080 graphics card. RTX 5080 graphics card. 6 terabytes of hard drive space, 2 terabyte and a 4 terabyte, both NVMe. That's the specs, and I'm using KSP to abuse it, or try to. It really doesn't care. Halo? Maybe. Are you gonna watch the KSA Town Hall? Yeah. Congrats, dude. 6 setup. Thank you. Yeah. Pretty good, right? Ah. All right. Well, we got that KSA Town Hall that we're gonna watch here in a second. I've seen that. Yeah, wind gusts, dude. I was gonna say Star Trek and then just spend 2 days on the holodeck viewing everything else. Not a bad idea. That's a pretty meta, Zonku. I like that one. That's a good idea. The Hoots are invading. All right. Let's see. Like KSP on the holodeck. Let's just, we're short on time, so I'm not gonna put this out by the BAB or anything, dudes. I'm just gonna send it. Well, it didn't explode. Yep. It broke, but it didn't explode. Pilot is confirmed outright from an F-18 crash off the coast of Virginia. Oh boy. Yeah, right, Andrew. Right. I'd like to see Coruscant. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, right, Clayton. There you go. The food coma's hidden, dudes. Oh, the food coma's hidden. I have no regrets. Town Hall is starting up. Is there a link to it, Baron, or is it just in the Discord? Like, can we get a stream of it? What is the launch box for? Launch box. It's a reaction frame for an SSDO. All right. Oh, they got a stream. We got 8 minutes till they start up. Will you stream the town hall? Yeah. It's not a missile launcher, despite what you might think. Why aren't you a part of the town hall? They didn't ask me. There's other stuff coming in the future, though. Don't worry. We need a better locating mechanism for this thing. I have access DCB, yeah. I haven't played it on stream, though. Wow. So, fellas, in the other design, I built it to accommodate, like, for better or for worse, I built it to accommodate hinge stretching. Look. So, the entire design would be stretched here, and this thing would be flat. That's how much slop there was with a non-hybrid tech version of this. What ended up being the issue? I don't know, SVO. And to be honest with you, I don't know if I fixed it or not. We've narrowed it down to an idle process. Something that happens when the computer isn't doing anything. So what I'm gonna do is leave the computer on. I'm gonna leave Rusty on overnight and see what happens. I was thinking more Kerbal. Nova, I really don't want to commit to any particular schedule just because of the potentially unstable state of the computer. That makes sense, dude? Curious how you were able to enable secure boot on an X58 motherboard. I wasn't. I wasn't, Rarest. My system specs need to be updated, and I would have gotten around to it if I wasn't busy troubleshooting problems all the time. Those system specs down there, way out of date now. There's basically no slop in this at all. What's our control point? 0.4 degrees off. So now we back the SSTO up, attach the back of the SSTO to this, and then turn it upright. Did you hear about the fire aboard the USS New Orleans? No. All right. Let's see what's going on with Rocket Works. If you guys don't mind, I'm going to stay tagged under KSP. I'm pretty sure anybody that likes KSP is going to...
Oh yeah, presumably people can hear us. How was my mic coming through? I think it was crackly last time.
But it's very clear.
Crackly.
I can hear you. What's up?
Hey, Lynx. Let me just grab a few more people. We're live on Twitch as well.
Hello.
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 Okay, Tor. I'll think about it, but I need somebody that's more experienced, dude.
I don't know. Did we figure out how many people the stage holds? Oh, I guess we're restreaming it anyway.
Yeah, it's currently
Like,
getting streamed on
really?
Twitch. So we have capacity. As for how many people can actually watch it in the Discord stage, it's that nebulous number based on how many boosts the server has. So it is a number.
You know what? I'll join the Discord, dudes.
Dylan, you might want to do a plug on how you're capturing questions. And those of us on the stage, we can probably open up the question thing.
Not funny, died Tor. It's not funny, man. Hang on. I'm just making a new scene real quick, okay? It's so I can capture the Discord.
I think most people are probably here.
We should have 2 mechanisms for recording, so it should be, touch wood, foolproof. There'll
Might be
3
worth
ones.
doing an at everyone in announcements. Just to catch any people not using the thing. And you can do an
Stage,
embed in that. So yeah, I do an at everyone in announcements, and that will just grab those who haven't clicked the little buttons. So just sort of maybe while we're finishing off with that, just to give everyone kind of a broad overview of where we're in the middle of our industry pre-alpha, so we've been mastering builds and just handing them out to a relatively small group of people, scientists, people who work at space organizations or companies, and a few content creators and stuff like that. So one advantage of that is that it means that we don't have to spend a lot of time in the town hall sort of showing where the progress offers and stuff like that, because we're not necessarily really great at that. And you will have noticed that a number of content creators have actually posted some videos and stuff like that that are really good and do a really good job of sort of demonstrating where the game's at, what we've been focused on, and what we haven't. So that my hope is that's made this a lot more efficient than last time, because we can really sort of stick to, I suppose, more traditional town hall type stuff and get into things and stuff like that. And I see, Dylan, you have done your announcement.
Yes.
Maybe we should kick off then. So the first question I can see here is next milestone. So Sva, or is that Fiverr? Says, what are the next big steps for Kitten Space Agency now that a pre-alpha is out and an alpha is on the way? What are you going to spend more time working on? Are you going to spend more time working on the foundation, or start heading towards content such as parts, solar system, and that? A really good question. So we had our last steering group. Our previous steering groups have been various states of nebulous sometimes. Part of that is because a lot of game development we found at the studio is about finding the fun. So it's about sort of poking a few directions, figuring out what's working, figuring out what's not, particularly figuring out where the challenges are with a view towards our pillars. And we've kind of settled a bunch of things in terms of how we're approaching stuff, and things have been working out in some ways that are really good. So we focused on those. So our next milestone we're heading towards is all around vehicle parts, particularly heavily how they're rendered and how they're put together in data, and then that will flow on from there. I would say we're going to be in pre-alpha for quite a while, so even once we come out of the industry pre-alpha, then we might go into a more open alpha, which would... so I think we're a wee way away from what I would, consider an alpha, or quite a wee way away from that. But we're working towards, and you probably, if you look through the changelog, you'd see that a lot of the things there are the kind of things that we think that we'd need in a public pre-alpha. And one of the important parts of having it relatively closed is, and I'm sure many of those who are in the pre-alpha who are in here listening to it now will attest, there's been just some gotchas that have happened when people booted up the game. We had an issue with Bandicam, which caused a hard crash when you started it, that we had to get around. So there's just been a lot of little things like that, and that's been why it's really important to have a closed off thing. Did anyone else want to attack that one?
Yeah, Theory, I'm here.
If it's just me talking, I'm going to lose my voice.
I'll talk. Shoot.
Shout outs to Mara for fixing the Bandicam stuff, and a lot of us, it's a good fix.
No, I think that's a good point there, Dean, is like, if people are like so keen to get their hands on it, we needed to do it slowly, because, it's untested. This is the first time we've had something from Brutal go out, so we just have to slowly build on the group of people that are using it, so that we're not just overwhelmed, I guess. But yeah, that Bandicam one
Okay,
was a really good
Tinkerbird,
one.
I'll do that.
It just showed an example of it, because it only really affected, one user who happened to be Scott Manley. So, in a way, that was good. But yeah. And
I feel like
which
that's a recurring
turned out to
pattern.
be.
Like Scott Manley is the first one to find some bug. Like it feels familiar.
It was, yeah.
And it was a hard crash at the start of the game as well.
Yeah,
Before
exactly.
it even booted.
So that guy that just said something about Scott Manley, the guy was like, "Oh, of course it would be Scott Manley." So, fellas, that's Harvester. That's the guy that invented Kerbal Space Program. See Harvester right there? That's Felipe. He invented KSP.
So whenever we started the game, it would cause a crash due to how we're doing things now. The problem is, like, technically on their side, but we did put a little band-aid fix just so people can use Bandicam.
Yeah, so that kind of I think that, do we think that answers the question? Yeah, so the next milestone's a pretty exciting one for us all, which is looking at vehicle parts, starting a lot with the groundwork that Morrow has done with instance part rendering, and basically starting to layer in Daishi's work that you will have seen posted in dev updates. So I bully him every time Daishi posts something in our internal Slack. I'm like, have you posted that to dev updates? So I'm sure you'll be getting lots of dev updates happening.
Might further expand on that. So the main focus of the next milestone is about
just want to clear
parts.
things first with the boss. That's all.
The rendering of parts, and but that's not the only thing that's happening in the next milestone. That's the main focus of the next milestone. We've got a few other little
quite an exciting stage. Looking really forward to once I finalise the blocking out and the style of parts to get into the texturing. I think that's where a lot of the character of things start to come together at that stage. So definitely going to be a pretty cool milestone for me.
Yeah, so Daishi's backgrounds with Universal Storage, which I really liked, and sort of just helping us blocking out bits and pieces. And I know, Jamie, you've long wanted us to get onto the parts, haven't you? So it's kind of good for us to be.
Yeah, once we get the rendering of parts happening, and then we'll start working on the data and the architecture, and then there'll be a whole bunch of stuff that flows on from that. But yeah.
Dylan, maybe you want to pull some questions out.
Yep, we can get into the backlog there. There were some of them get into really nitty-gritty features, but you'll see how you go with them. Astro Cricket asked, are there any plans for fleshed out comms networks, like dishes, etc.?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm a former signals officer, so we've joked about it a few times. I think Jamie was like, was saying I should do that. I absolutely, like, I'm a massive fan of remote tech and mods like that. I think it's super important. We try and thread a balance of putting in lots of options with also making it really difficult for us to have a cohesive vision. So this is something we spent a lot of time with on Stationeers, where, early on we were just throwing in options for everything, but it became very difficult for us to put a cohesive experience together that we could actually kind of test. I don't just mean test in the idea of just booting up and make sure it works, but actually test the experience as delivering the fun that we wanted and stuff like that. But yeah, I think that's definitely one of those things that we'd allow people to turn off, or there's actually with mods like remote tech and other ones like that, there's a lot of options that you can have to tweak the experience, whether you want latency in and stuff like that. So I think that's definitely something we want to do. Oh, someone's editing the questions to cross them out as we go. That's fantastic.
Yeah, no, Simon beat me to it. Thank you very much. There was one in chat that I thought might be interesting, or might be a curveball you'll hate me for asking, but Sam Huck asked, hi there, would you folks talk a bit about how you if you experience siloification in your software, some of the development sneak peeks have given me the impression that the KSA team has a lot of very smart and awesome specialists, but how does that translate into effective code review, avoiding bus factors of one, etc.?
Damn.
How does a specialist in X review code of specialist Y and Z? Is it a problem?
Damn.
We don't do a lot of like we don't hold code for code reviews typically, and we don't have people working in branches a lot. We try and have I was posting some of our coding standards in, I think, the modding and the veterans chat maybe as well, for a couple of people who have access, just to give us an idea of where we're coming from. I don't know, does someone else want to answer that? I feel like I'm talking heaps. And
I think that got covered a little bit when we even the last steering group, we had that sort of mini cross-functional team with talking about the work that both Jamie and Stefan were doing towards the next milestone. There was that really convenient overlap of Stefan looking at the sort of vehicle-to-vehicle collision stuff at the same time that Jamie was doing the ship-to-ship rendezvous stuff. So there are times when people end up working together on features and having to sort of interact with each other's systems that have been built.
Yeah, I don't think that's really been a concern or issue so far. And to be honest, like, you know, the way we operate, we all know what everyone's doing. We all sit in Discord talking to each other while we're working. So, I mean, it's not like people are working in silos at all. I'm a big fan of not having to do code reviews if you don't need to. Like, seriously, we don't need them. We've got smart enough people in the team that we don't need to concern ourselves with all that overhead. I mean, you can just end up crunching on branches and code reviews and not actually getting any work done.
Yeah, and I mean, if you break the build, your name is on the commit, so yeah.
Yeah, it's quite often been me a couple of times. Actually, I think I've literally broke the bill in debug at the moment, although I'm blaming that on MGUI. But yeah, so I think that a lot of the code gets heavily reviewed, but we don't block the submission waiting for someone to scroll through it, because I have found that for a lot of projects that process becomes kind of perfunctory. So basically you just run out and you grab someone and you kind of twist their arm, or that commit is really needed, so someone just goes in and just releases that commit just straight away. It 100% works for a lot of projects, particularly community ones or ones that are very stable. You want to, block someone's commit before someone's had a chance to review it, but we kind of do it sort of afterwards. So if someone's committed something, actually, I think Blackcrack's Ferk commit was something that I had broken, and he fixed it, like literally, I think in his first few hours. So.
That's a good point. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just gonna comment. Like, yeah, code reviews are important. Like, if you have stability as a primary concern, that you need to maintain like a working build before anything else. And right now, like, the project isn't old enough or public enough yet for that to be the main priority. So it's not like changing production code on an online service or something. It can get much worse, I guess.
Yeah, I was going to add that, ultimately we play the game, and all the work people are doing is immediately going into the game, and we basically test it and give feedback. We don't like to just have somebody make a theoretical library around a feature, and then like, oh, hey, maybe someone later will use this, and then it'll get feedback. It's when people are doing work, it's for things that need to go into the game.
Do you want to pull another question out there, Dylan?
Yep. Jimmy Joe 2024, and I think Nova about the same time, had asked something about progression in the game. What type of progression will KSA have, and will it have probes before crew?
So I guess I'll start with it.
That's a good question.
We are to pull out the thing I think we say a bit. We're doing still doing a lot of the boring work, and which is sort of the groundwork, which you could see, and then a bunch of quality life on top of the boring work. In terms of progression, I think there's broad alignment along most of us that we are that we want to make getting to orbit and make various milestones feel really special. That's been wrapped up as one of our confirmed pillars of wonder. So we want you to have that sense of wonder. That first time you get a suborbital flight and you get that kind of goosebumps, that should be followed up with things that make those goosebumps even more, like, music and, sound and visuals and all of that kind of stuff. I'm also a really big fan of this mod, Final Frontier, which actually gives your Kerbals ribbons and stuff like that. And I think, so I think progression comes in many forms. There's obviously the tech progression, which, because, we're experimenting with trying, making it so that you're going to really care about your crew, which is, I'm a massive fan of Propofol crew and stuff like that. But alongside that needs to be a bunch of other stuff. So, that building that sense of wonder, having an ability for you to celebrate your Kerbals your kittens being good. How many times am I going to do that during this? And stuff like that. Yeah. So we'll have, and then also, I think of our original design document, we actually talked about the kittens, but then Kerbals getting better at their job based on their progression. Someone else was going to say something.
I think that that was one of the, and I realise now that kind of touched on one of the topics that I'd wanted to sort of cover early, and that was one of the first questions that got asked in the Discord thread was Alien Agent saying what kind of specific plans or wishes the developers had for colony building and interstellar travel. I chose that one just because the colonies questions come up a lot, but it's a good example of a part of the game that's so many parts removed from what we're currently working on that yeah, like what Dean said at the start about, at the moment we're still sort of working on that foundational stuff, so we're not even, it's really easy to sort of go down a brainstorming path of all the incredible things you could do, especially when you've gone the path of using brutal and stuff to restrict how many constraints you end up having to deal with down the line. Then the world becomes your oyster. So you do kind of need to maintain some discipline and making sure that you're working on the bit that's next, not all the things that could be.
I think we were. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Felipe.
Oh, sorry. No, yeah. Actually, it's funny because I was just annoying my wife earlier today about exactly this. Like I was saying, how like to me it seems like it's a really good idea to like make the first public build available like as it is, precisely because it's so foundational and there's like the bare like necessity features only at the moment, and gameplay is still like largely all in the future. So like the good thing about that is that it avoids exactly this type of pitfall that like KSP2 kind of set up for itself, like with the trailer and all, like in how they started off by saying colonies and interstellar travel and all that, and like they began by saying like this is the bare minimum to be considered like releasable, which is a very dangerous thing to say in a game like this. So like releasing like what we have at the moment is kind of like I think it's the only way to make something like this work, because then it sets the like there's no expectation anymore. There's only like a baseline and ideas for the future. If that makes any sense. Yeah.
That's actually what you did with KSP as well, and
exactly, yeah. I mean, KSP evolved like that.
There we are.
Naturally, and I think it's the only way a game like KSP can happen is by gradual evolution like that.
I think I was going to say the same thing. With KSA, it's about let's just get what are the main parts of KSP that we loved, and let's get things working and running, and then, like Dean said, let's find the fun, and it'll take us where it takes us.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I don't like to set these long-term goals of, we're going to have interstellar and we're going to have colonies. It's like, we'll just find the fun as we go. Like, if it happens, it happens. If we have colonies and interstellar, great. But that's so far down the road from where we are right now.
Full disclosure, I hated interstellar and colonies. Well, maybe not colonies so much. Interstellar travel in KSP2 never really rang right to me.
The game.
Can we
I
get
could, but I
some
tend to get
subway
really
surface on the side as well?
I just want to stay on that point that you guys were talking about while someone's sorting out this to stream the game. That I remember sitting down.
You guys have any questions? I
one
can
of the
ask Heitner a
first,
question
maybe it
right
was
now.
the first or second time we sat down in front of a whiteboard to discuss all of this, and obviously we've thought about, and even back then we were thinking about all the colony and interstellar and all that stuff all came up in this big initial discussion about hey, what is it that we're going to do. But then we were all fairly pretty on board when we were going, cool, that's not something to think about now. You don't sit down at that point in front of a whiteboard and say, we're going to have colonies, we're going to have this and that. A lot of that comes, I guess, you take it for granted. But then even now, however long later, we're still not ready to sit down and be like, cool, this is the plan for that. We're all thinking, hey, we need to get a really, really solid base that's fun, and then inch forward and work all that out from there. And it's just, I don't know, it was just giving me flashbacks of that first whiteboard session that we're doing.
I think one thing that's good, and hopefully it comes across, is we are previously in the town hall. I think we really had to swat away a lot of stuff and say, we're doing the boring stuff. It's too early to talk about that. I think the more and more gameplay is on the horizon for us, if that makes sense. And I think if you look at the progression of when we watched the first batch of videos that came out or streams that came out from the content creators, we reacted very quickly to a number of those. So we realized, hey, we actually really easily can chuck a bunch of stuff in for Rendezvous. It's just not something we'd done. And it was very easy for us to start getting that in because we realized it was actually really fun to do Rendezvous. And we had 2 vessels in there. And it was also a great demonstrator of the stability of our Kepler simulation and stuff like that. So I think the good news is that we'll start to see more and more iteration of that. I'm conscious that we haven't got through many questions.
Maybe we should tackle the one I keep seeing that keeps coming up about. Are you going to release on Linux and are you going to release on Mac OS?
Yeah, so we've the Brutal team operate on Macs, Linux, Windows. So the core Brutal side of it always supports those things. But for us at the moment, we're only shipping Windows build. And, we do try and make best efforts to make sure it can run on Proton and stuff like that. But a lot of it is about simplicity. So at the moment, our builds are mastered semi-manually as we basically get together the entire process. Oh, Zenoith, if you push F1, there is an FPS counter.
It's also
I'm reading the
build,
chat.
so it's not going to be super representative.
Say again?
He's running the debug build.
He's running debug?
I launched from Ryder.
Oh
my god.
I totally got distracted. Oh yeah, so at the moment we're just doing the Windows build.
We're getting everybody's waivers now. I pressed the wrong button, sorry.
As he's not playing debug now, that's good. Yeah, so I don't know, did you want to tackle that any better, Jamie? I feel like I butchered it.
No, I think you've covered it right. So, as Chris, I think I saw Chris talking about it in one of the chats. So, yes, the developers, us, the Brutal guys, some of them have Macs and some have Linux, and we try to make it run most of the time. But it's not a priority right now.
Yeah, because it adds time to the build. Yeah. The build process is actually really fast at the moment, but there's still a deployment and stuff like that, and we're still going through the whole process. Like last night, I added it so that we read our changelog and actually ship our changelog as JSON. Maybe you can open that up, Mason. It's file and then version history. in the middle of doing your orbital
I
mechanics.
don't know about
so you can
console
see
ports,
here
Chris, no.
we're actually including in the game the change log
I
and
turn
stuff like
Harvester
that.
down? Yeah,
so
sure.
that all has to be baked into our
I
build
had him
process.
boosted from a past
We're not
meeting,
currently
dudes.
cooking our data, so we're not packing the data together. There's actually a few modders that are already trying to mod the game. They're having a lot more success modding the game than I actually.
So, fellas, just for what it's worth, Rocket is Dean Hall. Dean Hall is CEO of RocketWorks. Hypemare's his right-hand man. That's the guy I talked to the most. That's the DM that I opened up. He asked me if we have any questions. I've been asking him here, so you guys don't need to see the conversation between me and him going on. Not that there's anything in there you guys wouldn't know. I'm pretty straightforward about this stuff. Repo is an ex-KSP1 lead programmer. Harvester, right there. He invented KSP. Yeah, invented KSP. The game that I've been playing. This one right here. Yeah, his idea. Yeah, he invented it. So there's a lot of talent in this area right here.
Early mod loader work, do some stuff. Is just, we're like, oh, we want to do more and more and more and more on that. So, a good example is we want to do a mod loader API
Harvester
so
as the
that
lead developer.
just to give us redundancy for the
my buddy
future. So even
Maximal
if we implement a couple of things
Felipe, when he left
now,
too, as the lead designer.
we can put more of them in later on.
I don't think Max is here though.
Did you want to repeat that, Dylan? I was flying. I didn't hear it.
Oh, the question.
It was around API. So it was what kind of API implementations
The question
will
was
be
what
possible.
kind of API implementations will be possible for potential usage in the industry and STEM applications, and will there be a built-in way to round-trip flight data and craft control to external programs?
Yeah.
Yeah, Brutal allows for that. It's pretty good.
So, a good example would be mod loader. Another good example would be Kubelois.
Dylan and Rocket.
No, I can hear Dean, and
Yeah, I'm still good. Some people in the chat were saying they're having audio problems as well, but I've heard everyone's fine.
Sounds fine to me.
we are breaking the Discord.
I think some people are not hearing other people. It's like a peer-to-peer issue.
Yeah, it's a Discord problem for sure. I think I have suggestions for next time, but we'll talk about it later.
They're after the same game
Yeah,
that's
so
KSP, Alex.
basically,
that's what they're gonna do.
Yeah, good examples of early API integration would
kinda hope
be
that it doesn't, though,
being
because
able
that
to
means
swap in and
I'll
out
have employment.
components. A lot of that is
Is
going to
that
have to be
bad?
heavily working with the modders, which is going to require
you got
us to
any ideas on
actually
that?
rip and change some things out and stuff like that.
I think Discord is not sending everyone's sound to everyone, so a lot of people are confused right now.
Yeah, everyone's been cutting off quite early when they're speaking to me.
We could pivot now. What we should do
been
is
so much
redirect
TV, it's
everyone
been
to
quite
Twitch,
strange.
kill the stage, and put us
Yeah,
in
I
a
think
private
we
Discord
basically
channel.
Discord for some people.
I don't know whether that's a good idea right now. Just because it would be a bit disruptive, that's all.
I do wonder if killing the stream,
This is like
same stream might help.
self-rating ourselves on Twitch, isn't it?
Yeah, do you just want to kill your stream, Mason, and just see if that makes any difference?
Okay, copy. I hear you for the first time.
Well, it's working already.
Dylan, can you hear me?
Yep. And I think if
can
anyone
hear
is having audio issues, feel free to jump over to the Twitch, and hopefully that's a bit
People
more
are saying that
reliable.
it's back and it's much better, so I think whatever that was, it's back.
Stardust
I mean,
Airspace.
I stopped streaming.
Merci
so
beaucoup.
Discord
You
was
made the
still not
mistake
like
combining two
sending.
Discord features.
Como se va, mon
It was
rey?
doing it before streaming, I think, though.
Yeah.
What's going on,
Yeah,
Raiders?
so
How are you?
API-wise, that's broadly how we're focusing on it, is that we want to layer in a lot of those things. That's going to require us talking with modders, figuring out what's easy. Some of the stuff is going to be done later, and some of the stuff will be done sort of earlier, just kind of as needed. So if you can imagine, we kind of build the interfaces, we build the API to need to integrate, we might put a couple of examples in, and that provides future proofing for if we all die, the studio dies, and that the game can still live on because stuff can be clipped in and out as APIs come and go. That got dark at the end there.
I was going to say, I hope people's sound came back just as you started to get into that.
Jesus.
We're all going to die. Nothing is permanent, you know, etc., etc.
A lot of people in this
except your
Discord channel.
interfaces.
That's right.
Your interfaces live
So,
forever.
Stardust, this is the Kitten Space Agency Town Hall. This is the spiritual successor to KSP. There's a lot of ex-KSP1 developers over there in this call. And KSA is the new thing that they got in the pipe. And we're, I thought, you know, being under the Kerbal category, people would probably want to hear this.
I feel like Stefan should answer that.
Also, they answer your questions about
yes,
entropy of the
early
universe and how
elements are
time
obviously
is, everything is
100%,
temporary.
Planned. We're not working on that quite yet, just because we have a bunch of other stuff to get through. Like, if anyone's been watching the community, like the content creator streams and videos, like our collision with the ground isn't very good. You can actually just fly through other vehicles.
I
right
have
now,
the
so there's a bunch of
pre-alpha.
stuff
I
on
should
the
probably
basic,
play it
just
on
interactions so I
stream
can
for
get
you
through.
guys so you guys can see it.
But it won't be very long, I think, before it starts to become like a pain point in the game that there isn't like a real like aerodynamic system. Right now you just have only drag and no lift. So yeah, there's I know there's people throwing suggestions in some of the Discord stuff, and this is something I've been wanting to do for a long time. So I think the day is not crazy far in the future where we'll start actually putting that stuff together. As far as the building side, I'll throw that back to Dean or whoever wants to take that.
I mean, we had a lot of ideas in terms of the building. That's actually one area that I think a lot of the procedural parts are really good. I love building aircraft in both Kid Hack, which is Felipe's game, which everybody should check out, but also in KSP as well. I had huge aeronautics programs in my KSP games and stuff like that. So I think it's something that we're a big fan of. I believe it fits in really nicely with a probes before crew approach, because the history of aeronautics is fascinating. You know, one of my probably favorite vehicles ever is the X-15. So there's a lot of union, I think, between what we want to do with the game and aeronautics. In terms of what that's actually going to look like, I actually think, you know, we can come back to what Jamie summed up before, which is we try and focus a lot on. We have these ideas about what. Sorry, is that? There's some funny gifs being posted, or images, emotes being posted in the chat. But yeah, so we focus a lot on what we're the mechanics that we're adding, and then we iterate. So we might make a hypothesis that you know, this would be fun to do aeronautics wise, and then we actually get it together quickly, try it out, and see how it goes.
A good example of that is, you know, I had a lot of preconceived notions about like time warp, you know, from playing KSP, and you know, when we talk about, you know, gameplay around satellites or, you know, keeping the attitude of something, it just wasn't even in my mind as like, hey, that might be a really important like gameplay feature. But you know, once we see Stefan, you know, having you know,
that was my
infinite
question,
time warp,
Aquilix. That's what
aircraft
I was about to
attitude,
ask Hype
then
Mayor
all
on
of a sudden
stream,
I'm like, oh wow, you know,
but I decided you guys probably wanted to see the gameplay
satellites,
footage instead, so I texted
you know,
it to him.
that'll be an actual reachable and, you know, fun gameplay thing, and we couldn't have seen that before we saw it.
We were leaning very hard on that limitation as if it was a feature, weren't we? Like all of us for like 10 years.
I think so, but also that also takes you something. So, you know, and that's a good example. I think we've figured out something good, and we've figured out that's really cool, and I love where we're going with it. But we also then need to see how does it feel in playing, and how do we need to do other bits and pieces as well to layer it in. It's that iterative process, and I think we're all really on the same vibe there.
All right, Stardust.
Where we sort of put something
Thanks
in,
for the
we
raid,
try
buddy.
it out.
I'll talk to you later.
And then give genuine feedback on it. And I think even our remote team members have just been super good at doing that. I know it's really hard sometimes for Black Rack and Lynx to like connect with us, but I think they've just been doing a really fantastic job. I sort of don't know how that's gone for them, because time wise it doesn't really work well for a steering group. How has that actually been going for you, Lynx? Here's a question from me.
What, from working on the other side of the world?
Yeah.
It's had its challenges, to be honest, but it's how I've sort of operated like professionally the entire time. So it's not like it's completely new. I just get my head down and get on with it. Funnily enough, the only time I speak to these guys is on the stage here. So this is my second time speaking to everyone. So hello. But no, it's not too bad.
From my perspective, it seems like BlackRock and yourself have really good alignment. The work you're doing seems to be exactly aligned with what we want to do and how we want to head. And you seem to have just clipped in with a whole bunch of the standards and approaches we wanted to do effortlessly. At least that's how it
I don't think
seems
there's
for
any
me.
console plans right now.
Which has been fantastic.
I think having BlackRock on the team quite a bit before me was good, because BlackRock's definitely the more experienced out of us two. I mean, he's got his own niche, right? But because we've kind of worked together with KSP modding, we've not like collaborated on anything, but he released his volumetric clouds for KSP and then deferred. And then I had to catch up and implement stuff to work with those mods. And, so we've been working together kind of for quite a while. So us both being on the other side of the world means that we can talk and we can work things out whilst you guys are all sleeping or whatever, or whilst you're up at like 4 a.m. talking in the general chat. But yeah, we've been getting on pretty well. It's cool.
And you've also tackled some of the things that we sat down, saw, but we're just kind of like, face palming, like, oh, I don't know how we're going to find the time to deal with this. And then we wake up and you guys have started looking at it.
Yeah, I'm having a bit of a headache right now trying to fix the terrain jittering, but I'll get it done over the weekend, hopefully. It's just complicated.
Yeah, the gift that keeps on giving there. Maybe we should grab some more questions.
Yep, I'll kick us in. This might be a bit of a gimme, but Astro asked, will loading times be 20 minutes or 3 hours? But seriously, will the loading time be fast?
I mean, it's super fast. I think if you go look at some of the content creator streams, you'll see that it loads very, very, very fast. There's several reasons for that. We don't have a big tool set to work with. So if we don't have a game engine. So everything we do is designed to do something. So there's like no bloat at all. You push play and writer. There's no editor. There's no game scene. There's none of that kind of stuff. We're also using the latest C#, and plus a whole bunch of stuff that the Brutal team have added in for us as support. And so we do parallel loading. So when you start loading, we actually spin up a whole bunch of workers to try and load everything. And everything gets loaded at once. Now, obviously, in many cases, there can be blocking, so you can only grab one thing off the disk at a time. But there's a whole bunch of other processing that happens in addition to loading stuff off the disk. I don't know, Morrow, you fixed up my spaghetti code on that. Did you want to give... Because you made it run so much better. You made me look bad, actually. Well, actually, no, I do a pretty good job of making myself look bad.
Yeah, the loading process right now is fairly simplistic. If we want to keep it super fast, I think we're going to be able to do that effectively, and I'm not too worried about it. There's a lot that can be made faster, and it's already pretty quick, and we're already loading very large textures and a lot of content.
I was going to say, coming from Stationeers, which is a Unity project, which has a lot of data to load, it's night and day to work on. You can iterate so quickly because you're from writing code to running the game in 15.
Yeah, and also I should probably add, compared to KSP itself, which it ran on Unity and had to do all of its external asset loading on top of Unity and around Unity, that was probably the primary source of lag and slowness during loading, was the fact that Unity has its own built-in asset loading stuff, which is just it's there if you're loading like normal game levels, but that's all for like built-in like pre-baked project assets. If you want to load stuff at runtime, especially back then, you had to write your own loaders from scratch, and that has to run as game code on top of everything else. So like KSP was notoriously bad at loading stuff efficiently. So it's almost like almost an invalid question, I would say, because it's so different that like it's like a blank slate. Loading stuff right now is like um, it's just like what Unity would do internally that we wouldn't even have access to.
Yeah, I wanted to. Yeah, maybe we should also, once and for all, talk about. Well, we've done it before, but I see people asking the same questions in the chat about, oh, what challenges are you facing building your own engine instead of using Unity or Unreal? I think we need to we're not building an engine. We need to be clear about that. We don't need a game engine to run or to build a game. Game engines only came along like 15, 20 years ago. Before that, games were written without game engines. And that's pretty much what we're doing here. We don't need a game engine.
So we,
And
and that's why
we're not building a
like,
game engine.
Yeah, we like to use that word framework. So there's a few Brutal engineers in here. The Brutal engineers are the ones who work on that framework. And that's the idea, is we're really just providing this assistance to kind of piece together stuff. Actually, and maybe one of our next town halls, it might be worthwhile us seeing if we can grab a couple of the early modders like Lexi and that, who've actually, because they'll have an interesting perspective coming in completely outside, not even having access to the source, but being able to decompile it and stuff like that, and start to look at how things go together. They'll probably have a really interesting perspective. But we don't get a lot of the convenient stuff. We don't get handed a lot of the stuff. I've described Brutal as being really, really good at making you know what you want to do. You can't really accidentally do anything with Brutal. So when I wanted to do the stars, I knew exactly what I wanted to do, and it was actually very quick for me to do it. But there was a high cost in terms of knowing what you want to achieve, and that we actually think for a game like KSA is actually really important, because that's a forcing function to make you really think through what you're doing. And I think that's true with how we're approaching terrain, Stefan's physics stuff, and things like that.
Just to throw one more thing on the original question, which was on loading times. Once again, I think a lot of it comes from being in the mindset of what KSP used to do. Like, not having scenes is such a game changer. Like, just, you press right bracket, left bracket, and you jump from a craft that's around Jupiter and then back to Earth, and it's just instantaneous, and there's no hitching, there's no loading. It's all just loaded at the same time.
You're baiting me, aren't you? This is bait.
Well, I mean, no one even talked about the seamless nature of our.
Yeah, because people didn't want to drive me on a big rant. I'm not a fan of game engine's obsession with scenes, and it's a shame, because actually you can have a concept of a scene without going as far as Unity or Unreal does. It definitely has its place. If you're making a first-person shooter, you'll have like your level and stuff like that. But it's people have got in their head this idea of, okay, but
sure,
where's
Yarn.
the center? And it's like, when you start an application, that when you start Chrome, there's no like 3D center in there. If they wanted to draw a 3D model, they can totally draw a 3D model if they wanted. So we got to, by starting with this framework, from scratch, we got to think about, well, what is the paradigm for our game? And I've used the term immediate mode rendering, which I don't think is necessarily entirely true, because we do retain a lot of stuff, but mostly it's very much where we are rendering each frame completely independently of the last, which means that you can just be looking at the Earth one frame and then be looking at another another planet in another frame completely. It's very contextual.
I asked about the scene
in terms of
things.
our rendering, and that's possible because we break that mode. There's no paradigm that we're having to fit in like with Unity, where it's like, okay, well, you've got your scene, and you know there's a 0-0 and stuff like that. And
Yeah,
that
that's a
has
really
thrown.
important distinction. Like
Yes,
there is
no, it
the
is.
concept of world space as such, any more than like just a like coherent coordinate space for you to convert stuff like from one frame to the other. And it doesn't need to be anything more than that. Like in Unity, you're forced to use that as like your home coordinate space or something like that.
So there was a good relevant question from Media's chat that's probably, there might be a few people asking, does not having scenes mean that having a base on the moon will affect your performance launching a rocket on Earth?
It
No.
shouldn't necessarily. Like not having scenes doesn't mean you need to load everything, including stuff you can't see. You can load stuff as you approach it, which actually even KSP used to do for vehicles and stuff. The scene is really just this kind of like more like comprehensive concept, right? Of this container for a compartment of the game. It's really like it's a concept that was designed for game levels, for games that have levels for you to go from one to the next. In a simulation type game, like it really doesn't apply. So, but yeah, to get close off the tangent, I guess it does. It shouldn't impact like performance that way. If it does,
And in
it's
fact,
optimization
it,
problem.
it unlocks more options for us to solve those kinds of issues. It makes multi-threading and rendering a lot more complex, but with a lot more options for us to solve stuff. And I suppose one of the biggest things we did was cleave the rendering and the simulation completely separately. You know, the vessels, the planets, everything is off, living in its own little world, doing its things. Much of their work is done on threads, and then occasionally they get asked to draw themselves almost as a distraction on a camera. And when you think about the sheer amount of stuff even that's in there now in terms of planets and stuff like that, very few things are really having substantial amount of stuff drawn on them, and an object can really draw itself completely differently contextually with no effort and no loading. If a camera asks itself gets asked to draw a celestial object onto it, that celestial object may be so far away it goes, okay, well, I'm just going to draw myself as a sprite this frame. So it just goes to our instant sprite renderer and says, hey, I've got a sprite here. And all it's passing up is a normal, which, you know, is floats once it gets to the GPU, and then a packed value, which contains color data and size data. So when you think about that, that's extremely low touch to achieve that. If you were trying to do that in size Unity or Unreal, you can totally do that stuff, but you're going to be jumping through a lot more abstractions. You're going to be preparing this component and that component, and you may have to have some loading or instantiation. So we can kind of cut through that.
One thing I also want to add on that
Yeah,
is that I think people are used to the because of KSP, the way it worked with the physics engine and a bunch of other stuff. People are used to just in those games, if you're just even in the presence of another thing that has a lot of parts, like your FPS just grinds to a halt. And so I can understand people worried about, oh, if that's happening on the moon and it's still loaded, like what's going to happen? But that is like definitely not how KSA will work. So we will have like everything that is like just settle there and doing its thing. Just like being around a thing that has a bunch of parts will not be a huge performance hit by itself. At least on the physics side, we can talk about rendering, but even that we're going to do, I think, quite a bit better on that front. So like you should be able to have many things that are happening all over the solar system with like reasonable performance all the time.
Yeah, I'm itching to say something here because I was watching EJ stream yesterday and he was playing KSP1 and he was testing his new rig out and he had all these planes lined up on the end of the runway and trying to test how many can I put and what's the hitching like and everything. And it's like, and I'm just sitting there thinking, yeah, we're not going to have any of these problems because we're not going to use PhysX, right? So I think I commented in his chat like, well, that's not going to be a problem in KSA because all those vehicles are just sitting there on the ground. They don't need to be running any physics to do that. But in Unity, they do, because you're forced to live within the system that Unity provides, and so PhysX is running on all of those things when you don't need to. They're not interacting with each other or anything.
Yeah,
for that matter.
It's not to turn it into a sermon, but it's it's perhaps a good example of like paradigm capture that I think Jamie was talking about with game engines. So a lot of people are like, oh yeah, but once they do part physics or whatever, because people tend to only be able to think of physics in a game by talking about really a very small fraction of physics APIs that were actually designed for a very specific purpose. But when you think about it, when does, say, flight physics begin and, our Kepler, physical interactions begin? When does the math end and the physics begin? I mean, it all flows together. It's all physics. The physics is the applied mathematics. So, and I think that's better for people to think about in the head. There might be chances when we want to solve our physics in a more detailed way, in which case we might bring in a physics API to do that. A great example would be if you're really close to something and you want very fine details. That's a good use case for something like Jolt or Bullet or maybe even physics to handle that from a solver approach. We actually have a solver approach for a physical problem in Stationeers, which you should go check out. If you do, go check out the beta, like and subscribe. Could we post a link in chat? So we actually added flowing water to it. And instead of our old approaches, we actually use particles as a water solver to let the particles roll around. These little spheres, you can actually see them roll around and find their route. That's a really good example of using a API as a solver. It's not replacing your physics approach. Yeah. Anyway, that's the end of my sermon on that topic.
I guess to summarize that, it's like, everyone's stuck in their game engine paradigm of Unity and Unreal, but we're not using Unreal like Unity here. So we're going to solve things differently, in a different way, because we're not stuck with that paradigm.
Yeah, I think another example that you can point to is, for example, something like DCS, the flight simulator, or even Microsoft Flight Simulator, or whatever. It's like those games like have a bunch of complex stuff happening, but it's not like the existence of other planes elsewhere in the world causes everything to grind to a halt. So we intend to be much more like that.
Maybe we could do a quick fire and try and just smash out really like easy ones, just to at least give people some kind of answer to some of their questions. So someone said, should the base game life support be expected? Absolutely. I mean, we have some of the, premier life support, one of the premier life support modders on the team. And it's certainly something I'm extremely passionate about, to the point of being annoying. So yes, that's 100% yes. I'm trying to go through. Our functional IVA controls planned. One of my favorite things was missions using only IVA. There are a lot of very cool interiors. Absolutely, and this was something we thought very early on. I actually got my start in video games making aftermarket cockpits for Flight Simulator X and I think Flight Simulator 2000. So I've got a lot of experience actually building those, and I'm very interested in the cockpit type stuff. That leads itself extremely well into our instance-based rendering work that's actually already in KSA. You can sort of fool around it. We're just waiting to get our pipeline and process going for parts. That will be able to apply to the interior cockpit. So if you imagine having a data structure in XML where a modder can come in and say, okay, this is the base mesh that I want for my interior, but they can go in and position a whole bunch of interactable switches around the cockpit. We get a massive bonus because we can be drawing those switches. We can just have the mesh once. Think of all these little switches, and in your mesh, you actually have them all replicated. You don't need that. You can just have one of them, send that to the GPU. You can even leave it on the GPU. You don't even have to send it every frame. You can just send it to the GPU and say, hey, could you hold on to this, please? I'm going to use it later on. and then send the stuff in there.
Hello? Dean? I haven't dropped any frames, have I? You good here? We dropped the Discord call.
Arrange them in my little fourth screen that I have below the main one, and it's placed just so that it's like slightly ahead. Setup happening, and yeah, it's really cool.
I think I mean I'm a super nerd with that. I think I bought a being like, did you buy a plane part? And I'm like, no, it's for Flight Simulator. But actually, one thing we were thinking about maybe doing, and this is just a pie in the sky idea, as a way to get revenue with the game being free, is we were actually thinking about, could we make actually little parts that like little devices that you could use that would automatically work with the game. Little screens, little dials, and stuff like that. I had actually worked on making SciTech, if anybody remembers that company. They produced a bunch of little LCD panels for Flight Simulator. Just before I left Bohemia, I actually wrote a plugin that would was the last thing I did in C++ that would work with those. And actually, I got them working better than in Flight Simulator because I got it working multi-threaded at great pain. Unfortunately, it never came out, but that let you use those in Armor. So I think that's something we're definitely very interested in that stuff for sure. That was supposed to be a quick fire question. Oh, yeah.
Here's a quick one. Will we be getting procedural parts? If so, how would that work with the subpart system? Yes, we will, and we don't know yet. There you go.
We will. The only caveat I'd add is I think a lot of us agree that procedural everything can be a bit can take away a little bit from the soul and the feel of it. I would say certainly there's some great examples of things that are really good for procedural. So wings, fairings and stuff like that. The other things might be better dealt with in some cases by allowing you to edit the parts by using subparts and being able to stretch the interiors of them and things like that. So I think you won't see necessarily procedural everything, but we certainly think there's some prime candidates. We also want to do some cool stuff like having hoses inside the parts, and Morrow actually made for Out of the Rail, one of our other games that's been in development, a really good system we can use there. Are you still confident, Morrow, we'd be able to, when it comes to it, make that do our hoses for connections?
Yeah, I don't think it'll be a huge problem.
That'll be awesome. Another quickfire question was from Sky Kerman. Will KSA support a headless mode? No visual, controlled by a script mod. You might have been the one that posted that in chat a while ago, and I was like, damn, so I wrote it down on my list. Yes, absolutely. Really not that difficult for us to do at the moment. It's actually a build process issue. I probably want to make the game actually be able to export a build that's a console app. Additionally, you'll be able to actually tell the client that you want it to do that too. That's what we did for Out of the Rail. So we actually had a dedicated headless dedicated server build that would only run in console mode and was actually quite stripped down. But you could also tell any client to actually boot itself as if it was that. There was a slight difference. But yes, absolutely, that's something we want to do. Does someone else want to grab a...
Another one. Enan asked, have there been any considerations to how docking will work with high part count craft? Like I've got 2 ships of 40,000 parts each. I think we've answered that already. So if you've got 2 ships with 40,000 parts, there's actually only 2 parts that are interacting with each other, and that's
You know what?
the parts that
I can answer this by
Yes.
saying,
Yeah.
go buy stationeers from Itch. Please someone link the Itch store because we get more money from that. And make sure. Wait, do we deploy the beta to Itch? You get a Steam key on Itch anyway. Do we
Yes.
deploy the beta?
Yes.
I'm just thinking. Anyway, you should play the beta of Stationeers, which has our terrain update. Very important. That shows you being able to simulate, even using Unity, like 20, 40, 50,000 things. We have each each grid square, it has full atmospheric simulation. So hopefully that gives our bona fides of, hey, we can actually handle that. That's even though it's quite old in a lot of our approaches.
What's up, hey?
This is us with the brand new C# with
Excuse me for a second.
brutal engineers supporting us and stuff like that. So I don't have any concerns on that stuff. And the cool thing is, our milestone that we're working on now will be a fantastic demonstrator of that.
And I could add something there. Thinking that question I think comes from like a very KSP like originating mindset, I guess, where every single part in every vehicle that you could see around you had to be fully simulated, including physics and joints and everything. So that's not a really good like benchmark, because that is like absolutely like the worst possible scenario for like simulation workload you can have, and none of that is a thing just inherently. Now that like we get like authority, I guess, to like make everything as we want it to be, instead of just around the limitations of what you can do.
Yeah, so I think that's perhaps another touchstone to kind of what Jamie had started talking off about is that we've broken free a lot of the paradigms. That's not perfect. Like that means we have to do a lot of stuff, but one of the benefits we get is that we can sort of deal to that stuff a lot easier. There was another.
Do we want to talk about the multiplayer thing in the corner of the room?
We do, but I was trying to just smash out some of the really easy ones.
The easy
so that
ones?
people...
These are the easy ones.
Weather was a good one.
I don't think there's going to be. It's
so,
physics.
Mortal says,
sure.
will weather interact with your vehicles and be something you can have to plan missions around, or are they just visual? I know when I'd last talked with BlackRack, which was a while ago when he was starting to look at weather, very keen on doing that. I think, Stefan, you're keen on that. You don't see any potential... Well, I mean, obviously there's always issues with stuff, but I think we're all in agreement that weather should have some impacts for the player.
Yeah, absolutely.
ASA, bro,
I'm imagining like if you're trying to land your like space plane, through a thunderstorm, like it better be turbulent and then better be a little bit challenging.
Wind shear.
And you can check out BlackRack's. You can check out BlackRack's Patreon to see the work that BlackRack's done previously with KSP. If you've been living under a rock in the KSP community and haven't noticed any of the work that he's been doing. Someone asked...
Down with the guy. Down!
Any chances of getting some Discord-rich presence integration and stuff like that? Would be cool to see people's flight status in Discord. Absolutely. I actually wrote a custom implementation of Discord integration for Out of the Rail. And I will say this as politely possible. I did not like Discord's approach to documentation in their SDK. They have since changed it, to be fair. That was very difficult and a very unpleasant period of my life. However, we've got that. And so, yes, that's something we very much want to do. Anyone? I've been talking a heap. Dylan, you can think of any other good, really quick fire ones we can smash out?
I mean, you're really good at turning non-quickfire ones into like a good long answer. So We could go to the rest of the team.
that's
Something like Nova Raptor asks, you guys probably researched a ton of aerospace concepts for KSA's development. Which one was your personal favorite? Anyone but Dean is allowed to answer this one.
Crickets?
That's a really advanced question.
That's a really difficult question.
I feel like
where do you
only
want me
Stefan
to
can
go?
answer that one, right? Or maybe Jamie.
Do you
He's
want
got his big book.
Do you want me to talk about all the different maths things? I mean, aerospace? Well, I mean, Stefan came from the aerospace industry. Maybe he answers this one.
I was going to say, I think I'm disqualified because it said for KSA, and I had to draw out my job.
You told me for this one, yeah.
Okay. Then there's a similar. Sorry, go.
I personally have been reading through NASA documentation from when they were doing the Apollo flights, so that's been interesting to read through.
I have a bunch of NASA Apollo documents and stuff that I've referenced frequently. But lately it's just been a lot of math papers, not necessarily aerospace papers. But I guess in a way they're solving astrodynamical problems such as a closest approach solver. I'm currently we've been researching that with Zach, our resident PhD, who's not here. But yeah.
Now, I'm not answering it, but I'm building on that, which is a good example of that would be why we chose the coordinate system we did. The handedness was to align closer with your source documentation from NASA.
Right, because in the real world, they all use right-handedness, and we got sick of everything was left-handed under Brutal and Vulcan, and so we got our Brutal guys to fix that for us, right, Chris?
Yeah, we flipped it all sideways.
There's another question here, which is, will there be a system to launch multiple rockets at once? That also listen to your inputs. Yeah, so I mean, the great thing that we've got at the moment is, and this is the work that Stefan's been doing with the little flight computer, it's all really supportive of stuff like being able to layer in Kerbal OS and stuff like that. So systems like that will be very possible for you to be able to schedule burns and stuff like that. All super possible.
I also actually, to answer the previous question just briefly on the aerospace side, the one thing I did enjoy, I actually legitimately did pick up for KSA, was the shuttle crew operations manual. So if anyone wants to see like how real spacecraft are flown, it's when I was looking at interfaces and stuff.
Oh, I want that.
It's a neat little read.
1,100 pages.
I actually
another good one. The
science.
netball.
Go ahead.
Sorry, another good one is the netball. The discussions we had about the netball and what's real and why it looks the way it is. Right.
Doggo.
That's because every time I did something, Stefan and Mason and Simon would say it's not good enough.
Yeah, 1,100 pages ain't that bad, Liliana. That ain't bad.
Needs this.
Maybe it wasn't
a joke. Wow, nobody laughed.
Actually, I have an example from Stationeers where we had to implement some thermal radiation stuff, and we ended up using the Stefan Boltzmann law, which ends up doing this like thermal radiation, and there's something that happens to the fourth power, and basically after playing it, like a lot of the thermodynamics in Stationeers was happening too fast, and so we decided to modify physics to make sure that the game could be fun, and we brought that fourth power down to like a square so that players could appreciate
2,700 for legal reasons. Don't War Thunder forums us.
Slide to slide.
Don't do that.
Did anyone else see any other good questions from the team that they wanted to tackle?
I was just laughing because the Discord, the Confluences joined the ranks of Discord and seemingly can't handle a bunch of people chucking comments on stuff at once. I don't think it's necessarily a small one. There was a question earlier about different propellants and things like that, which I don't think we kind of covered that side of. We haven't really thought about it yet, but I expect that if we were talking engines, there would be a system to support different kinds of propellants.
Well, if they grab the beta for Stationeers, you can actually make actual mixed rocket fuels and launch rockets in Stationeers now. Very advanced. and actually in Stationeers we've talked a lot about, so we're adding, not for this next update, for the one after, we're going to be adding a whole bunch of rocket fuels. What was the specific question around the propellants?
Let me find it. Didn't you make it so that welders and stationeers behave differently with different fuel mixes?
They do.
as
There's
well?
actually an achievement for that.
Yeah,
put
Stationeers
NOS
is
in it.
like you, instead of playing as the person in the rocket, you're playing as the person managing the launch tower.
KSA is sponsored by Stationeers, which is actually a reasonable segue into a very easy question, which is, while you won't be releasing on Steam, do you have any plans to bring it to other stores such as Epic Games, simply use your own launcher, both, or something else? One thing that so kind of as an almost joke, when we were starting the industry pre-alpha, I posted an announcement channel saying, hey, if you're part of a space company or organization and you don't have access, hit me up. I have had hundreds of emails, many hundreds, heading to higher than that, from people, from scientists, from people who work at government, from many institutions you'll heard of. The most adorable thing is actually people, I won't mention any of the places, because just because they're wanting to try this stuff out doesn't mean their organization necessarily, it's not an endorsement, so I'm not going to mention any of them. But anyway, some of these organizations are like very well-known scientific institutions, and it's really adorable when they're trying to explain to me what their organization is. I'm like, yeah, no, I know what that is. But that really underscored to me just how many scientists and stuff like that are really passionate about this kind of game. And that's why we really just want to make sure that there's not barriers to several things. The survival of the project outside of even the studio. If you look at the history of what's happened to our beloved KSP and what happened to Felipe particularly, we don't want that same kind of stuff to happen. So I really think getting KSA to as many people, we say that
cool,
games can inspire and inspiration should be free. And so we want to look and find other ways to make sure that we can keep people paid, get the resources on. And I really think it's very important we find that. So the problem I have with some of those other stores is they're really just poor versions of Steam. And I really think I want to see a game like KSA to be free of those restrictions and actually think about ways of making a forever game that can clip in and use different APIs as things come and go. Yeah. I don't know. Did I take that one right? Do we have any Awu people here? Maybe they could take it.
There was a comment in the Twitch chat that I said to Alyssa, I'm mad they didn't phrase it as a question because I could have used it, because they said, I used to be so critical of Stationeers and thought you guys were going to abandon it when Icarus came out. You changed my mind about this a couple of years ago as the passion continued to get spilled out to Stationeers and your vision was becoming a reality. Thanks for being an awesome dev and dev team. I just thought I'd chime that in there.
Felipe is Harvester, Ryan. That's the guy that invented KSP. Yeah, Harvester's on this dev team, by the way.
With doing aren't easy. Yes, it's hard. Yes, there's a lot of risk around our approaches and things like that. But that doesn't mean that it's not important. Just, in fact, sometimes if the thing is hard, it might mean that it's actually kind of important. So we have to try some of those things.
Just one down a little bit from that, which is kind of related. Aaron asked, any ideas if the game will ever be open sourced, or even if it's a case of open sourcing it due to end of life? And I sort of added that one to the list. It's basically you've answered it, except that a difference between, this goes back to game engines and stuff, like it can be really hard to open source a game built on other people's technologies. I mean, I'm probably speaking for Dean, but if KSA made it, its end of life, like, yeah, there would be no technical reason or legal reasons why it couldn't be open source. So that's another thing. People get upset, like, oh, why isn't this game just made open source for us now that it's dead? It's because legally they can't, So we're sort of
we have some issues with. I think Fmod would cause us some issues. But I have actually thought about, well, that doesn't necessarily, we can still provide the source technically. Anyway, it gets a little bit murky.
Yeah.
But I have thought about putting a Dead Man switch in that I would stash somewhere that would just dump the source if I didn't respond to. Actually, we should make it an email. Then guaranteed it would get distributed while I'm alive. I'm not very good at answering my emails. Dylan, other ones that we want to cut through. Should we talk about multiplayer?
You can if you want. I just thought because it came up because there'd been that first commit of Aaron doing that sort of first implementation of multiplayer. So some people were asking some questions about it. I know we've sort of discussed it before, but just in terms...
multiplayer is actually not something that worries me too much because we've actually got a lot of experience with it. With Stationeers, we actually stopped the whole project for like 9 months and completely redid our own custom multiplayer implementation, which has worked fantastically. Don't run it in Steam peer-to-peer, though. Steam peer-to-peer is garbage. You do have to connect it in directly. Someone asked about, do you guys plan on multiplayer time warp working? We've very much settled on the idea of a shared time work. So think about it like a paradox game where, the host can say, hey, anyone can change the warp, but we all go at that warp. Or, you ask for warp and you vote on it and it happens, or only the host can set it and stuff like that. It simplifies so many data things. It simplifies UX things. So that's how that will be working. Did we have any other ones that we wanted to cover?
One of the first questions that got asked, and it was kind of a plant because it was from Fluxpoint, but I think a lot of people have wondered and it's relevant, and I know we've addressed it a lot, but I'll give you a chance to speak on it. It was simply, how can I contribute?
It's a good question. I think we don't really have a good mechanism to contribute at the moment because I think it's really dangerous. There's just been a few examples in the industry lately where people get very excited about an idea, and then while they're excited about that, they kind of pull this thing over the ear. So our view is that people shouldn't actually be able to contribute until they can try it. That's a better way to do it. So we won't actually be opening up our formal contributions process for people to be able to give money to support the project until you can actually download the build, which we think is just really foundational to establishing a solid future. Definitely would encourage people to try out Stationeers, to try out KitHack. You can go to there and check them out. I would say, unfortunately, Felipe doesn't get all the money from KitHack, but hopefully we can sort that out. So just, follow Felipe, keep an eye on the future things that Felipe will do and stuff like that. But yeah, with Stationeers, you can also try out Stationeers. You could try it out for a couple of hours on Steam. That definitely helps. Otherwise, wait for our public pre-alpha, and then you can make your decision then on the facts of how you find it and whether you think there's alignment. Some of the decisions we make are not always the greatest decisions. We'll often make decisions because we have to. If you buy KitHack and you don't leave a positive review, I will come to your house and hunt you down.
In Minecraft.
I can say that. I don't get anything from it. So, I'm just saying that. Other questions?
Okay. I mean, we can jump back into some of the other ones. Sorry, you go for it.
This is a good one from Marco Fixer.
right.
What struggles are you finding with the current gaming industry? The biggest frustration I have
is by a long shot.
The gaming community is kind of a zeitgeist, tends to talk itself into outcomes. So people say things that are sort of true, but not fully. So here's something that's true, but with a but. Piracy isn't something developers should do much about. But that doesn't mean that piracy doesn't hurt sales. We know that last time, but via a bug with our meta server, there was a brief period in time when by pure accident I was able to tell that there was a version of Stationeers that was only available on a torrent. And it was more popular than the base game. So more people were pirating Stationeers, which is a very niche game, than were buying it. or had, were playing it. More people were playing it on a pirated version than on a bought version. So I simultaneously think developers shouldn't be actively doing things against piracy, but I also think that people say, no, if I like the game, I'll buy it and stuff like that.
Accessibility, that's the key.
So that I think it's
make it easy to get it.
Oh, sorry, you want to say something on that, Felipe?
No, couldn't agree more. I would just say, like, piracy, like you said, like, it's not that it doesn't hurt, but as a developer, the only thing you can do about piracy is aggravate your honest players.
Yes, that's a really good way of summarizing it. So KSA is kind of cutting
call.
out the middle person there and saying, well, why spend all this money on DRM and stuff like that? Why do all of this work there? Why not just do work on the game and say, here's the game? And if you like us, you want us to see us keep doing work, and you want us to hire more people like we have and pay them better and stuff like that, then support us. Which is what streamers have to do, what content creators have to do, and stuff like that. So the biggest issue I have in the industry at the moment is gamers sort of talking themselves into outcomes. So people saying, ha ha ha, the AAA is having a terrible time and indies are the future. Steam is just like the Hunger Games, where, one indie working out of a basement somewhere gets elevated up and says, congratulations, you have won, here's tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. And everybody's like, that's the system working. But that's like watching the Hunger Games or reading the book and going, oh, this is a really good outcome because somebody won and it got all the kids out of the house and into the outdoors. It's like most of them died. That's not a good it's not a good moral of the story. And I think the unfortunate problem we've seen with Steam is it's become like the App Store, where our biggest challenge is declining revenues. We see declining revenues even while satisfaction increases, even while our review score increases. A good example, we released Great Hunt's DLC for Icarus, and we hit above top 40. And what we noticed was it took 33% of the revenue that we'd previously taken to get to that position. So that says that either Steam's revenues are down significantly, or that revenue is more and more concentrated in the top 10 or so. Now, I suspect it's probably a mixture of both. So I think, to me, that's the biggest issue we're facing right now. So if you like something, you must support it, and that includes your content creators. That's why you'll hear me talk about this a lot. If you like what a content creator is doing, and you can, please support them. Go subscribe to them, like right now. Go, and if you have more than that, there's a lot of people who can't support their streamer. Maybe they watch the stream and they'd love to, but they have no money. So in which case, if you do have money, and I try and do this, I'll drop into a stream and just gift a whole bunch of subs. Like, that's so important. And I think the same process that happens
now I feel bad.
to streamers and content creators is now happening to game developers. So they need you. You might think I'm terrible. That's fine. Go support the game developer that you love, because they need it. They won't talk about it. Game developers
You guys just bought me a $4,000 computer. It's fine. I'm serious. It's totally cool. I was just being a jerk.
I'm feeling so
it's
seen
totally
right
seriously.
now.
We're good.
Put it into words.
We're good. Did you see the setup?
I could go on into my own rant.
Look at this. We're fine. We're good.
The state of indie development. Like, if you're putting your game out on Steam and hoping for the best, it's what you said. Like, that's like planning your career around the premise of having won the lottery to begin with, and it's completely unrealistic. And one thing that I try to get people to understand, especially about things like Steam reviews, is it's the mechanism behind the hive mind in most social networks, but it's especially insidious at how it can kill or deify a game out of basically random chance. if you will bear with me to a bit of a tortured analogy. Like, you know how when you super cool water, it won't freeze until there's like a small grain of ice so that other bits of ice can form around it. Like that's called a nucleation site. So the idea is that like this is the same thing that happens when you have a public forum like Steam reviews. That those early bits of random opinion will come in, and they're just as random as any other. But because they are the first ones, they will seed other opinions that aren't original anymore because they're based on those initial ones. So those first like couple hundred opinions you get on anything, it could be a YouTube video, a game on Steam, pretty much a product on
Space
Amazon,
flight
anything
companies.
that's subject to reviews like that is now subject to this kind of nucleation site of a like agglomerated opinion that's biased by random opinions that came before them. And especially during like the early stages where it's still statistically significant that every review matters, this can absolutely kill your project. You get like one guy hating on your game the right way, his review gets upvoted to the top as most helpful, even if it makes no sense. It can kill your game right there. Like one guy's review, and that guy is absolutely like detached. He has no commitment to updating that opinion or even accounting for it in any way. Like you can just leave a bad review on a game on Steam, refund it, like zero stakes for you, and walk away and leave that potentially like staining the opinion of the game forever. And that's like when you think about this from a business perspective, like as a developer, like this is my career, and you put years of your life into something to have that sort of random chance be responsible for your odds of success, like in life. It's kind of absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? But this is what happens. This is the reality of putting an indie game out on Steam today.
This is space.
It wasn't
I'm in
like
space.
this when we did KSP. Like KSP started out of Steam,
Express
and
Rider.
like when Steam reviews became a thing, like we already had enough players that we were extremely fortunate.
This is space.
And we're
I'm in
like,
space.
and KSP became
What
one
are
of
you-
the top rated games on Steam. But like that's because we already had the community to like basically defend the image of the game. But without that, you are exposed to this kind of like randomized starting point, which could be good or bad. Like it could even like be falsely bad, and you get like a glowing review that's even like exaggerating, and it gets like a game that's not that good like to look amazing, and it becomes a new like success story, one of those like lottery winning success stories, just because it rode like the high end of the random curve, you know?
Felipe is one of the smartest people I've ever met in this industry by a long shot. So guys, that dude that was just talking is the guy that made Kerbal. Like not he was on the dev team. He made KSP. Him and two other dudes. But he was the one that started it. The two others, C7 and Mike or Moo, came on later.
Sorry.
I wanted to throw that. I wanted to throw that in there because I thought it was important.
I'm done.
Yeah.
No, it was funny because that question was under a section in my question list that originally was titled rant bait, so that worked perfectly. I credit. Yeah, I'm happy. One that's probably relevant right now and probably a short one is one of the first questions that got asked in the thread was Alien Agent saying, "How long is this Q&A supposed to last anyway?"
That's a good question. I like to think, hopefully, we see that this was more structured than the last
I know,
one.
Ivo,
I think
right?
that was partially because we were trying to show the game,
Nicola.
which I find very difficult, at the same time as talk about it and have it more structured. That was one of the reasons why I really wanted to push the industry pre-alpha out, because it means that the content creators can get it. It's a relatively small group of people, so we can manage the support from it. They're also experts at making content. So go check out, many of them have made just fantastic content already. So please go check that out. And please go check out some of the smaller content creators as well, because there's really some fantastic smaller content creators out there doing work too. Yeah, so it's just a very efficient process. So hopefully our future town halls will be more like this. It'll be good for us to hold them after our significant steering groups, where we come up with our next milestone. So we just finished our last one, so this was well timed for that. Did anyone on the team want to say any final thoughts? I don't know if any of the team members had anything they wanted to bring up. Honestly, feel free to, because it's just been me ranting.
There is one thing that's a bit of an elephant in the room, at least that I get. So can you hit the nail in the coffin? Caves. Yes or
No
no?
to the caves. But I mean, I do say no to things passionately with stationaires, and then they happen. I just don't think that's one of those cases. We're very, very pragmatic.
Caves
That's
in
why,
KSA.
in KSA, yeah. So, I'm not a fan of cutting out terrain is just really messy. Yeah. Unless you came to me, Lynx, and was like, please, can we, here it is, and we can do it, and it's easy. It would just be, no, even if we can visually do it, doing it, then having this exception and the physics side of it is just too difficult. What we'd be more likely to do is, if you had a very small body, we could probably import the mesh directly, like a custom mesh. But the physics for that would not be pleasant. Yeah, but
I did see. Sorry.
Hello?
Okay, I'll go. When the caves question came up once, I did see someone ask whether that meant that there would be no tire tracks or footprint deformations on a planet. I think I can confidently say that's not a different use case.
That's not.
Well, you can do some of
That's
that
not
stuff
caves.
just by
That's
placing down
different.
splats and stuff like that. So that's easy to do.
I'm going to ask the one that I see a lot of people asking, which is, well, when are we going to go public alpha, pre-alpha?
Oh, really good question. I think that was the one we said that's the most important thing we should cover, and we haven't covered it. I think we'll talk about it a lot in our steering groups. So our idea was each steering group, which we did just in this last one, and enough of us were saying no go. So it's kind of like a rocket launch. We go around the room and say, go, no go, and it was just no go. So we just weren't there yet. There was just too many little things coming up. I really wanted us to get some good infrastructure in place. So that's why getting the change log in place, getting the game automatically tell you when there's a new update available. We just want to get all that stuff in. It's boring stuff, but it's important.
Yeah, so to answer it, because someone's gone when though, so as Dean just said, in our steering meetings, Dean asked the question,
Sammy, what's up,
should
dude?
we release it to the public yet? And everyone in the room says yes or no. And the steering meeting happens every Tuesday. So stay tuned.
I'm back on the terrain thing quickly. EJ's chat asked about grading terrain. In KSP, it's always tough to find a good spot to land and build a base or drive around. That would still be possible, right?
I don't know what grading terrain is.
Like flattening terrain, adjusting, altering, not making a cave, but altering the height map.
I mean, probably not. But maybe. I mean, we do have the ability to, so you can essentially do that with the terrain editing tools Lynx has got in. So, a lot of this stuff is the kind of stuff that maybe we could do, but I'm definitely of the opinion a great game is more about what you don't put in it than what you do. The reason we have kittens, which was not our preferred in the game, as the game thing, not just in general, is not, it wasn't our preferred option. It was one of convenience. Particularly the proportions allowed us to really cut down the risk for animation. Bearing in mind we're doing all of this work ourselves essentially from close to scratch. So really we're looking at de-risking a lot of areas. So if we're doing something, it's because we think it's important towards one of our pillars. So, the question of flattening terrain and that, we might be like, well, actually, it's probably better for us to give you parts that allow you to make foundations or stuff like that, like frames that lock into the ground that allow you to do stuff on top of it.
I think that kind of those things belong in a class of problem that I would call like a top-heavy problem you would have in a game. Like they're all at the very, very top of a stack of other like technical things you have to have even to have that situation to begin with. So like by the time you get there, like there's an array of solutions you can look at and decide like how to take that on if it becomes that much of an issue.
Yeah, I think again I'd throw in the go play Stationeers there because yeah, exactly. You can just the way Stationeers deals with it, I like where you put frames down and build yourself a platform. That makes a lot more sense to me. Don't also.
Stationeers does allow
I'm
you
going
to
to
edit
ask
terrain.
what the real reason people were asking that too might be because in KSP shit just slides around everywhere, right? So maybe that's why they're asking. In which case, yeah, well, as we've talked
Yeah,
about,
that's a good point. Like
we
Surface
will not have that problem because something that's placed on the ground won't have physics, right?
If finding the fun takes us there, absolutely. And I like to think that's our studio superpower. We're really into that idea that games are played, not made. That's super important. Yeah, and actually, you'll start seeing us do some of the early phases of our custom planet work. Actually, I think Austin was here before, but I think he had to go. Our environment director, who come back to us from Bethesda, he abandoned us for Bethesda for a while, but he's back here now. So he's actually been leading the charge with redoing Stationeers. And
Didn't
if you
like
check
Todd,
out some of the comparison videos, actually, I might, you know what? I'll find it. That terrain one, yeah, I can't do multiple things at once.
Modern Inferno, I stream on
but
YouTube
yeah,
too.
I
Want to jump
can't remember
over
what I
there
was
if you don't
gonna
like
say.
Twitch? Yeah, Twitch allows simulcasting, so I'm over on YouTube, dude. Head on over there if you don't want to be on Twitch. All good, brother. Or
I
don't.
found it.
Whatever.
I will link it. If you want to see what has changed with Stationeers, I posted a video in the chat there. It's a really good video that kind of summarizes just how profound some of that stuff is. That was a product of us playing the absolute heck out of Stationeers, like really playing it. And what hopefully you've seen from, we go and we watch the content creators' videos and we go, okay, that really needs to be added. This really needs to be changed. And we go off and play the heck out of it to figure it out.
See, height. That's the reason why I asked what I asked about terrain is because terrain
Well, if no one
editing
else on
is
the
not.
team has any other questions for you, and we've answered
It's not necessarily something that I wanted.
that we have time for.
It's something that I found that we needed because it's a pain in the butt landing on a hill.
Nope, but yeah,
Sure,
thank you,
AJ.
everybody. We look forward to giving you more information.
Hell yeah, man.
We
Thank
will be
you.
recording
Try not wait
this.
so long until the next one.
Well, wait, I mean, we have recorded it.
Good, man.
Thanks, everybody. See you later.
Thank you. Bye.
Good, man. Liked what I heard. I mean, played not. See, the reason why I asked some of those questions that I did, guys, is because these are things that I need in like KSP, and that might be more. I mean, how I play the game is kind of niche. Let's be real. It's just the time aspect, not the platform. Oh gosh, they hosted up. They hosted me. Oh crap. Hey. What's up? What's up, Rocketworks? Oh crap! Oh crap! They hosted me. I just saw look. I saw me pop up on the screen, and I'm like, whoa, meta, dude.
Oh, this is space.
Freaking
I'm in
meta,
space.
huh? Oh, jeez. Oh, be cool. Be cool. I'm like, that's me. All right. No, that was good, man. That was good. I was kind of like hesitant, like I didn't really. It was kind of tough to ask some questions at the beginning, but dude, yeah, once we got cooking, man, yeah, it really started to go. The Spider-Man meme. Dave gifted a sub to the doctors. Thank you very much. What am I looking at? When does this happen in the stream? So, yeah, that was good. That was good. Hi, Dean. Anybody out there? Yeah, that was good. Good direction. I like, who's excited? I am. I like the idea of earning people's cash and not making them pay for a product. You know, that's kind of the reason, that's kind of how KSP got real good back in the day. You know, it had a big community behind it and it spread by word of mouth, you know, and then people played it and like, oh, this game's awesome. How much is it? Oh, it's $15. All right. Sounds like your motif on stream. Yeah. Yeah, Fractal. That it is. It's applied to game development though instead of streaming, which I'm good with that. Dean Solid Velocity. I think the bad
this is space.
happened with
I'm in
KSP
space.
too. Yeah, I mean you're gonna buy a game at a $50 price point. Yeah, no, Repo, that was to say the least. I think this is this is a better way to do it. Because people will support you. I can confirm. People will support you if it's good and you provide you put out good content, you put out a good game out into the void, dude. People will support you, and that makes a very loyal fan base. Ask me how I know. And to Felipe's point, game development is the same as content creators. I never, you know, Repo, until I heard. So Hypemare explained it to me in a back channel just a second ago, and until I heard you guys say that, it never kind of dawned on me, dude. What do I know about game development? I don't know. I just play the game, right? Like, never dawned on me. If I was gonna do a development studio, that's how I would do it. Like, I kind of sat there, I was like, huh, that's a really good idea. Hey, Modern. Oh, man, now I got to sub one more month. Well, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. It's good to see you. I just noticed you use Space Shuttle heat shield tiles as the background and for the banners in your channel's description. Yeah, ASSNat, I'm a pretty big space nutcase. I like space flight a lot. It's a great way to address the trust issues we might have after KSP2. I agree, Toothless. Yep. Good job. Think about it. Games are content, so devs are content creators. It's interactive content creation. It is exactly like streaming. Yeah. That's right. That's right. That is correct. That is a good idea. Margon, you're gonna call it a night. Thank everybody at Rocketworks. Can't wait to play it. Fun stream today. All right, cool. Whoa, Super Beard. Yeah, it's getting pretty bad. It's content that people like or don't to entertain them. Yeah, Repo. The reason I asked the question about terrain is because that is a byproduct of playing a lot of KSP. I need flat terrain. Stuff that I want to do in KSP, building bases, driving rovers around, you know, landing things on the moon, or, you know, building a nice base and stuff, right? That is very much a byproduct of that, because going and searching, you know, like, so this is in KSP now, right? In KSP, you have resources, and you have to go find the resources depending on the seed. And what if the resource is on the side of a damn cliff? You know, you send a miner up there, right? And it's on this crazy hill, and you try to put it into the ground, right, to try and mine stuff, and it just slides down the hill. Yeah, but I think we can solve it in a number of ways, like frames and stationaries. I wouldn't be against that, dude. Yeah, I'm not talking like a soft body terrain or soft body height maps like Roadcraft or something. I'm not talking about that. Like, no. Just, yeah, a ploppable flat piece of terrain, that's fine, whatever. Or frames like stationaries, just, yeah, something like that. Because, like, if you go look at, like, even the renders of, like what NASA wants on the moon, there are bulldozers. They're bulldozers, and they grade everything. They're space bulldozers, which is actually super cool. I mean, I think that's really cool. I like bulldozers and I like space flight. Space bulldozers, pretty neat. In KSP they slide. In KS they will not slide because in KSP they're still vessels with physics and other stupidness. Yep. Yeah, no, I got that part. Cool. That's cool. So like Repo, you're telling me that like we could. You're telling me that like hold on. So you're saying like theoretically here, okay? Theoretically, you could do like this, right? I heard space bulldozer. Yeah, we like space bulldozers. Right, and none of that has physics. Because it doesn't need physics. Yeah. I got you. What about like if this is a landing platform on the side of the hill and I crash into the side of it? Like what would we do to address that? Like what if you hit one of the posts? Are you just gonna blow up? Then I could tear it down with a pickup truck because my wife is cheating on me with the tennis coach. I've seen that game before. That's a good gameplay feature, but I don't think that feature is applicable for KSA. It's a good game feature though. I think it'd be cool if it had like crumple zones. So Fada, doing something like that means you're introducing what's called a soft body mesh. Soft body mesh is like BeamNG. That gets a little hard to do. Collision is different, and we can solve that differently. Right on, man. I mean, Repo, you and I have a history with vessel collisions, so I was just telling people. I was just telling people before the town hall started about same vessel interaction. I was just people were like, "Wait, what?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's my bad," or good, I guess. I don't know. Let me just reconfigure some windows. It's Windows. Wasn't that a Lethal Weapon bit before it was GTA? It was. But not because it's cheating on the tennis coach. The one on the right, that's the mother-in-law suite. You know, down below. Yeah, the shed. Love to stop in, gotta hop off. Love you, EJ, and I'll make some points to stop by more. Missed you. I've been here the whole time, Modern. I'll still be here when you get back. I hope. Knock on wood. I'm still here, and look at this. Look at this. It actually, like with my behind the scenes camera, it actually looks like I know what I'm doing. We just set this all up. Look, I got a rack back there. It's just a bunch of shelves with like my UPS and my encoding rig, and then that's to keep the desk nice and clean so you can look at the new computer. Look at this. Look at this. This is ridiculous. Almost looks like I know what I'm doing. Wait, how's the truck? Truck's finished. It's been finished for a while. It's been finished for 2 years, dude. I drive. It's down at my house. The 59, I drive that all the time. I drive it on the weekends. The BTS camera is very potato. Yeah, here, Modern, check this out. We got another project. Wait for it. Bing! We got another project now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it turns out the back of this thing, you know, they call them land yachts, right? They call them land yachts from the 1960s. It turns out, you know, that one's not really a land yacht. It's more of a land Titanic because there's a titanic amount of rust that we've been cutting out and replacing on that car, which I wanted to do today, but I think we have most of the setup problems figured out. We've been going for a little while, but Titanic reference incoming. It looks like the back's about to fall off. Oh, don't worry, no, it already fell off. That's just replacement parts. The back of it's kind of on the ground over there. Some of it's in the trash can over there, and some of it's in my shop vac. It's good. Oh yes, good luck with that. It'll be a nice project. I'll have to stop by for that one too. I usually do auto streams on Wednesday, but the setup, we've been trying to get the setup all dialed in. Very nice setup, sir. Yeah, so one car stream. I'm guessing the new computer trumps the car for a little while. I wanted to do a car stream today, but the setup, the computer locked up, so I went into troubleshooting mode. My encoding rig is having a little bit of a configuration problem, trying to narrow it down whether I either screwed up some hardware, or whether it's a conflicting driver, or something to do with the BIOS or whatever. It seems to be stable now. We did a 9-hour stream yesterday. This one's almost 6. We're good. This is not a big deal. But anyway, Repo, thank you for coming in here and talking to us, dude. It's good conversations. What is this, Baron? ULA-linked Vulcan isn't just another rocket. It's America's most advanced launch system. Okay. That is a statement. It's an idle process, Hellfish, which is why yeah, it doesn't happen when it's running, so. It's solution there, don't idle the processor. X-37B is launching tomorrow. Yep, hold on. $11:50 p.m. on Thursday. Big meetings. All right, I'll have to look into that. Okay. Just run binary like I suggested. Yeah. Okay. Frick your meeting. No, frick your meeting, fool. Modern, if you're still here, dude. That's not a screenshot, by the way. Hold on. That's not a screenshot. Look. That's not a screenshot. That's a live shot of my shop. And I have a bunch of cameras out there, and we can stream from out there. And we could seamlessly transition between auto streaming and Twitch streaming. Or, well, gaming. It's not recorded! Damn, this guy's green screen setup is next level. Not recorded! Are you going to go down to Starbase for Flight 10? Not this time, Ari. I have a lot going on here. Might need to clean the registry as well. Can't see me. I think we have it isolated. I think it's okay. I'm gonna leave Rusty on overnight and see where it takes us. But either way, guys, if it's an idling process, yeah, that means we could just go back to doing regular streams. Like it's recorded. He does the same wave every time. Oh wait, I gotta change the camera. Whoa! What up? Pre-recorded. It's recorded. It's not recorded. Oh, God. That sucks. That's embarrassing. All right. Oh, God. Yeah, that sandwich that I ate. Yeah, that's right. I missed the KSA Town Hall. Any worthwhile nuggets of info coming out of it? J-Speed, listen to this. KSA is not, they're not going to charge any money, so like no pre-ordering or anything like that, no buying the game. The game will be funded entirely off of contributions. Contributions are not expected, they're earned. So you put into the game what you get out, vote with your wallet. Basically, the game development it will be entirely crowdfunded when it enters that phase. Does this sound familiar? I am very much a fan of doing that way. That's why you need mats in your garage. I got a rug. It's good enough. Bro, talk to me when you can stitch weld a frame rail, okay? We're trying it. If it doesn't work, then so be it. You might see a more typical approach, but I want to be able to say we tried. Hypemare, you'll do it. It'll work. It'll work. You just... Okay, so speaking from experience here, I can offer some... You have to be very, very, very deliberate about what you say and what you do. That's all. Just a core principle. Hey, we want to earn your money. We don't want to take it. It's not expected. You know, it's appreciated but not expected. Say that. Say that. Lay down the law and be very consistent with it. People will come. People will come, Ray. They'll come to Iowa for reasons they can't explain. And they want to look around. You say, of course. It should be $5. You feel that probably doesn't make any sense to you, Hypemare, because that's from an American movie called Field of Dreams, which is about baseball, which you probably haven't seen. Okay, never mind. That quote doesn't make any sense in this context. Cool. Finger guns. It's on an honest and open, we want to deserve it approach, but if people don't support it, then what Hypemare said. You've seen a baseball. Good enough. Good enough. So, okay, Repo, Hype, if you guys want to do it, like once again, I want you guys to succeed. I want you to succeed. Tell people this. Tell people this. Tell them that. Reiterate it and be consistent in your message, and you can never go wrong. I'm watching baseball on your second screen. Who's playing, LS? I've been itching to see the new computer with Hearts of Iron 4, and yes, you got me wanting to buy the game too. Hearts is great, dude. I can't see me. Okay, I'm not just saying this because Repo and Hypemare are here. We should play Stationeers. Dean said play Stationeers, and now I want to play Stationeers because he has this weird effect where he's like, I want you to jump off of a bridge, and I'm like, all right, cool, sweet, you know, like, you know, that son of a gun made me want to play it. I downloaded it while we were listening to the meeting. I'd be like, Stationeers is, trust me, dude, it's up our alley. You'll like it. Check out the new terrain stuff, Flexible. All right. Dude. I may or may not have asked that question about grading for a very good reason, because you guys were talking about it. I want to see your reaction to that video that Dean linked. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I have it up. I linked it right up. Here, let's see. Let's see what we got. What's on your mind? If I get claimed on YouTube, Hypemare, I get to slap you in Minecraft.
Hello again, Station Architects. Welcome to another episode of Stationeers News. It's 2025, August the 9th, and while we're getting closer and closer to the greatly anticipated Stationeers Terrain update, in parallel to designing worlds, the devs went crazy and added some pretty significant things, as you can see.
What was that?
So how can we get arbitrary texts onto these LEDs, which are part of the kit console? How can we do that? Obviously by just writing a value to their setting logic parameter. But what value is that? Technically, we'd have to OR some values together to write at most 6 characters onto the display. But instead of us having to waste a lot of lines, and also which number means which character ponderings, they gave us a new statement. str. Just put the text in you want, and this will create the number. If you put in more than 6 characters, the IC housing will show descriptive error. Does it scroll by default? No, this is just me putting some scrolling effect in here. You can
Yeah, let's go over here.
In case you haven't noticed, rovers are back on beta.
Michael, wait, I can only use my turbo boost once per episode. Yeah, well, I'm using it.
At least the small ones, which could transport...
What is KSA? Jensen Kitten Space Agency? It's a spiritual successor to KSP. Felipe is involved with the project, so the guy that originally made KSP, Repo, who was the lead developer for KSP1 after Felipe left. Who else is in there? They got some engineers from SpaceX working on it. They got some PhDs working on the game. PhDs, yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff. It's made by the RocketWorks is working on it. Yes, so the people that made Stationeers and Icarus. BlackRock is in there. Lynx is in there, dude. It's a pretty. It's like if Journey was a development team. Like, don't stop believing. You know, it's like a super group of like spaceflight developers. It's fantastic. But this is the new Stationeers update.
4 portable tanks, or 2 crates, or something in between. They'll be pretty handy, since now deep miners will give you different stuff depending on where you place them. For this we have the new Deep Miner cartridge, which can be printed for cheap, but I assume it will become much more expensive in the future, since it's basically identical to the GPS cartridge, except it also shows what a deep miner could bring to the surface and in what ratios. So once you've set up your deep miner stations, you can drive there and collect your ingots with a rover. You might think, nah.
We'll be there. We'll be in there because you'll be playing it and creating content for it. Yeah.
I'm not gonna drive that. Once I have nuclear batteries, I won't care so much.
You don't need nuclear batteries for this thing. With 3 large batteries, you can drive for quite a while. And you can bring some more. Anyway, storms damage the rover. And now, you can even repair them. That's the new thing. Use duct tape. Keep holding the button. No partial repairs. Pretty unspectacular episode so far, huh? Well, hold my beer. Out of nowhere at all, the Discord beta changelog of Stationeers suddenly kept showing entries talking about the shuttle. In other words, we may soon be flying around in the worlds, which may answer the question, how can we reach faraway outposts? Please mind, the devs have not promised that the shuttle or something like it will be in the game. Rovers and shuttles had been in Stationeers for a long time, just deactivated. Now the devs are playing around with the shuttle to find out whether it or something like it should be in the game and how to make that happen. So this here may well be a passing phenomenon. Okay, to keep things...
Well, we're waiting.
Spectacular, here's some actual tangible things that we can now do in our stations.
Well, there's your problem.
So what was this? A bursting pipe that we can measure with the pipe.
Yeah, Repo. How do you know what that is? I feel like violated that you know what that face is. The
analyzer, as long as this is all on
the
same
know me.
Network. Just check the network fault logic value. So, in the shuttle footage, you already saw the new terrain version of Vulcan. This is quite what it'll be looking like. It's not yet fully done. For example, there's no ore yet. The terrain is certainly easier to traverse than on the old Vulcan, right? Supposedly we should still be having these lava cracks here, but I couldn't find any. Remember the old Vulcan? No matter how far we set the rendering distance, the horizon was always a lake of lava, which was kinda neat, but was just a 3D rendering artifact. The new Vulcan, however, will have actual lava lakes. I placed these here myself with a terrain editing tool, so the current beta version of Vulcan doesn't have those yet. But you can bet your ass that these will be in the terrain update release. And what happens when we step into it? Well, you know, your suit gets destroyed and you die. These lava lakes will make something like a shuttle to traverse large distances through the air even more interesting. Though again, the shuttle isn't guaranteed. Would you look at that? Vulcan has evolved a lot. The cracks are back. That does feel so different from the stuff I showed you a minute ago. Glorious. It has this feeling of discovery, of exploration. Now the terrain feels serious. It's not just a place that you're in where you can build a bit, but you have to be careful. You have to be aware. You have to look around. Wow, this glowing stuff? Awesome. Yeah, the cracked planet was too close to the black hole, so the tidal forces turned it into this bizarre...
It's fractured, but whole.
Cracked hellhole. Side note, if they're still saying that this black hole is supermassive, then the planet doesn't check out, because the tidal forces around the event horizon of a supermassive black hole are very weak. You could just fall in without even noticing. So the black hole here, which I believe is called Janus, should rather be a small one. Don't you hate it when you went mining and forgot to turn on your beacon? And then you actually got into a situation where you would need that and... yeah, have fun finding that. Best experience ever to be on an odyssey then and actually finding it. Has happened to me a few times. Anyway, and I believe this will be controversial, the Rocketworks team just changed the tracking cartridge behavior. As you know, you can use the mouse wheel to select all the potential targets that it could track. And there's now a new one, your lander. So if you haven't dismantled that, which is faster at the beginning, you know? Just whip out your angle grinder and take it down. All the boxes will fall and you've saved time. But in the future, you may not want to do that. Because if the lander is near your base, which it usually is, then now you have a beacon that will run endlessly, that doesn't need a battery, that you don't have to turn on, that you don't even have to create, and you can always find your station. This takes away some interesting gameplay elements, so that's why I think it'll be controversial. It's a good decision, but it's not perfect. We're still not done with the news items. Here you can see that now all 4 pipe types, insulated and non-insulated, liquid and gas, also come in the long variants. 10 pieces, 5 pieces and 3 pieces.
Oh!
But there's an...
Oh! Hello? I call that gamer rage face. Well, Repo, that's after PhysX decided it wanted to crack and strike my my vehicle, specifically relating to PhysX joints between robotic parts. That is the face that I made when I lost an 8-hour recovery mission. Oh yeah, you're right. That was a real gamer moment right there.
Another new thing. The same now applies to the chutes. Hello. And the transfer is even instantaneous. God. So there's another upside. By the way, one of the reasons the devs are introducing all this stuff is to keep the amount of objects in the world lower. But you can also tell that they are expecting that on average our stations will be a bit more elaborate. This may also be in anticipation of the eventual nuclear power plants that we'll be building. The portable tanks, once they're wrenched down on the portables connector, can now be interacted with. At least the lid can be used. You can stick bottles in or take them out. It works completely naturally.
Oh, nice.
Gas
I like
amount
that.
equalization and all that. Oh, by the way, did you know you could abuse these guys as pumps that cost no energy? See, these valves at the top, which we still can't operate while the tank is wrenched down, though they will keep their open or closed state when affixed like this, are a pressure regulator. Whatever value you set here is what they will aim to achieve in the surrounding environment. So as long as the value set here is lower, nothing will happen. As soon as it's higher, they will just keep pumping. So yeah, you can even evacuate a canister, which would normally take a pump and some electricity. Not sure what to think about this. I'd like stationeers to be more realistic. Oops. The Ice Crusher has been vastly improved. Beginners will love this. The front panel will explain clearly what the current internal state is, for example the temperature, which is now even being expressed in Celsius. Something I think is also happening in other device tooltips now. And there's even a dial with which you can set the target temperature. So that one thing for which you would have to place down a logic writer and a memory chip, so that the crusher no longer wastes electricity and time on melting water ice or whatever, can now be done with just the touch of a button. Some of you may not like this, but Stationeer's onboarding measures are pretty weak at the moment, so if the gameplay becomes more approachable like this, I think that's a very good thing. While the crusher is heating the ice, this LED is showing red. There have been a lot more improvements on the logic and programming front, but before I get to those, I want to stick with the easily approachable stuff that most people can relate to. Have you...
Oh, wide airlock.
Already noticed? This left wide door is new. It's a wider variation of the airlock door that you can see here, and it's built from the same kit. By the way, what you just saw there through the door was the blast door, which does not have a convenient button for operating it, but on the other hand, it can withstand arbitrarily high... I am personally not so involved with elaborate trading platforms. Best I did was a 5x5, so this demo runway is probably wrong. Anyway, the devs changed some things around this. The lights on the runway are now on, and the landing spot is now blinking, it's animated. So that would be a bit more useful if you'd actually be the one who has to land there. Wonder if that's even the plan. After all, if the shuttle, big if, would make a comeback, why not have some kind of proper landing pad for it? Oh, there's another thing that they added here. In addition to the small tanks that we can install here, there's also now a big one. It's 2x2 in size. I haven't measured what the liters are, but let's just assume it has at least 4 times the volume. So, can you spot the bugs here? The line numbers are wrongly spaced. The line numbers are visible in the drop-down list, and so is the source code. And this is very cumbersome to use if you have to move the entire screen. Would be cool if the devs would eventually work on this one, right? Oh, they did. This is what it looks like.
Let's see what else we got. Power consumption. Save game states. IC housing. Hydroponics. Traders will have pre-program IC10. MIPS programming. PID, dude, you put a PID chip in? Why would you put a PID chip in? Hold up.
Lots of new logic things all of a sudden. For those who have been struggling to program a PID algorithm in Stationeers, the kit logic processor now has a simple PID chip, which is not meant to replace any implementations you've already done, but to serve this...
This Dean was getting annoyed coding his rockets.
basic functionality for those who don't know how to implement it, like myself. I only just read up on what a PID even does. Let's say you want to keep a certain value in balance.
Dude, you're catching strays, not even here.
For example, when you're
He's
mixing
throwing you
fuel,
under the bus,
one
dude.
approach could be to just brute force turn on and off a pump that is part of your custom mixer setup. But a more elegant solution is one that adjusts the pump power setting, and that requires not just the obligatory constant measurement, but also value adjustment.
Nice. You can use PID to program HVAC and stuff. That's pretty cool. You threw him under the bus. Filing this under the games I can't play because I wouldn't stop, but they're featured. Yeah, Stationeers does that. Yeah. Stationeers is one of those games where you're like, you know what? I'm just going to optimize my life support systems here. Let's just tweak a couple of things here and there. Oh, God, look at that. 6 hours went by. All right, just another 5-minute adjustment here. Let's just tweak a couple things, move a couple things around. Let's refactor it, make it a little nicer. Oh, geez, it's 3 in the morning. Oops. So we gonna play Stationeers? And then you don't play it again. Well, guys, okay, here's what I'm thinking. And Dean, I know you're here. Hyde, I know you're here. Reaple, I know you're here. I mean, you guys kept talking about how, Stationeers could take 40,000 parts. Stationeers could take all this. I mean, all systems, how about we get that Stationeer server up and running again, and we kind of put it to the test and build it like a monster base, like we build Echo Base or something. Have you even played KSA yet? No, should I? I mean, how about we do that to break your game? You built a silo in your last game? All right, a rocket silo? Dean, what kind of silo are we talking here? Are we talking about like Nike missile? Are we talking Atlas? Atlas D, Atlas E? Titan 1? Titan 2? What are we talking about here? This is important. What your favorite ICBM is a very important thing. That's really important. You might have to move this to the Minecraft box. It's more powerful. This is important. Got a message. Might be important. Want it for tomorrow? Yeah, sure. I was on the Minecraft server. Kind of sad no one was on. Well, I was changing my tank's layout wet, and I accidentally removed a volatiles tank, and it exploded. Ah, you Damascused yourself. All right, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, okay. You know, that happened in real life one time. Some guy was wrenching on a Titan II missile in 1980 in Arkansas. Was it Arkansas? Yeah, it was Arkansas. Dropped a wrench. Oops. Punctured the hypergolic tanks. Guys got out okay. Silo, not so much. So, you know, art imitates life. Your automated protection system kicked in, sealed the silo, so I was trapped in by your own programming. Now, that didn't happen to the Titan II missile. That sounds like you got to up your game, dude. The new rocket stuff is your favorite part of the game. You know, I'm somewhat of a rocket enthusiast myself. Spider-Man. Sorry. Found out I have a Nike missile like 5 miles from your apartment. I grew up near one, dude. Spider-Man. It's pretty much a whole new terrain system, just not an optimized version of the old one. Definitely suggesting you try it. And it has grading. Surprised they got out once the hypergulls got out. Well, David, okay, so in a Titan II missile silo, you have scape suits. So it works kind of like the MPPF that Orion gets fueled in. There is a blast lock, right? And then what's called a long cableway with a sealed contained environment to the silo. The silo is on its own thing. It's like its own contained area. And then there's a blast lock. So an airlock for blasts, right? But the blast lock works in two ways. There's a blast lock to the portal, so how you get out, and there's a blast lock to the silo that's double doored. And there's a decontamination area, and they're in scape suits when they do work. So scape suits is basically a space suit that's designed to protect you against hypergulls. It's like a really hardcore hazmat suit. And whenever you do maintenance, you're in that, and that's kind of the problem. The guy had gloves on, couldn't get the wrench working right. Don't believe it's nerd stuff. Don't worry about it. I love the videos that he has on in the background, dude. Dean, you got to come down to Texas sometime, or come over to. I assume to be over for you. You got to see this. This is the wildest thing you will ever see. Dude. I'm good at doing commentary. I commentate on things. I can articulate what I'm talking about. I can convey what's going on. The first time I saw that, I was speechless. I didn't say anything. I'm just like... There it is. Oh, look, it caught it. All right. Okay, that's cool, I guess. Dude, you have to come see it. You let me know if you're going to come see one, dude. I got a good viewing spot. I know people. Don't worry about that. I remember being on the ground floor of the new multiplayer overhaul running a server at the time. Yeah, oh yeah, Flight 5. Well, I'm talking about seeing it in real life, Grab. That was the context of the conversation. But yeah, that's not the first time that's happened. All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna rain check the station here tomorrow. Like, we got to get some stuff configured, guys. I'm talking to all systems about it. We'll have a little chit chat, see what we can see. Watch the last one from The Office. That was intense, dude. Havoc. I'm telling you, man, that is the gnarliest freaking thing I've ever seen. It doesn't even. Dude, okay. All right. I'm a big Halo fan, like Bungie era Halo. I love old school Halo. That is the closest thing I've seen to an ODST in real life. Being super heavy, just punch out of the clouds from the sky and then just come down and land. You know, in Halo 2, when they land on Delta Halo, could we possibly make more noise? I guess so. You know, like, I don't know if you played Halo. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. If not, don't worry about it. It is the coolest thing I've ever seen. There was one fatality and 21 injuries in the Damascus Titan incident. That sucks. Well, one is not bad. Sucks, but yeah, what are you gonna do? Dude, it punches the way it punches through the clouds. Oh my goodness. It is. I don't have words. I'm just like, that is gnarly, man. Yep, and we're gonna get another one, albeit no booster catch. We're gonna get another one in a couple of days. Approaching the LZ, gonna be hot. Get set to come out swinging. Touchdown! Hit it, Marie! Go, 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 go! Get up so I can kill you again! Love that game. Love that game, Dan. It's so good. I thought this was confirmed booster splashdown. No catch. Yeah. It just said that. I mean, Nader, the way I'm thinking about this is that if there was 21 people in a Titan 2 silo, which is usually designed for 2 to 4 missileers, that means they were doing site maintenance, which means the fueling personnel was there, security personnel was there, bunch of people that usually aren't there were there, which is yeah. Considering the missile basically blew up in its silo, yeah, that's pretty good. Even the NSF guy at stream when they first got super heavy was like, dude, I remember Alex who, you know, watching the Flight 5 NSF footage, Alex who usually is pretty calm and collected, and he, you know, he usually has a lot to say, right? Like, Alex was just like, they caught it! You know, like, yeah, an Adama maneuver. Well, wait till we see a ship landing, Oridon. That's what it's going to look like. Starship belly flopping down out of the clouds is going to look like Battlestar Galactica. It's good, dude. It's going to be pretty cool. Yep, they were. Yeah, Nader, don't read in too much into why I know the amount of personnel that are involved in Titan 2 missile silo operation. Let's just file that under the TISMs, and that's why I know that information. Okay, it's under the TISM part of the brain. That's why they were wrenching on the missile to begin with. Yep. Yeah, sure, guy. I think the ship belly flopping will look like it's coming down pretty slow. It'll certainly look strange due to the size, Admiral, for sure. Tism is the part right next to the frontal. Yeah, that's right. That's right. The Von Tism. I don't know. I think I was just dropped as a child or something. Or I had too many concussions playing football, and instead of like CTE, knocked a screw loose, and now I can just remember everything. That is a very real possibility, by the way. that is a very real possibility. Played a lot of football. Got hit in the head a lot. Hazard response is a big part of what had the extra hand there. At that point, it was around 8 hours after the initial damage. I got you. Are you going to update the orbiter? The shuttle doesn't really need updating, RJ. Which one do I like? Yeah. This is my jam right here. Are those great flag panels? There's no flags on this, dude. RJ, this pad design, these ones are at the end, but this pad design comes from a time before Kraken, or before hybrid tech. This comes before my flag packs. This came before a lot of stuff, dude. All right, gotta go do meetings and stuff. Are those diving boards on top of your ship? This is a launch complex, Hypemare. This is what I like doing when I play KSP. I build launch complexes. Because I like, personally, how I enjoyed KSP. And I don't know, feel free to, write this down or don't. I don't know, bro. I like building everything. I don't build a rocket and then launch it. I build a space program. That is my favorite thing to do in this game. I build a space program. I teach people design process and systems engineering and stakeholder expectations for spacecraft. That is my thing. And then we build it and we do all the tests that you'd see Rocket Lab or SpaceX or whomever doing. And we do the same testing in Kerbal to verify design. I teach about analysis and stuff like that. This is what I do. This is what I enjoy. And this is a launch pad for a gigantic SSTO. It's based off of Lockheed's Venture Star. Like, Dean, this is my jam, dude. I love building launch pads. That's my favorite. Build out the whole complex, dude. Because a rocket, this is what clicks in my brain, dude. Like, the rocket didn't just appear fueled on the launch pad. And I know that's a game abstraction to make Kerbal more approachable for onboarding purposes. I understand that. But Falcon 9 didn't just get placed on the pad. Electron doesn't just get placed on the pad. No, there's a whole process putting the damn thing together, putting it on its transporter erector, moving them out to the pad, turning them up vertical, purging out the tanks, fueling them. Like, there's a whole launch and countdown procedure and stuff. That's the stuff that I love, dude. And I love trying to do it in Kerbal. Payload integration. Yeah, how the whole system comes together is very fun for me, dude. It's my favorite thing to do. I've never seen a KSP approach quite like this. I like your use of parts on this one. Well, yeah, man. It's good stuff. Where we left off before the town hall is I was working on my launch table values here. Let's try 4.3 on the rotational controller. What's the farthest out in the Kerbal system you got in mission mode, Duna? I would love to see you redo Condor's pad. If we build out MLV, T-Man, we could easily do that. That wouldn't be too hard. Especially with the part count that we have going on now, like crewed or uncrewed. I forget, dude. I forget, my brother. Sorry. Hey, Smee. Hope the town hall went well. It was good. All right, let's see if we can get the launch box to rotate into position. How's the new rig treating you? Considering I can throw something like this out on the pad and it's flashing into the green. Look, green. It's going green every once in a while. I'd say I'm doing all right, man. This thing's pretty sweet. All right, let's check this, how this all works. Ready? It's not a 9950X 3D, Smee. Will you ever abandon KSP for something like KSA, like only play a few hours a year or something? Velocity? And I fully acknowledge that there are some RocketWorks people in the chat right now, so I'm going to say this without trying to be a dick. The only way I'd abandon KSP for KSA is if KSA is a better product than KSP. I think that is entirely possible for what it's worth. I love the way they're approaching it. I love the way they're doing things. You keep playing the game the way you keep playing the game. Like, you just kind of go, you implement a feature, then you play it, and then your development path is denoted by how it plays. I like that. I like that a lot. It's iterative design approach to game development. It's iterative design approach, ironically, about a game about building and flying rockets, which is great. Really don't have a problem with that. Well, let's follow through with it and we'll see what happens. No guarantees. It'd be hard to unseat KSP as my most played game. That'd be really difficult. No other game today can you do something like this. Kind of a follow-up, like what if everything from KSP went into KSA via mods like Kerbal System and Kerbal Models? It's not necessarily about the Kerbal System and Kerbal Models, dude. To be 100% honest with you, that's not really what it's about. It's about being able to engineer stuff. You can engineer stuff in Kerbal. You can't really do otherwise, man. Does that make sense? Like, where else can you build a launch pad and build spaceships and fly them into space like this and have it be relatively realistic? There's no other game like this. And clearly Kerbal has a very particular design. Like, there's a very particular thing about it. It's like what Dean was talking about in the town hall. Like, having all procedural parts takes a little bit of the soul out of the game. That's the reason why I never really got into Juno. Juno's a great game. It's pretty good, but it just doesn't play like KSP, dude. They're for the G11 hinge, RJ. I was wondering what was going on there. Something is funky about that thing. Yeah, I don't like that. We're binding up for some reason. But yeah, I think KSA, I like the approach. I really like the, I know this is going to sound a little ridiculous, but I like the no expectations approach that they're doing. I dig it. That's a good idea. Especially after what happened with KSP2, where they overpromised and then delivered nothing. And we all paid $50 for it. Like, I like the approaches that they're taking. It shows a lot of, A, it shows a lot of class from the guys over at RocketWorks. B, it shows that they understand what happened with KSP2, and they're very keenly aware of how that all went down. And you know what? As somebody that, like, Kerbal is my franchise game, I really appreciate that a lot. I really do. Like, it means a lot. It was pretty good. Pretty good, Jared, yeah. Best non-purchase in your gaming career, right? I don't know why that thing is binding up so much. RJ, you can use thermo bearings for G00s. I use that with the MLV project. Yeah, I know, Dan. There's definitely... Dude, the first time I killed a Kerbal, like, in my hardcore mission modes on stream, I had, like, a memorial service. I felt so bad. How do you make the robotics stronger with damping? I don't. I usually don't use damping. Speaking of Titan earlier, how does Titan like his new brother? What do you mean, Fluffy? Ernok? Ernok was here when we got Titan, so... Alright, let's see if they bind up with this. Your graveyard at the island runway and the angel flight you did over there with an honor guard is the reason I'd sub to you. Dude, I can't... Guys, like... I care about my Kerbals. I want my mission mode saves among anything else to tell a story. I want them to tell a story because that's what people like with spaceflight. The Apollo program is so revered, not only because it was a just tremendous success, but the story of it, especially with how it all went down with like Apollo 1, President Kennedy's speech before that, and then Apollo 8, and then Apollo 11 a little bit later. Just this story is really part of the content creation for me, along with the engineering. I believe from a content creation perspective, it should all go hand in hand. I don't like killing Kerbals. I really don't. Even in testing, I still cringe every time it happens. I'm like, I don't like it. I get it. It's a video game. I understand. But the continuity of that story and the decisions made, like choosing to do the SSTO because we killed Jeb, that tells a story. And that's part of the reason why people remember mission mode so well. How do you enjoy wing tessellation? This is hell. I enjoy wing tessellation because it's something that no one else can do. There's still some binding up over here, and I'm not sure why. This was 2004, you'd have a hand in making red versus blue style shells in KSP. Machinima? Yeah. Something is jittering the entire pad around and I don't like it. Picking up some rates from vibrations, and that means usually means a part is binding somewhere. There you go, Rares, yeah. Yeah, Hellfish, for real. That's a little bit before my time, but... King, I cut out about 50 parts out of the design and then increased the strength of this whole design pretty hard. It was an odd time, yep. I think KSA will become just as good as KSP, if not better, for the sole fact that the original devs and modders behind what truly created KSP are also working on it. The Kerbal community is not something you can lay off. Velocity, like I said, this sounds like tough love, right? And it kind of is, but the only way, if I could do this in KSA and then some, and like we could do this in real time, like with a launch, like a launch, I'm not talking like a launch pad, like a launch complex. If I could do that in KSA, it will surpass. I will play it. You know, it has to. No game has ever even come close to the creativity that you can do with KSP in terms of aerospace engineering. Maybe Flyout, but Flyout you can't fly into space. Now I get it. There's games like Space Engineers out there. Space Engineers is awesome. I know some of the development team. They're pretty cool. It's an awesome game. But it's not like realistic, you know what I mean? It's very Star Wars. That doesn't do it for me. I mean, maybe it does in some way, shape, or form, but not like this. This is my number one, dude. I love this stuff. That's good, Rarest. Yeah, exactly, Dan. That's right. So, guys, the launch box, I know this is going to sound really stupid, but the launch box needs to turn 90 degrees, and it needs to stay there, right? You see how, if you look real close, it's kind of moving around a little bit? You don't want that. This thing needs to be able to be perfectly, it needs to be able to lock in perfectly horizontal every time. And I know people can't see this because the Aero UI screen is tiny now. I can barely see it myself. It's -2 degrees down. I'm using this docking port as a rate indicator showing the direction of the entire launch box. It's 0.2 down, so it's slightly down, but for the most part, it's pretty dang straight. But even this camera angle right here, you can see that it's tilted forward. That is no good. Stuff like that breaks the game. That pisses the Kraken off. If I have my SSDO up here and I back the SSDO up to the launch box and it docks to it, if the SSDO is straight and the launch box is crooked, well, the SSDO is going to dock to the pad. The pad isn't going to dock to the SSDO, right? To speak in, plain English. So the SSDO is going to try to match the angle. What does that do? Well, the front landing gear on the SSDO is going to clip into the ground and it's going to blow the launch pad up. That needs to be straight, and it needs to be straight every single time. No exceptions. The hinge mechanism is working. It's working pretty good. But we're going to need to work on a latching mechanism to make that perfect. It has to be perfect. This isn't like, oh, EJ's being anal retentive. No, the pad explodes if it's not perfect. Ask me how I know. I've had this pad blow up in my face many times. A lot of the times in a career mode save. I don't know if you guys see the price tag down over there. This is blown up on me in a career mode save with the vehicle attached to it. That got expensive very quickly. You can make it bigger in the settings. I didn't find anything to make the UI windows bigger. It's just the UI itself, not the Aero UI though. Did you know you could set the extension of inflatable airlock on a Cal controller? I actually didn't know that, Jay. That's pretty cool. So let's use our rotational debug here. Launch table rotational debug. Enable the controller. Move this thing into the perfect 90, right? The controller target angle is 0. That's where this sucker needs to be. Make a crane with them? With what, RJ? Wait a minute, hold up. What are we building? Smoke, I'm working on one of my old crazy projects. This is a launch complex for an SSDO. Here, I'll show you. Let me show you a video, just in case anybody's a little confused. I mean, I'm always confused, but here, check this out. Caves Greyard. That's Curious Droid. This is the one. Oh. No, that's not the right one. Trying to find the right video. Hey, EJ's playing Kerbal right now. Yeah. Check this out, dude. So see this thing right here? See that launch complex? That's what I'm trying to do. Obviously, I can't put mine in the ground, so mine's raised. That's the thing that it's supposed to. That's the thing that it is supposed to launch. Space Dorito. That's right. Dude, this has the funniest. It's like the most ridiculous promo music in it. Ready? Like, what the hell? And then the announcer's like, and then the Venture Star will land on a runway like a regular airplane, being able to be reused again and again. I don't know why that does that, Fluffy, but yeah. Here.
After landing, the X-33 will be returned to the launch site, be reprocessed and flown again in a matter of days.
In a matter of days. But yeah, see all this smoke? That's what I'm trying to make. That thing is bugging. Shut up! So for Stationeers, what are we starting? I told all systems Mars. And then it never happened.
Demonstrating rapid turnaround, critical to the operations of a low-cost space plane.
So, see, there's the launch box. See it? There's my launch box. Right? You with me? Still with me? That's what I'm building in KSP. I already have the ships made. Nothing about this looks low cost. Shut up! Don't tell them that. Wait, are you playing Stationeers with viewers? I think we will tomorrow. Ah, that thing should have flown. Dude, look at that monster. It was supposed to utilize RS-2200 linear arrow spikes. It does look a little goofy, but I don't care. I love Venture Star. It's so cool. Mars is easy mode. Can we not start somewhere with some challenge? Hey, EJ, where do you want to play? I want to play on Mars. No, let's not do that. That's the conversation we just had, doofus. You dingleball. Efficient surface power systems sources sought up on sam.gov. Nice. Ah, here we go. The Odyssey begins. Austin Powers, international man of mystery, was frozen in 1967 and defrosted in the 90s to battle his nemesis, Dr. Evil. After exposing his enemy's plan by sending a nuclear missile to the center of the Earth, Austin banished Dr. Evil to the cold recesses of space. settled down with his new wife Vanessa to live happily ever after. Or so he thought. Smoke, the thing's a beast, dude. Yeah, well, Vanessa was a fembot. Yes, we knew all along, sadly. They just took the whole plot of the first movie and just wiped their butt with it completely. It's pretty damn funny, actually. Right, Costi, right. It's pretty funny, man. Have you heard Surviving Mars relaunch is coming? No? Nah, I'm good. I'm good, bruh. I got really bored of that game when all of my colonists died because they refused to farm land for food because they were hungry. All right. Gilmore, nothing about this seems low cost, you jackass. Why don't you shut the hell up? Oh. It's too round on the top. It needs to be pointier. Yeah, I played it way back in the day, Blackthorn. Played it basically when the game came out. Ooh, baby. Venture Star. Oh, hello. Wait a tick. That means I'm single again. Oh, behave, baby. Yeah. Is this guy still talking? Yep, can't play that. That'll get DMCA'd pretty fast. Did they ever make a working aerospike that was worth using? Nightmare, can you add linear aerospikes to KSA, please? Can you, like, you do it right now? Linear aerospikes, cool. You never added one. This is a joke, obviously, but you know. Oh. Canceled programmer complexity issues. So what happened with Venture Star, guys, is... Okay. The short story is that they canceled it due to teething problems. There was flaws in the design. That's the short story. That is very much without context. You have to understand the context of it. In here, let me show you. So, Venture Star was... Oh, frick. Venture Star was utilizing... So keep in mind, this is the late 90s. All right? I'm trying to find it here. No, that's wind tunnel analysis. Give me one moment. One moment. That's aerodynamic uncertainty. Oh, no. Okay, here we go. This will work. So Venture Star was using very cutting edge technology for the time. It was light years ahead of what it is. So it was using liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen with hydrogen tanks in the back and a LOX tank in the front. You're more stable in this configuration because of the higher density storage properties of liquid oxygen. You can store more oxygen in the same amount of volume. Hydrogen is hard to store at higher pressures and higher densities. because it's so small, it basically leaks out all the cracks. It's like if you have a sponge just resting in your hand versus if you squeeze the sponge, all the water comes out. Fuel tanks and hydrogen work very much like that. So they utilized hydrogen and oxygen with this design because they were using linear aerospike engines. Linear aerospike engines are very, long story short, it's like if you have a rocket engine with a, like look at a rocket engine from the side, like a De Laval style nozzle, like this. It's shaped like a bell. The aerospike flips it. It's inside out, right? So the outside of the nozzle is inside, and the inside of the nozzle is outside. It's like an inverted rocket engine almost. Like the long story short, the benefits of doing that is that you're going to get very good efficiency the entire time because you're never going to get flow separation inside of your proverbial nozzle. If that was a lot of gibberish, it's good up in space and it's good down here. That's a nice way to say that. So, aerospike, unproven technology. Now, obviously, it worked. There it is, right there. It's working. That is in fact doing it. That is in fact doing a thing. TLDR, it's a backwards engine. It's like instead of a nozzle, it's backwards. Yeah, it's backwards. Very, very good efficiency from this, Rebo, right? Like, right? There's a toroidal aerospike in KSP. It's right here. But that's toroidal, meaning it's a cone. The linear aerospike is if you took this shape and extrapolated it linearly, like you extruded it linearly, it's basically a long stick, almost. Right? The propulsion was good. And I'll be honest, guys, that's like 90% of the complexity right here. But VentureStar did have another thing. If you look at the tanks, specifically the hydrogen tank, remember what I said about hydrogen tanks squeezing? Squeeze them. If you squeeze a hydrogen tank, it's going to leak everywhere. VentureStar was one of the first applications of carbon composite tanking architecture. This was the late 90s. That's a big deal. Carbon fiber technology was nowhere near what it was then than it is now. Right now, we see carbon composite rockets launch all the time, like Firefly Alpha or Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab's pretty good at doing that whole composite tank thing, right? They're pretty damn good at it. This was a bilobe design, a bilobe tank design that was made out of carbon composite in 1998. Pretty cutting edge stuff for the time. That bilobe tank design is basically two cylindric tanks, but because the vehicle is a lifting body, right, it's triangular shaped, so they took two cylindric tanks and combined them. The cylindric tank has one bulkhead, has one dome up at the top and two domes in the back. It's a pretty cutting edge design. Pretty damn cool for what it is. Here, let me see if I can get you another picture of it. There is your bilobe tank right there. Check that out. It's quite actually two tanks that have a singular dome at the top and double domes at the bottom. I know what some people are going to say. It looks like a butt. Yes, you're absolutely right. So, VentureStar had some problems with their LH2 tanks. They kept cracking. They kept leaking. They leaked too much and they cracked and depressurized. They couldn't get it to seal on the lobe seam right there. Specifically, I believe it was right here. I think. I don't know. I'd have to go read the reports again. Come on, man. I was trying so hard not to say it. Sorry, man. So, the hydrogen tanks kept leaking. And they had a failure. That one of the tanks, they were doing testing and it failed. It failed miserably. It popped on the test stand. And some bonehead politician got word of that and used it basically as political fodder to cancel the program to keep jobs in their district. I don't know who, I don't know what. Long story short, it was canceled because of teething problems. Somebody gifted Blackthorn a sub. There you go. It was canceled due to teething problems. You have cutting edge technology, and if it didn't work right the first time, that was the end of it. Now, Now, the reality of the situation is that it didn't get canceled overnight. The program got kind of defunded because of this, because, oh, we can't fail. Why would you fail? We can't fail. Oh, it failed. It's a piece of junk. When in reality, you're pushing the envelope of cryogenic hydrogen storage here. Lockheed eventually did get the thing working. They did get the tanks to seal, and they proof tested them, and they did work, and their analysis was right. They did get them to work, but by then the damage had been done, and they canceled the project anyway. Not after building out the entire X-33 launch complex. Remember that render of the X-33 launching? There's the launch complex. The whole thing. They built out the entire thing to do suborbital test flights, launching out of Edwards Air Force Base and landing at the Dugway Proving Ground in Utah. That's what the X-33 was. It was a subscale demonstrator. There's your LH-2 tank geometry. That's an older design, by the way. They ended up going with a twin lobe tank, much more similar to that, to the LOX tank geometry, but that's another story. The X-33 was going to lead to, the X-33 program was going to lead to this. This is Venture Star. This is a 7-engine version of the X-33. The X-33 was just a technology demonstrator. It was going to lead to Venture Star. Venture Star is a heavy lift launch vehicle, SSTO. Single stage to orbit. It launches from the pad, it gets up into space, you deploy your payload, you come back down and you land. No booster separation, no external tank separation, none of that. Because of the lightness that was introduced, amongst other things, from the carbon composite tank structure, you could afford to do that. Now, keep in mind, the X-33 did have a payload, or the Venture Star was supposed to have a payload bay. The payload bay was supposed to be about 2/3 the size of the space shuttle, or about the size of the Hubble Space Telescope, give or take. No particular reason why. Don't worry, don't read too much into that. So it was not going to be able to carry as much as the space shuttle in terms of size, payload mass, and volume, right? Or length, width, and height, like, so volume and mass, but it's an SSTO. No booster recovery, no external tanks, none of that. Carbon composite tank structure, linear aero, Hydrolox linear aerospike. Oh, there's them building the pad. Would Venture Star be a viable competitive option today? Possible. Venture Star would make a pretty damn good Starlink launcher, just saying. Oh yeah, I love the 97 F-250 in this shot. It's pretty sweet. I have a truck like that. It's pretty good. So there's the launch complex doing mass testing, mass simulator testing. This is, it's not fully completed, but it was pretty much done when they canceled the project. That is the erector with a mass simulator on it. And then the hold down points, pyrotechnic hold downs. So it would have used something, those are Delta 4 pyrotechnic hold downs. That's exactly what Delta 4 Heavy's pyrotechnic boxes look like. But I don't know, it could be wrong, could be something else. Yep, there's them doing testing. Oh, that's the other thing. Venture Star was going to use tiles, right? But they were not going to use carbon or silicate-based tiles. These were metallic tiles. Titanium tiles with an aluminum cilia backer plate as your heatsink. Metallic thermal protection system. You don't have to worry about water intrusion when it's metal. There you go. Yeah, Venture Star should have been made. It should have been made. But, you know, the same stupid decisions that we made to, like, get rid of, you know, the Apollo program or, you know, Space Station Freedom or the Strategic Defense Initiative or DCX or Constellation. It was that same type of nonsense decision. decision making. Yep. So I remade it in Kerbal. Now, we don't have a linear arrow spike in KSP, per se. But we have shuttle engines. Shuttle engines are close enough. So I use shuttle engines with mine, which is why my launch box doesn't have the kind of typical 4 hold downs, but it is a centralized hold down, and then it has a flame trench, because my Venture Stars have the big Venture Star, the big shuttle has like 14 shuttle engines. Was there a man version? Venture Star was going to be uncrewed for a little while, Fluffy. Because Lockheed Martin had this crazy idea of, if you make first of all, make a subscale demonstrator to demonstrate your technologies, and then scale it up and have it uncrewed for a little while till it proves the maturity of the design, and then maybe explore crew rating options, is a very safe way to engineer things. And it makes it so it could fail, and it's not that big of a deal, because you can just build another one and you didn't get anybody killed. It seems awfully close to the vehicle processing building. Brandon, the vehicle processing building is on train tracks. It can actually move back and forth. Yeah, does that sound familiar? Mm-hmm. All right, so let me get back to doing what I was doing here. Get back to what I was doing. So yeah, long story short, it got rule-aided because we can't have something that's better than the space shuttle, because if there's something better than the space shuttle, we're going to have to get rid of the space shuttle, and that means getting rid of the space shuttle. So we can't do that. I'm serious, that was the rationale. If it's annoying, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's bullcrap, and as a taxpayer, it pisses me off at the very least. But hey, whatever. We can make it in Kerbal. We good. Yeah, exactly. They did. Oh, Kyron, it's so damn aggravating. They did to the X-33. If you're Canadian, you know this. They did to the X-33 exactly what they did to the Avro Arrow, and that is very, very frustrating. Hey, Space Pope, thanks for the bits. Why did you bring that up, you bastard? Because it's annoying, and I want you to share my pain. Because Venture Star is awesome, and you know what? So is the Avro Arrow. Okay, there, I said it. It's awesome, and why would any particular bozo think that making less planes is a good idea? What an idiot! Sorry. Sorry, slash rant done. Hellfish, it's probably something that we did to be 100% fair, but don't tell them that. EJ, I think we make good pets once 3i Atlas arrives and parks itself out yonder near the moon. I don't know what that means, but whatever you do, just wash your hands, okay? Yeah, it's me. My bad. Bull crap, dude. Personally, as an American, I think it's disgusting not competing with using shady stuff like that. So, the Canadians built a better plane than you? Build a freaking better one then. No, don't try to go up there and be like, well, you got to protect jobs in our district. That's gross. That's disgusting behavior. I don't like it. Build a better freaking plane. Build a better plane. How about that? Maybe you should do that. Maybe we should do that. Weird idea. I know, hard concept. No, you should build a better plane. You can't do that because huh? Sorry. I guess the rant wasn't over. Tori Bruno will never bring back Venture Star, dude. Why isn't it possible? What? Same deal with the F-35s right now. Gripen is offering us a fully domestic factory to produce our own jets, and yet we still buy F-35s. To be fair, to be absolutely fair, King, the F-35 is a pretty damn good bargain for what it is, dude. And I know that's not what you want to hear. 80 million for an F-35A is really not bad. Like, Lockheed really got the price down on that thing, and I'm not like trying to be Lockheed shill. 80 million stealth air superiority fighter with electronic warfare packages just basically built in from the ground up. Like, you really can't lose. That would kick the snot out of a Gripen. Like, no offense to Saab, it's a cool jet, but I mean, if I had to choose between a Gripen and an F-35, I'm taking an F-35. Economies of scale, dude. Yep. Why couldn't we do that? Instead of some underhanded nonsense, drive your other people industrially into the ground. Like, oh no, we can't do that. That actually requires work. That's the most un-American thing I've ever heard in my life. Buck, today I learned the Hemet has a gigantic 15W40 oil reservoir and everything runs off of it. The engine, the transmission, transfer case. It has a pumping system built in that lets you attach a hose from the reservoir into a quick disconnect panel. You can just pump oil into any system that's low. Cool. 15W40, diesel oil. Diesel oil, dude. Yeah. Standardization is really, really key with military stuff, Buck. There's a reason why the Abrams runs off jet fuel. You know why the Abrams runs off jet fuel? Not necessarily because it's good tank propulsion. The Abrams runs off jet fuel because how's the tank getting there? How's the tank getting to the battlefield? It's getting to the battlefield from an airplane, from a C-5. What does the C-5 use? Smart. Smart. Pretty smart. Just saying. Except the Arrow had a complete assembly line built and operational as they skipped just making a prototype. Yeah, Andrew, dude, I'm American and that the Arrow pisses me off. Same with the Brits and the TSR-2 and the Black Arrow rocket. Like, what the bro? Ugh. It's not okay. How do you do an aerial refuel in an Abrams? KC-135s don't need to refuel just in the air, dude. They can just transport fuel to an air base, dude, and they just offload the fuel. I mean, I'm not trying to say I want that, Daves, but That'd be kind of cool. So MRAP should run off jet fuel. MRAPs have a diesel engine in it. Diesel motors can run off jet fuel. That's fine. They can do that. I mean, ideally, you don't want that, but it can. TSR2 would have been relevant well into the 90s as well. Yeah, correct. That's up. Novaraptor, the Patriots haven't made the playoffs in 6 years, coming on to 7. Well, joke's on you. I don't have any expectations there, so... So, nana boo-boo. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, I noticed something. The debug controller, hold on. Oh dear, it's binding. Oh dear. No wonder this thing was jittery. These are all in the wrong spot. That's great. That's why I have the rotational debug controllers, to catch stuff like that. This is how tanks do aerial refueling. We have a Fat Cow 47. They carry Jet A, JP8, JP4 internal fuel tanks, which any diesel can run. Yep. That's why this thing was binding, dude, right there. Now, why are you gonna go and do that?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The USAF recently asked for JP8 production to be restarted. Really? Well, that's very surprising. Huh. Okay. Okay. Why is that doing that? All right, let's make sure our rotational debug is working correctly now. There we go. Now we are talking, melon farmers. Dot, 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 dot. All right, so that locking pin is going to lock the box to the TE, and it should make a total rotation a little bit easier. So basically, when we move this up into position, I'll set same vessel collision on that, right? And it works like a latch. It'll lock in, the clevis will lock into position. That should also keep this thing perfectly straight, locking it into the transporter erector. Now, if we wanted to make sure, like absolutely, we could also lock the box onto the pad as well, somehow. We could add more locking mechanisms. We could probably put one right here, and then right there as well, to make sure that the box stays in position. But I'm actually kind of okay with locking it to the TE and keeping the TE kind of stuck there. That's fine with me. The SR-71 was JP7. Oh. Lame. Why did the SR-71 leak fuel at lower speeds? So BDean, if you have a fuel tank that's operating at Mach 3 and experiencing shock heating, the fuel tank is going to start deforming, right? It's going to start it'll start expanding, right? And you could crack it open like an egg at high speed. The SR-71 leaks because the fittings were not really designed to work at ambient temperature. All the systems on board were designed to deal with the thermal expansion associated from shock heating, from compression heating, from flying at Mach 3. So the SR-71 leaked fuel down here. But when it got up to flight and it got up to speed, everything seals up nice and neat. They also used 2 big block Chevys to start the engines because putting a starter motor on there would have made it too heavy. Yes, 2 big block Chevys into a common output shaft connected into the drive mechanism. Yeah, it's called a start cart. Yep, starter motor's too heavy. Put it on the ground. You only need to start the engines twice. Note that I said twice. You start the engines once for takeoff, and then you start the engines again. You start up your regular turbojet, turbojet. When the ramjets shut off. So like when you're decelerating and coming in for a landing, right? Guess what they used to get the engine to spool? Triethyl aluminum and triethyl borane injection. TTAP. Same thing that Falcon 9 uses to start its engines. Fun fact. Because Kelly Johnson fricks. Fair assessment. Hey Legend, stream's going pretty well. I made some upgrades to the SSTO launchpad so we could put the whole thing through its paces tomorrow to get a good bench test. Just needed to re-engineer a couple of things, but I think I'm back in the groove. Did Kelly Johnson build the P-38? He designed the P-38 chillin' when he was 27. But he came up with turbo supercharging when he was 27. Can we knock the music down a bit? Sure, man. Is that a little better? You should use this as inspiration for your garage. What, hanging planes from the ceiling? Hey, good night, Martin. Real Engineering just did a fantastic video of the P-38. P-38 was insane for what it is. True. Like, it's truly impressive. Turbo supercharger sounds like what you'd put in your Thunder Cougar Falcon. Ah, Jeb, you gotta put your hard hat on. There you go. All right. Be neat if the pit only rendered if SVI was enabled. I'm sure there's a way to do that, Mutter, but I'm not smart enough to do that, dude. First direction on the launch table. Pause forward. I didn't do this right at all, did I? We'll just play them in tandem. Fine. That's cool, Helpers. Neat. All right, 12 Bravo. See you, buddy. Leading edge intercooler. I'm telling you, Kelly Johnson was from another damn planet, Drew. Next time you see this thing do this, there will be an SSTO on it. If you like it, then you should have put an SSTO on it. Getting some strain on the pin there. Is this a Kerbal cannon? The launch pad. What do you think will be the first non-chemical engine to launch a craft from sea level into orbit? Fusion? Hey, Cheeseburger. We're debugging the launch mount for the X-33. Yeah, why? Just because I want to put it through its paces. I actually think we're good to go. The transporter erector should be fine. We tested the launch box moving individually. T moving individually shouldn't be a big deal. Guys, I'm ready to send it. Too bad it's 11:15. Send it? Yeah, I will, yeah. Okay, let's get the pad out there. Late night tomorrow, too. I don't think I've ever seen anyone try this in KSP before. This is going to be pretty cool when it's done. Dan, you have no idea. Dude. I don't have the screenshots here. I built entire launch complexes in a career mode save. I had a career mode save that probably had like 200 plus successful launches into orbit. Never put a vehicle out on the launch pad and hit spacebar and sent it into space. I delivered all the fuel to all the vehicles, to the launch pad, tank farms, moving fuel tanks around, launch comp, like, dude, putting rockets together, landing stages, taking that stage, you know, using cranes to take them horizontal, just like what they do with Falcon. Breakover devices, like what Blue has. Making all kinds of stuff, dude. I had entire saves where we operated like that. And I've remembered to fill the tanks up with fuel this time. Did you have Apollo launch audio playing in the background? No, but I basically had a mission loop where I was reporting everything, dude. We had checklists out the wazoo. Have you played KSA at all? Any thoughts? No, but I was talking to the KSA developers. They were in here a little while ago, cats. Loggy Doggy, I used to watch you like 10 to 12 years ago. I can't believe you're still playing. Hope all is good. Yep, been here the whole time. Loggy Doggy, by any chance, was your name all lowercase at one point? I've been coming to the same party for the last 10 years, and that is in no way sad. I had a different account with a completely different name. I can't remember what it was. Yep. Here, still building space shuttles and stuff. I took a little bit of a break after what happened with KSP2, but yeah, I'm still here. A little bit of a break from playing Kerbal, not from streaming. I've been here the whole time. We've literally been here the entire time you have, Ron.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hey, you got gifted a sub. KSP, well, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Never mind. I don't know what I was thinking. Here she is. Somebody gifted 5 subs. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. I just wanted to tell you that I appreciate you. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Gotcha, thanks. Oh, perfect. Thanks for your time. We should really see how Kerbal EVA works, dudes, to be honest with you. Kerbal EVA construction. Dude, because if we could get away with it, it was super laggy on the other computer. It might not be nearly as laggy this time around. And if it's not, oh baby. Thanks again for the content over the years. Much appreciated, even more so these days. My pleasure, man. Jeb, drive the truck. Let's go. You think that back piece in Sanchez is a breakover fixture for the super heavy booster? Yes, Drew. It's some type of breakover. My guess is that they'll probably try to move Starship before they move the booster. That is so. Okay, Drew. You want to hear something? You know where I come up with my theories for NSF, like about what Starship does and how they move things and stuff. I'm just thinking about how I would do it in Kerbal. What would I move first? I would move Starship. It's lighter. Try that first. That would be my guess. But then again, Drew, my predictions with Starship have not been the best lately. My track record has not been good for predictions in 2025. But, that doesn't mean I ain't gonna not try, No, I seriously think about it. Like, how would I do it? I'd try to break over Starship before I broke over Super Heavy. Like, do that first. What do you mean by a breakover device? A breakover device in space program architecture, Fluffy, is a nice way of saying taking a rocket that's stacked vertically or just vertical and putting it on its side. It's just take this thing that's vertical, we'll put it on its side. That's what a breakover does. Hopefully that changes this weekend. It will. That'd be alright. Is it possible to build the reusable fairing? No. Yeah, EJ, why would you ever want a fully reusable spacecraft that doesn't ever need to be constantly restacked or upper stages built for it? Hey, Yudi. What's going on? Yeah, KSA. The KSA devs were in here a little while back. I know because they're all Kerbal developed. A lot of them are Kerbal developed. It's not all of them. Legend Weaver hit me with a raid of 3 viewers. Legend Weaver, if you're out there, thank you for the raid. I'm sorry I missed it. The seam just killed all 8 of our tires. And Jeb is not an engineer. Oh. Fun. That was fun for a second, and then it wasn't. That seems suspicious. Right. Let's just do that way. Putting an engineer in the seat would probably be a smart thing to do, but I put Jeb in the seat again because I'm an idiot. Sorry, chalk that one up to being late. Landon, you're off to get ready for work. Graveyard stuff tonight. See you tomorrow afternoon. Have a good night and good luck on the pad. Yep. Nobody puts Venture Star in a corner. Nobody. I know what you said, Brandon. Don't worry about it. There's basically two New Glenn engine sections attached to the back of this thing. Just putting it out there. I think that's pretty neat. Guys, I mean, the crazy thing is that this is the benchmark stuff that we're doing here. This is basically getting the frames that we were getting with the large SSTO pad that we were getting with the small SSTO pad on the other computer. I mean, guys, we're at about 50% sim. There's gotta be probably 1700 parts in the scene right now. How much would it weigh in real life? I don't know. Sorry, that was a little bit loud. I can't believe this that we're actually this thing is working. This has been on my mind for the last freaking 4 years as the one that freaking got away. Jeb seems to enjoy work. You're acting like towing around like a 300-ton space plane is not something you'd be excited about. I don't know, no. This is... I don't think I put any payload in here. No payload. All it'll take was one surface-mounted firewire controller to catch fire on a motherboard. Launchbox configuration set. I mean, how many parts is the pad? 12 or no, 966 parts. And then the SSTO is 700. This thing is almost as many parts as that. Interesting. Thing actually isn't that many. I mean, I cut a lot of parts out of the design. This thing used to be 1,000 parts. It was 995 parts before I put on all of my hinges and the hybrid tech right there. Now it's 950 or 966. It's not bad. The launch box. What's for lunch? Don't worry. It's in the launch box. Steak and cheese hoagie. That was awesome, Jill, and I don't need to eat for a little while. That is normally how food works. Venture start go in the square hole? Yes. That's right, it goes in the square hole. Okay, launch box. The launch box is in position. Time to offer the vehicle up to the pad. Hey, he's got a panel in front of him. Panels are strong. Don't worry about it. You saw it. You saw it, buddy. Jeb's fine. He loves it. It's his day job. Don't worry about it. All right. Let's check status here. Good. Okay, let's use our wonky lifting mechanism to get this thing up there. Huh. It should be just right, Yard. There we go, I got it. Please don't explode. It's still so jank, dude. We can do that so much better. It's pretty aligned. It's just a smidge off, but it's fine. Yeah, it wasn't too bad, King. It wasn't too bad. Yeah, attacks, right? Okay. Next step here is to unlock the hydro, and that's going to put all the mass onto the TE. No motor torque limit there. I didn't get the master controller ready to go, so let's set the launch table to reverse. Set the TE main to forward. Okay. We go for vertication. Song's called Out in the Void. Yes. It's in the playlist that I just linked. I got you, man. Always here, you can talk to me. You know what? If this thing falls right now for whatever reason, that's not going to end well for Luden. So let's just move her over here. You know what, Yarg? I was thinking the same thing. You got a favorite one? Out of all the chill lists, I really like this one. This is one of my favorites out of all the Suno songs. Dude, look at that. Sorry about that. Pretty sick, Kazaka, right? Look at this thing. Damn. So where are we going after liftoff? Well, we're going to space. Duh. All right, let's see how close the alignment ended up. I put reaction wheels on it and I hate it. Get rid of them. $90. Dead 90. Dude, it's 90. It's perfectly straight up. Cool. All right. Undoing the erector. Erector controls have erector latching has been retracted. You go for erector retraction. Do I like saying erector a lot? Not really, but it's funny, so I'm gonna keep saying it. No. Yarg, should we fuel before? The real ones didn't really do that. Has the new PC helped with any jankiness, cracking issues? I mean, MotoKid, yeah. I would say yeah, considering what you see on the screen. Dude, I launched one of these yesterday. Off of this pad. Did a full end-to-end mission. Towed it right back to the launch pad. And it only didn't reintegrate because I forced it. Rocket Guy. Chat built me a computer. And they Bork's giving me again. It has a 9950 X3D, and now what's going on with that? Something got bound up there, and I don't like it. Dude. Rock guy, I mean, we got 1,600 parts in scene. 50% sim? Probably a little bit faster than that. I don't like that thing that thing just bound up like that. Oh, I know what it was. I didn't release my latching mechanism. Oops. It just broke the latch. Whatever, it's fine. How much RAM is KSP using? 14 gigs. Anyway, Rock Guy, what's up, dude? How you doing? What's new?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Just organizing this thing, getting it ready for fueling. There's an ADTP, ADTP 2.3, S3, S4. Okay, all tanks accounted for. Open up the fueling lines. Okay, fueling lines are open. Let's go. Start the fueling process. Hey Maxim, what's up, dude? Trying to find you an O2 sensor circuit, high cable, or PCM problem in my car. Not sure yet. Can't wait for IFT10. Go Starship, go Ship 37. Yeah, baby. You're trying to find an O2 sensor circuit, high cable, or PCM problem. Dude, O2 sensors can just pop, man. That happens. Like, sometimes they just get too hot and they melt. It's a very sensitive piece of equipment. How is integration? Zeros, you can't really see it up there in the Aero UI, but the vehicle is at 90 degrees, pointed straight up, with a 0.01. It's fluctuating between negative and positive 0.01 degrees a second radian. So it's pointed straight up. That's about as accurate as you're gonna get. The thing is, you've changed it 3 times. It has to be the car. Three times? How often have you changed it? So like in the last year, have you changed it 3 times, Maxim? What's the closest real life equivalent of liquid fuel? Methane. You calculating what your simulation is at? Let me see. About 50% sim. No, like I buy one, the code stays, and I buy another and check. Ohms, all good, but I'm still getting a P0058 circuit high. Grounds. Check your engine ground, dude. Not even kidding. Check the ground on the battery. Or the engine strap. Make sure the engine grounding strap is good. Yeah, check that. Yeah, it's about 50. I'd say high 40s if you really think it's in the 40s, like 48 or 49% sim. Not bad considering 1,600 parts. Yeah, Maxim, no problem, dude. I mean, we're certainly fueling a lot faster than we did before, dude. It took hours to fuel this thing. It's gonna take, I don't know, 10 minutes maybe to do it now. Physics time is a little bit slower right now because of all the UI. All the UI up and the fluid transfer is really slowing her down. To fill the monopropellant. It's verniers, dude. That's right, Zeros. GPU utilization is basically zero. The 5080 doesn't care. CPU load is at about 10%, 44 degrees Celsius. RAM load's 29% with Kerbal using about 15 gigs. So, Effa, here. Here's the playlist. The song you're looking for in the playlist is called Stardrift. Gotcha. My logo is on W Place, like huge on the Space Coast. People told me about that. Man, I don't know who made it, but either way, still pretty cool. No, that's not Jasper's playlists. I haven't tried that Flykin. I don't want to go messing around with the config on this computer.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thanks, Taybell. 3-month resub. Dips at 50%.
Go at throttle up.
We're seeing no movement. Boson, hey, 1 year resub. Thank you. Almost there. Almost there. Lilin, what is that? Venture Star. It's a single stage to orbit, fully reusable single stage to orbit launch vehicle, along with its launch pad. I can land it, grab a tow vehicle, land it on the runway, grab a tow vehicle, tow it back over to my custom built launch pad, and launch it again to space. Pretty cool, huh? Crisis is too old the software, Rocket Guy. It didn't work. I ran Cyberpunk in 4K though, and it looked really nice, and yeah, didn't break a sweat, dude. You have to try to break this, to not break it, but you have to try to freaking put stress on this thing. I can't max out that 5080, nor could I max out the 9950. Can't max them out. I can't do anything with it. Like, I can't, dude. The most load I've put on those things is like maybe 30%. Can't even run Crisis, dude. You like Rook's helmet with the Empire TIE Fighter paint. It is pretty sick, right? Try a real CPU stress test benchmark. What do you select here? Efficiency mode? What's the 3D Mark score? I have no idea. Nah, I don't want to do that. Nothing you do is going to stop the fact that you are running a single core game. Yeah, Dragon Auto, it's not a single core game. The physics is on a single thread. The physics for the vehicle is on a single thread. But if you had two vehicles next to each other, you wouldn't see half of the performance here. Because it would be putting the other vehicle, like if I had another launch pad right next to it, you wouldn't see it like twice the fall off. That's because Kerbal physics more specifically spreads the physical objects around between the threads. It's not a single core game. The physics simulation is hard to do a multi-threaded physics simulation. Like, it's not a single core game, dude. That's a really big misconception that people have. Have you ever considered an ultra-wide monitor at some point? Yeah. I think he's talking about Crysis. Oh, maybe. If he's talking about Crysis, yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, you're probably right. Can we use AI to recode KSP to a multi-core sim system? I don't know. I mean, MotoKit is like... Oh, camera fell over. I mean, that's a picture of the amplifier in my Jersey Mike sub. POV, you're a mouse. Looks like the camera fell over. Give me one sec. I don't need an ultra-wide monitor, dude. I'm good. Last tank. Like, okay, so Mutter's right. It's not really great for streaming, dude, like an ultra-wide. Because, so, this monitor, and that monitor up there are on my encoding PC. These two, right? These two right here are on this computer that's behind me. Why? Why is that? Well, I have all the background stuff on the flanks here. If I had one big ultra-wide monitor, I wouldn't be able to run two computers on this level. I'd have to look up there to look at chat or something. Now I know what you're saying. Just put Twitch chat on your main computer. Well, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want my Twitch chat I don't want to log in to Twitch on the computer that I'm gaming on. Just in case I show, like, you know, I flash analytics or something. It's just a rule that I have. That's the other reason why I have this monitor. Somebody links me something. I tee it up here where I'm watching Starbase Live, right? I tee it up there so I can look at the link before I drag it on the screen and show you. You know? Get an ultra-wide monitor that takes 3 inputs from 3 seamless 16:9 monitors. Is that a thing? Could you even do that? So, like, I have the music player up there. I have encoding rig specs over there. Main rig specs right there. Starbase Live. Now Starbase Live. I have OBS over here. I have Twitch chat here. Game right here. YouTube right there. Discord over there. Nice, mate. So, why are we missing fuel? That's not great. Even got mentioned in the town hall for trying to break it. Yep. That's interesting, Flykin. I mean, I've been out of the loop with tech until I just basically got a crash course in it. Which is crazy, but yep. Alright, guys, fueling is complete. I mean, I don't know why we're a couple of tanks short, which is a little strange. That must have been good enough. Truck take it when it was docked? Possible. Alright. First thing we do is zero out the throttles. Let's disable our fuel crossfeed. Fill and drain valves have been closed. Okay. Now we got to do a thrust vector control checkout. Guys, be prepared. Engine ignition, for some reason, is an extremely loud noise. PVC checkout. Okay, we have permission to proceed. Fuel tanks are reading good, meaning that we're carrying full fuel load. All engines are chilled down. Here we go. Firing chain is armed. T-minus 15 seconds. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine ignition. And we got a lift off. Venture Stars cleared the pad. Perfect ignition. Vehicle's pitching downrange. Hey, he had his helmet on, Mutter. He's fine. revamped the design a little bit, Mank. This is the first launch of this one. No recoveries thus far. Vehicles transonic. Into the throttle bucket, maximum dynamic pressure. Trees, 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 trees. Okay, Venture Star, go with throttle up. Copy, go with throttle up. I have no idea, Yarg. I did not touch any of the tanks in any of the revamp, dude. That's really weird. Maybe I did it that way on purpose because it's more than enough fuel or something. Maybe I over-engineered the fuel. I don't know, dude. Yeah, it was just short by just a little bit. I don't know. It's probably something I forgot, to be honest. Everything's looking good, guys. Throttling back. Stand by for main engine cutoff. We have Nico confirmed. 101 by 50. Pretty good. It's nominal, it'll work. Shut down. Booster 16 is rolling. Yeah, I see it. Thank you, Melitted. Damn, dude, look at that thing. Why do you have to lock the gimbals? I didn't. My action groups aren't configured right in Angelope. It's probably because this is an older project that I stopped working on because my older computer couldn't handle it. So I never really dialed any of the systems in. RCS seems to be working just fine, though. Yeah, we're into the green, guys. We're flashing green, so it's almost full sim. Full sim with a 650 part vehicle. We are almost at 1-to-1. So 1 second in game is equal to 1 second in real life. It's real time physics sim with a 650 part vehicle. That's pretty damn good for 15-year-old software. What's the purpose of locking them? If I don't unlock if I lock them, Ninja Lope, watch. So if I'm using the RCS, watch the motor. I don't like that. I locked them out because we're not using them. The thrust vector control system wouldn't be on unless the engine's on anyway in real life. I'd like to see the double Neptune single shot station. Mank, that would probably get into space in 1 shot, like in real time. Ain't out of the woods yet, Elfish, so. Okay, Ohms 1. No, B0, I haven't tried cities just yet. I want to load up my old city. The city, the big city that I made in City Skylines 2. I think we called it like Northwood or something. The New York, New Jersey based one. Yep. We have positive perigee. The Deadwood command is still a thing. Wow. Okay, just shoring up the orbit here, and then we'll get this thing back down here. Okay. All right, dudes. Trimmed out and dumped some of our fuel. Let's see if we can get the damn re-entry right this time. Okay, payload bay doors are closed. Lights are off. Go for deorbit burn. Okay, deorbit burn nominal. Oh boy, may have dumped too much fuel. Speed brake control, it's on. Flap control. Okay, here we go. Would you ever consider doing a mission mode save with that full scale mod? I think it's RP1 or something. Nah, I don't know, man. I only get asked that on a daily basis, but I don't know why. Because this is how I enjoy playing the game. It's fine, dude. Don't worry about it. I know that's not really what it's about. People ask me about playing RP1 all the time. And I know it's just because they're like, oh, dude, you're building cool stuff here. You do awesome in RP1. And yeah, that's not wrong, but you're overlooking one thing that, like, this is how I like playing the game, dude. Like, you know, as a content creator, that tells me that, like, you know, like you the way you sometimes think about it, dude, it's like, oh, well, they're asking you to do something else, meaning they don't like what they see on the screen. Like, I know that's not the case, but sometimes it's hard not to think about it that way, you know? Like, when people ask me a ton of questions that are not pertinent to what I'm doing on the stream, like, that's a pretty good telltale sign that you're boring people to death. So, like, you know, that's why it's like, when people ask me to, like, oh, can you play RP1? I know you're coming from a good place, but it's like, dude, I like playing the game this way. It's how I enjoy it. Dude, it is an eclipse shadow. Yeah. It is. Look at that. That's pretty cool. For the freaking eclipse. Trajectory is looking good. Yep, everything's looking good here. Why no visual mods? Did you find noticeable FPS drops? No. Everybody keeps asking me about visual mods, 10th Avenger, and I just upgraded and refactored my entire streaming setup, and the configuration has been a little bit unstable, meaning that my computer that's streaming to you right now, that's encoding the stream, has not been in the stablest of configuration. That is taking priority over installing a freaking visual mod, dude. Yeah. Yeah, people keep asking me like, "Oh, you should make this. You should make this." I'm like, how about we get the computer working first, man? You know, like. Yeah, Yarg, for real. You'd think this thing is just like, crossing the coast. Crossing at 1900. Trajectory's looking good. S turn right. Just mind that fuel. Pulling the speed brakes. Speed brake fully engaged. 1400 over the mountains. Pretty good. Okay, bringing her back around. Roll reversal. Okay, starting to bring aero surfaces online. Out of fuel. That's not great. I dumped too much fuel. Well. Hold together, baby. Rocket Guy, this has trouble at Mach 3. It's just, I don't know if I'm taking the trajectory. It had trouble before. Like, I don't know if I'm taking the trajectory wrong. Like, I don't know. We have lock. We're still too high for the control surfaces to really do anything. I mean, I might be able to salvage this. It's possible, but not looking great. Yeah, I dumped too much fuel. That trajectory was good, which is a little annoying, but that's all right. I think we still have the altitude, dudes. Just gonna have to circle in and bring her in on runway 9. It's Rocket Guy. What I think it is control point instability. Because Venture Star is supposed to re-enter with the nose like this, but your control surface axis are supposed to be this way. So it's like if you tried to control the shuttle's ohms engines from a control point orientation relative to the cockpit, they're not going to work right. Same idea. I think if I work on control point orientation, that'll fix that stability problem. The old SSTOs had this exact thing. Yeah, Mutter, I think an angled port would probably do me right, like what I did with Collins. An angled port, because if you look, these wings are digging down. Those wings are, angle of incidence is down. Venture Star is supposed to fly like this. It's not supposed to fly with a control axis orientation aligned with the long axis of the vehicle. It's supposed to be this way. Port on a hinge is even better. Yeah, but the hinge can drift, dude. I don't need my control system saturating like that, dude. If only flight simulator programs could be used for this. That'd be nice. We're landing in a freaking eclipse. Yeah, we'll make it. I mean, this thing doesn't fly very well, but... heading alignment. You're coming. You're down. Pad is coming into render range. Thank you for letting me know. Oh, we stalled. Not good. That was close. Hey, we made it back, dude. Made it. In an eclipse. Glides really well for a brick. It was built with Navy pilots in mind. Built with somebody in mind, dude. mean, we definitely put those gear to the test, dudes, huh? Don't mind me, I'm just taking my SSD out for a walk. 11% on the CPU load. Yeah, what happened with that thing losing control would have disintegrated pretty much any re-entry vehicle. Now you can't park there. Oh yes I can. I just came back from space. Here's a permit saying I can do whatever I want. Got to turn it around so we can back it up onto the pad again. Well, let's go get it. How's the pad doing? Hinge just popped out. And my transporter, the erector is broken. Well, that shouldn't be doing that. Pad's broken. time warp it. Something is wrong. $12:35. Oh, all right. We'll call it there. I'll try to diagnose that thing in the morning. Well, got it back, but it kind of flipped out. But we did get it back. Kind of bumming that the pad screwed up like that. All my hinges popped out, and I'm not entirely sure why. I didn't lock out the hinges on the launch box. Gotta lock them. You gotta lock them out when the launch box is vertical, or else that... You're still at it. That's right. We did another 9.5 hours today. Checklist. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll leave the SSDO there, and yeah, call it a night, dudes. Maybe when the T pop. Maybe it happened when the T popped going down. I didn't undo the brackets, dude. Yeah. All right, dudes. So we'll mess with this more tomorrow, and then I don't know, multiplayer stationeers. Once again, for the rest of this week, I just kind of want to no expectations. I'm not doing Flame Trench this week, so if you want to talk space news, we can during the day. But yeah, let's just the rest of the week just do what we want. You know, we'll go back to the regular schedule next week. Or something. Anyway, it works ish. Uwo's Lab is in the middle of his subathon. All right, we can raid him. That's fine. He's paid it forward to us many times. Let's go give Uwo's Lab a raid. He is a STEM-ish streamer. Seems to be doing a subathon right now. Let's go see what he's up to. But anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed the bench testing with Venture Star. We could try doing some more stuff with it tomorrow. I want to try to see if we can get her back. Uwo's Lab is doing something. I'm not really sure what that is. But yeah, let's go give him a raid. On YouTube, yeah, don't worry about this. This is just something you do on Twitch. Anyway, have a good night, everybody. Try to work out some of those kinks with the pad, but yeah, it was fun. Good night, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you guys all tomorrow. I'll try to start around noon. We'll see. For the people that enjoy the PC troubleshooting, we think it's an idle process that's causing Rusty to have some problems, but I think I may have fixed it. So I'm going to idle the computer for the night, and we'll see what happens. Go raid Uwo's Lab. I'll talk to you guys all later. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night.